Good morning. 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 How's it going? Happy Monday. Wowie. Wowie, you made it. You made it to the beginning. Yippee. Congratulations on Monday. I hope you're all doing so good. Congratulations to Tommy for getting first. I don't know if you're still here. I don't know if you're sleeping, but if you can hear me, good job. Good job. And thank you for the points. And also thank you, Awa, for the points. I love gambling here. Look, check this out. Are you ready? Shit! Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? How you guys all doing? I want a brownie to dip in milk so bad. Wow, that sounds good. I've never dipped a brownie in milk, I don't think. I usually have milk on the side, but I don't know if I've ever dipped it. But the brownies that I made, I don't know. I got a new pan from my sister, and I'm used to like 9 by 13 pans to brownies, but this one is a 9 by 9, and it's really cute, and it's I don't know. It's got hearts on it. But anyway, so it's thicker. The brownies are a lot thicker. And I don't think I cooked them long enough. But when I stuck the toothpick in, it came out like regular style. But then when I actually cut into them, the bottom is a little bit battery and running. So I don't think you could really dip them in milk that good. Cause I think when you go to dip it, it would probably like goop around. And that doesn't sound very good. But it still tastes pretty good. Meow, meow. The smaller pans take longer. Yeah, that's what the box says. I did put it in for longer. It said for 9 by 13 it was like, I don't know, 20 to 24 minutes. And then for 9 by 9 it was like, I don't know, like 30 minutes. So I put it in there for 30 minutes, and the toothpick was regular. But like low-key, the toothpick the toothpick method is kind of weird for brownies. Like it works really well for cake, but brownies are already like pretty fudgy. So it's not like toothpicks come out super clean anyway. So I don't know. I kind of goofed, but I think they're pretty okay. I think the tail and chat should have more gimmicks. You could have little invaders coming in, and the tail is smacking them away. How do you propose that I do that? I really I don't know. I don't know how to put orcs in there. Bright salmon and goopy brownies? Oh, yeah, but like kind of awesome. Fleas, that's gross. I'm not putting fleas in my stream willingly. Should be 40 minutes. Well, the box didn't say that. The box didn't say that. It's not my fault. It might be my fault, but it's like so regular and chill, and they're still pretty okay. Hello, Mr. Grizzly. Good morning. We need to teach Frost how to use streamer by. Yeah, that's so real. I don't know how to do that. I'm sure there's YouTube tutorials, but mm, watching YouTube tutorials. Galupa little guys coming in, and the tail is smacking them away infinitely. If you make me an animation of little guys coming in, then I'll put it on my stream. But I don't know if I want to um learn how to animate for that particular bit. I need to teach her a lot of things. Yo! I've learned stuff on my own pretty successfully. Look, do you see the corner? Do you see how you can see what song is playing? Yeah, I did that myself. Pretty cool, huh? A lot of YouTube tutorials are outdated. Oh, don't tell me that. Okay, well then it's not even worth trying, I think. I think maybe you guys have a lot of suggestions. When you really should just be appreciating what we already have. Have you considered that? Chinese more lore power? We need to scale the Goku? What does that mean? What? Do you want chat to just be like glowing? Streamerbot is easy. I never even heard of it. I've heard of Mix It Up. I've heard of Stream Elements. That's all I got. I don't appreciate anything. I only appreciate the tail moving around. Oh, I didn't even do that. One of my mods did that. Shout out to Geb. He did that in A Sprite. Um, um, I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him to make little goblins. Anyway, you guys want to see Infinity Nikki gameplay? I'm hearing a lot of complaints. Also, nobody told me how their day is going. I'm gonna have to assume all of your days are low-key sucking. Womp womp for you. My day's pretty good so far. I don't know. I microwaved some soup and it's next to me. And I think I don't know. I didn't have my contacts in when I was using the microwave. Um, and I think I must have, instead of doing it for 2 minutes, I think I must have done it for like 8 minutes. Cause like, it's a little, it's a little suspicious. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. And then also I made gamer subs and I think I put too much powder in it because it low-key is like fizzy. And I've never seen gamer subs be fizzy before. It's kind of awesome though. Anyway. It's how I make silly chat redeems and make shrimpbot speak. Oh. Is that how you turn into liquid? Or is that I assumed everything you were doing was through Warudo. Is my day sucking an egg? Or like juice from a straw? What? I don't know. I think only you can answer that. I'm pinning that. That's kind of awesome. What kind of juice are you sucking for today? How do you accidentally microwave something for 8 minutes? I don't know. I swear I pressed like the little 2 button for 2 minutes. But like I went to do something else while it was microwaving. And it was in there for like longer than 2 minutes. And then the like bowl was super, super hot. It might not have been 8. Maybe it was like 4. But it was longer than it should have been. You can turn into liquid. Yeah, everyone go with well, I guess don't follow them right now. Wait until they're live and then follow them and then they'll be goopy. Why can't chat turn into liquid? You could just be liquid if you want. I could I could put chat on a puddle. Wasn't it Memori Monday or have I forgotten? Usually I play Omori on Tuesdays. I think one time I played it on a Friday, and maybe I played it on a Monday one time. But it's Tuesday. It's tomorrow. You're a day early, Oza. Oh, I'm sorry. My Infinity Nikki is low-key updating. I updated it on Steam, but then when you open the launcher, it has like another update thing, you know. So we're being so patient. we're we're being so incredibly patient. Guys, look, I made those eggs. There's a wave filter in OBS. Chat can be made liquid. Wave filter? Okay, hold on. I'm on it. Filters. Effect filter. None of these say wave. Um. Luma key. That's something. What does this do? Oh, I can do like that? You're kind of liquid. You're kind of transparent. Do you like it? Um, I don't think that's right. Oh, we are liquid. Let's go. Scroll? Okay, you can scroll around if you want. Um, that's kind of fun. Okay, hold on. I'm not seeing wave. I'm not seeing wave. Bam, bam. Yo, Oza, thank you for the 7cc. That's so nice. If they don't follow now, they won't know when the live time is. Well, surely I'll raid into shrimp again at some point, and then that's when you follow. Or you follow, wait for them to go live, click on the stream, unfollow, and then follow again. Mm-hmm. Banned for self promo, banned for advertising. Sheesh. Oh man. Sorry guys, I guess you're all banned. Follow Uso Mazu21 on everything? Ugh, guys. Guys! I guess everybody in chat can go follow each other. I guess that's kind of cutesy. Fast, I'm defecting? You're defecting? You're defecting to shrimp? Man, are you saying I'm not a good boss? I think I'm pretty awesome. I think I gave you $1 one time. Is that not enough for you? Is that not enough for you? God, not even appreciated. Sorry, we're entering Maryland. Anyway, check out these eggs. I want to follow everyone. Yippee! Go follow everyone. Let's see. Who's in chat? Okay. Please follow X Cinnamon Fox X and Dilsey in Stream Elements. Oh, Stream Elements is there twice. So I guess follow them and then unfollow them. And then aware underscore NPC1, Encrypt Noevo, Oza Mazu21, Retail Shrimp, Rhinonymous, and Tommy So Badass XD. Just kidding. Don't follow Tommy. Follow everyone else though. I steal your mods. I need more. Oh man. Then what am I gonna do? Die. Shrimp, I need moderation around here. I don't know. Okay, how do I show you this game? I'm on Force Sense right now. I'm out of breadcrumbs. Sorry, let's just show his hey. What the? Oh man. Oh man, I thought you were loyal. This sucks. I'm literally following almost everyone in chat now. Wait, that's kind of awesome. That's kind of awesome. As long as you're following me. I don't care who else you're following, but you gotta follow me, okay? Guys, game capture's not working. Um, 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 um. Okay, what if we make the egg scroll? Is that awesome? Here, this will stimulate you while I figure out the game capture. Try window capture. Okay, hold on. I'm trying. I'm trying. Good morning. Happy Monday. Okay, I have a window capture left over from League of Legends. Maybe this will work. Oh my god! Shout out League of Legends. Try scrolling the other way? Do you like the other way better? I can scroll. I can scroll the other way. I want you guys to know that this source, this egg background, is called a load of eggs. Okay. Do you like it better this way? Is this kind of awesome? Okay, now check this out. Are you ready? I don't think you're ready. Look at this. Wow. Are you feeling stimulated right now? What if instead of baby sensory, we just watch this? Would that be cool? Can it rotate? Ooh, I don't know. Let me see. Scaling slash aspect ratio? Bicubic. Bilinear. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't think that's the right thing. Hold on. I'm looking. I'm looking. What I named this file when I made it? It was eggs 2, by the way. What is eggs 1? Wait, eggs one reveal. What's up with that? If it spins, we'll get dizzy. Oh, I don't want you to get dizzy. Do you guys ever get motion sickness playing games? Like, I don't know. Sometimes when you open a game, it's like, warning, if you get dizzy, take a break. I always ignore that. I've never got dizzy from a game, except for VR chat. I think that's a little different. Um, huh. Yeah, I don't think I can make it spin, unfortunately. I think this is the best I got. This about dancing eggs too. I don't have dancing eggs. This is this is so tough. You know what eggs one is? I do. Wait, is that my phone lock screen? Is it just the one that's like vertical? Wait, how do how do I make this stop spinning? Hold on. Um, what if it's just like really slowly spinning? Or sorry, not spinning. What if it's really slowly moving? Would that be funny? It can be our little secret. I'm gonna put it on -1. Okay, check this out. Do you guys prefer the game to be like not overlapping the chat and stuff, or do you like it overlapping a little bit? I don't know what looks prettier. I think it looks goofy either way. We should make it go left to right and have little Humpty Dumpty's walking in place give. So it looks like it's walking. Wait, that's really cute. Can you, if you find me a Humpty Dumpty walking gif, then I'll put it on there. But I have a sneaking suspicion they don't have that available. The one you made your lock screen? Yo! It's still my lock screen. Shout out Retail Shrimp. What a good, what a good piece of art. Chat needs a special room, like Box 5 from Phantom of the Opera. We are watching. You need, you're already like a little guy. What do you mean you need a special room? Look, this little piece of sand over here is your special room. Is that is that enough for you? Scrolling is fine, but if it rotates and starts spinning, that's the problem. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, I would not spin it. Wait, hold on. Can we hear game audio? I'm the wishing one and I refuse to accept Nikki leaving. Oh, is this like they missed me, so they're giving me stuff to bribe me into playing the game? I think so. I feel like it hasn't been that long since I played. Okay, hold on. I gotta figure out how you can hear this. What if it was Dr. Eggman? Would that make you happy? I think that sounds goofy, but if it would make you happy, I'll put them on there. Hold on. Sorry, I'm scuffing. I don't know how to. Can you even spin it? I don't think so. I was looking. And it didn't look like there was a like automatic rotate thing. If you if you take the screen that you're watching on and you rotate that, then it'll then it'll be like it's spinning. So that's gotta count for something, right? Unhide all. Oh my god, Infinity Nikki. Okay. Can you hear this? I think you can. Slay! Slay, 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 slay. I forgot how to make the layout not horizontal. Yo! Hero Soar. Oh my god, why is Hero Soar? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna turn Spotify down a little bit. Thank you for the bit. Eat the eat the duck? Eat the duck. Wait, I am not. Wait, the game capture isn't even working. I'm not even on this screen. I'm on a completely different screen. Hold on, don't leave. Guys, don't leave. I'm figuring it out. Look at look at the eggs. Look at the eggs. You like them? Um, this might be like a dog suit situation. It's kind of looking sus in here. Why is my dog suit so cropped? Oh, that's for Amori. My life is so hard. Nikki. I jogged for like 8 kilometers. Still kind of feeling it. Oh my god. Wait, that's a long time to jog. Sheesh. Sheesh. You're almost to 2 5Ks. Was there a specific like event? Ah! Was there a specific event that you were jogging for? Or are you just going crazy sicko mode? Um okay. Oh, you can see my activate windows. Don't look at that. Everybody just pretend that's not there, okay? Tee-hee. Okay. Okay, maybe this is the move? Honeycomb's here? There's a little empty space like down here, but it's fine. That's for you to be able to see that it's scrolling. Maybe new visions. Reach mirror level 3. I'm level like 20, I thought. Okay, I don't know where I am. It was a run event. Perceiving. Oh, I said don't. Bro, I said don't look. What the? It's kind of awesome. I haven't done a running event in quite some time. I think probably a lot of years. I think I'm gonna go on a 5K run in September though. Pretty cool. But 8K, that's pretty intense. That's pretty intense. Why is there a notification? Okay, we're chilling. We're chilling. Dave is looking. I'll close my eyes. Why is Dave looking? All right, as long as he's not judging, okay? As long as he's ignoring the Windows key. This is centered. Man, I need somebody to just like do all the stream stuff for me. And then I just talk to chat and yap. And then somebody else can make it look pretty. If that's something you know how to do, please send in your application. It's about 5 miles in freedom units. Yo! My goodness. I don't know. I think I could walk 5 miles, like, no problem. But jogging the whole time? Or at least, like, most of the time? That's kind of... That's pretty powerful. That's some aura. I delivered to you Dr. Runman. Okay, let me look at him. Wait, you still can't even see the game. Sigh. Maybe it's not a window capture. Hold on. Act 6 game win64 shipping.exe infinity nikki. Is that not... Is that not correct? Okay, let me look at Dr. Runman. Messages failed to load. Okay, well... Guys, is it cooked? Is my stream chopped? Please be honest, but not too honest. Like a regular amount of honest that's like... productive. Discord might be broken. Mine is also left. Really? It says that you're playing Dead by Daylight for 2 minutes. Like your profile's loading, but the messages aren't. Surely not. Sigh. Sometimes we get borderless window to make it appear. Okay. Let me see. There's Nikki singing in the background. Hold on, hold on. Hold. Please hold. Oh, I should also probably turn my graphics down. Um, Oh, they're already down. Slay. Full screen window. Window? Apply. We're cooked. Did you just post a GIF in the chat? That's kind of awesome. Uh, Cooking. No, don't. Guys, don't explode. Don't leave. Don't leave. Please stay. Oh, wow. This guy sure is sweaty. Okay. I'll download him. Eggman.gif. You guys say GIF or GIF? My friend insisted that, like, the creator called it GIF. And so, like, I feel like that's probably the correct one, but I just cannot say GIF. I don't know. I feel like GIF would be spelled with a J. But maybe I'm a hater. Okay, image. Egg. Egg. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Hold on, I lost him. Oh my god, do you guys see my dog? This is my dog. Okay, anyway, that's not what we were looking for. Can you put gifts? I know you can put gifts. I've seen them before. Oh my god. Here you go. Yippee! Do you like it? Maybe I'll make the egg scroll a little bit faster. He's kind of going nowhere. Okay, perf. Do you like it? You like it? You can be here. I'll put my honeycombs next to me so nobody gets confused. Jiff? Jiff? GIF? GIF like Gerald? GIF like Gerald. So that's how... See, I would say like that if it was a J, I think. But when I look at the word GIF, I think of like gift with like a T at the end. So I just say it like that without a T. GIF is correct, but people who say GIF are insufferable. My goodness. Oh, you better watch out. Something is on the wrong layer in the scene, maybe. Focused on the wrong one because it couldn't find the full screen game in the streaming program. Okay, okay, let me... Maybe I should change the capture method? Ah! Wait, did that help? Oh, I think that helped. I think that helped. I think we need a pet cat in Infinity, Nikki. Yo! Wait, what about Momo?
What a lovely sunny day.
Okay, I think the game is actually going and it's starting. Oh, speaking of pet cats, I got soup next to me. Like emergency soup, because I low-key was hungry. And Scylla she kinda wants it. I'll give her a little bit. Don't tell anybody. Okay. Yeah, we have a pet cat in a way. I guess he's not really a pet. I guess he's more of a companion. But look, he's sort of cute. He's sort of cute. What outfit should he wear? I don't remember the last thing we were doing. The last thing I did was, I think, the story quest. There was... At the time, there was a new update. And it was like an archery area. It was pretty awesome. I think there's a new update. Like a unicorn. I don't know. I don't know. I keep seeing images of unicorns. And I think that's pretty awesome. Ooh. I like the wings physics. They're flappy. Ooh. Your Honor, she baby. Your Honor, she baby. That's really cute. She like the thumbs up increases Momo's aura. I think you just like want to see me suffer and fail. This is the least aura thing I have ever seen. Why is it only like 3 fingers? I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm getting baited. Ooh. I love the textures in this game. Look at like the reflective stuffs. Ooh. No mushroom companion? How sad? Mushroom companion. What game has a mushroom companion? Oh, I like this one a lot. Oh, it's so shiny. Ooh. I've used this one a lot though. Maybe hmm. I'm thinking this black firework kind of one. Or this little cupid one. Hmm. What's the next holiday coming up? I guess there's St. Patrick's Day. I don't know if anybody like decorates early for that though. Although I did go on a walk and I saw one of my neighbors had like a little inflatable leprechaun lawn ornament. I thought that was kind of awesome. This one or it should. Isn't this the game? Wasn't this game the one with the funky mushroom guys? Oh, there are mushrooms in this game. But I don't think they can follow you around. I think they're living their own lives. They don't have time to follow you around. And you know what? It's kind of sad, but it be like that sometimes. Maybe I'll do this one. It's it's got a nice amount of sparkles. And what should Nikki wear? This is such a nice outfit. I like this backpack. I use a little backpack as a purse as well, but I've had it for a lot of years in the straps at the top. I I assume it's like some kind of leather material, but it's kind of I don't know. I don't know if you've ever seen old leather before, but it's like cracking. It's cracking. So I think I might need a new one, but I don't know if I should go for another little backpack situation or if I should get like an actual purse. Or maybe like a tote bag? I don't know. What's your guys' bag of choice? Or do you just use pockets? They should make time. That's what I'm saying. I think you're onto something. Ooh, this outfit's pretty awesome. What is this? Oh, I just made this last stream. I just finished making it. I don't think this makeup suits this particular outfit. It's so... It's so pretty. It's so cottagecore. Oh my god, this makeup is kind of taking me out. Maybe take that off real quick. What? Let us adopt a mushroom and carry in our bag. Oh, that's so cute. I have a little mushroom squishmallow. I think it's too big to put in a bag, but it's pretty cute. I think mushrooms are nice. Whoever designed mushrooms did a good job. I use tote/side bag. I have so many side bags gifted to me. I love it. Really? That's so nice. That's so nice. I don't know. I have a little like tote bag that I got from college, from like a college club that has little flowers on it, and it's pretty cute. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'd use that, but it's quite small. I don't know. I carry a lot of things with me at all times. I need like hand sanitizer and lotion and chapstick and my wallet and my coin purse and I don't know, little tiny hairbrush, little tiny mirror. I don't know. I don't know. I'm someone who likes to have a lot of stuff with me. I love Infinity Nikki. Yo, wait, B. I didn't know you played this game. Sheesh. Wow, it'd be such a shame if a friend code was dropped into my DMs. Oh, this one's so pretty. I like how music plays. I wish when I put on a banger outfit in real life, music would start playing. Bing, bing. Too big to put in a bag. Sounds like quitter talk. You just gonna shove them in there? The one from last year looks like Palutena from Kid Icarus. This one? I've never played Kid Icarus, but I know who you're talking about. Was she a Smash character? Or maybe she's just a pop culture icon. I don't know. I don't know, but I know who you're talking about. All the things in the bag and no room for mushrooms. Well, okay, there'd be room for like an actual mushroom. Like if you picked a mushroom up off the ground and you gave it to me, like yes, I could put it in my bag. But like a mushroom from this game, they're quite large. And like my mushroom squishmallow, quite large. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, that's valid. I don't know either. Oh, this one's kind of cute. This is kind of giving like clown core, like jester. Maybe it's the hat. It's a very fun hat. I'm not the biggest fan of like parachute type pants. Like she looks good, but I think it makes for a little bit of a humorous silhouette. And when I'm putting on a banger outfit, I don't really want to be making people laugh, you know. Oh, look at these. Look at these socks. I love thigh-high socks. They're so good. They're so good. I only have one pair. And they're low-key a little bit old. Ew. They're a little bit tight these days, but oh, cute. The blue version is nice. I do. I think I also prefer the blue version. This one looks less like a jester. Ah, this hair color is so awesome. Oh my god, this sleigh. Far too much. Explodes. Apex. Oh, that's so real. That's so real. Ugh, I need to be slaying that hard IRL. Oh, this is kind of fun. I like I like the black overalls moment. Need to put all the highest stat pieces together? Oh, you're so right. You're so right. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, quality level. I think. I think it depends on what style you're going for. But I imagine. Let's see, 3373. Oh wow, why is this hair like so fresh? And then the next highest one is like not even okay. Whatever. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're cooking. Cooking. Highest stat pieces. Wait. Do we go for dress or do we go for shirt and pants? I'll show you both options. This is dress. Don't look at her feet. This is dress. Okay, and then this is what shirt and pants looks like. Much to consider. Why is this my highest level? Oh, it's not. I was scrolled down. Never mind. It's okay, wow. That changes things. Sorry, I don't know why I scrolled down. Okay, here's shirt and pants. I really like the shoulder piece with this hoodie. Okay, or dress. Really, really a lot to consider. While you consider that, I'll put on her other clothes. Okay, you can look at her feet now. She's got socks on. Okay, eating. Eat it up. Eat it up, eat it up, eat it up, eat it up. Oh my god, maximum drip. Wait, this necklace is so pretty. I like I like these little droplets. I like these little droplets. You want thinking so much between outfits? Yo, we gotta find the best one. Come on now. Come on now. How long does it take you guys to like pick out an outfit in the morning? Do you do you just like know what outfits you have and you're like you go grab them? Or do you have to really like make some choices? I think it takes me like an embarrassing long amount of time. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Slay. Bring back the hoodie? Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Here's oh, close conflict have been unequipped. I don't know what conflicted with it, but it's fine. Okay, here we go. Putting on every accessory that we have. Hi, Terry. Oh my goodness. It's so good to see everyone. Oh, I see. We can't wear gloves with the hoodie because the hoodie has built-in gloves. 4 fingers, by the way. Does she have 4 fingers? Like, actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the thumb. Nope, she's got a regular person amount of fingers. I don't know. I guess she's got like 2 fingers and one finger hole. Okay, whatever. And then the makeup. The makeup doesn't have level, so it's just kind of whatever we're feeling. Hi, Brendan. Thank you for the stitch and hydrate. Shirt and pants. The other one, not my vote. Not my vote. Are you saying you're excited about the shirt and pants, but you don't want them? Sorry, I saw the hydrate and stretch, and I picked up my soup. um, that's not quite right. Also, if anybody has a skim, don't be shy. You can add me. Here's my UID if you want it. I love having a big friends list. If I have a lot of time, I'll start accessorizing. Then it's endless. Ooh. That's fair, that's fair. I feel like it doesn't take me too long to accessorize. But it does take me a while to do my makeup. Like, I really... If I'm going all out with, like, makeup and accessories and hair and the outfit, I do think... I don't know. I take a lot of time deciding, like, colors for the makeup. The gloves were taken from someone else. Well, somebody else should have had a regular amount of fingers, I think. We call this Smith the Hero Home Special. Oh, that's so awesome. Ooh. I think this is the most visible makeup. We want everything to be visible. We're going very maximalist. Ooh, I think the red of the eyebrows matches the red of this little angry vein and the red of, of the mushroom. So that's good. Thank goodness. I do wish you had more like colorful mascara options. Like, there's white, and I guess there's like different shades of black. But I want to be able to wear like blue mascara if I feel like it. You know what I'm saying? Can't believe they did this to me. Hmm. The reflection of the glasses kind of makes it hard to see the eyes. Oh wait, the red. Oh, are you seeing the vision? The red accents? Just say random a few times. That's how I dress in the morning. Yo, kind of swag. Kind of swag. I don't know. I think sometimes I'll put on an outfit. So like I always go outfit, then hair, then makeup. No. Outfit, then makeup, then hair. But sometimes I'll put on the outfit and then I'll put on the makeup and I'll be like, shoot, my makeup looks too good for my outfit. And then I'll like go back and change my outfit and then I'll get like stressed out because it's like, ugh, I actually decided I don't have anything that I want to wear. Or it's like, oh, I wore this last time, but it's like one of my best outfits, but like, bleh. And then, and then it's like panic mode, you know? Man, same for the lip gloss. This is all shades of red. Where is my black lip gloss, you know? I mean, this is like kind of a fun, shiny color. But I want goth Nikki, you know? Uh, I think this red matches the best with the other stuff. Okay. And we're going for highest level. Okay. All right, this is the most slay outfit that I have. Do you like Do you like it? Hero special. Oh, that's okay. We don't need a space. We'll know what that means. Perf. All right. Let's go. That's cute that she's holding a bow like as her accessory. I feel like I feel like a weapon being an oh. And then when she attacks, she gets a different outfit. I don't know, a bow being an accessory is so awesome. Hold on. There's 1 billion little notifications. I gotta clear them. The mascara is so good. Changing the outfit with the makeup is so damn real. I know! Ugh, I don't know. I feel like it's always a trap because you're like, oh, I think this shirt would actually suit the makeup that I did better. And then you change your shirt and then you're like, well, shoot, now I gotta change my pants. And then everything is just terrible and you have to stay home. Oh my god! Free stuff! Take a few shots in the morning, then you can think about it less. Rise and grind. Oh. I don't think that is the best way if you're wanting a sleigh outfit. But I guess if you don't want to think about it that much. Yo! Bunny beanbag! Can be used for photo shooting or as a decoration. Give me that! Sheesh! Guys, we gotta put this in my house immediately. We are slaying! I love how much effort you put into the makeup with this fit. Oh my goodness, Hiroham, you gotta. You gotta. The makeup is like one of the most important parts. Carnival clown makeup? Oh, this is a paid thing. But this one is not paid. Do I want this? I kind of think Momo with the mustache is unsettling. But it's like kind of funny. Mm. Much to think about. I don't know why it says like 99 cents. But then this one says 680, like whatever this is, Stellarites. They're both like paid currency. I feel like they put 1 billion currencies in this game. Maybe perhaps to be confusing on purpose. But at least they say budget wisely in the top, so at least that's something. Okay. Now what's this one? Oh, this is the wish banner. This is the unicorn I was talking about, I think. So if you get this full outfit, I guess you get a mount. This reminds me of Barbie a little bit. Do you guys like unicorns? I was never much of a horse girl. I think I'm a bit indifferent to unicorns. I remember when unicorns were like really popping off a few years ago. I feel like there's like unicorn like flavored things everywhere. Or like, did you ever see those cakes? Like those circle cakes? And they were like unicorn, like there'd be like eyelashes on it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I feel like those were popular. I don't know when. Maybe like 2015. But I was never super into that. Okay. Cute outfit. Very Barbie coded. I like this one a lot. She's got little pastries. After using the sweet creation's whimsicality ability, delectable pastries are summoned to Nikki's hands. Add some fruit as garnish and enjoy the full sweetness. Wow. I want to summon delectable pastries to my hands. Remember having a headcanon that dragons preyed on unicorns? Ooh. I do feel like dragons and unicorns are like the same. Like they're on the same spectrum, but maybe on like opposite ends. Hmm. Poor unicorns. That kind of sucks. Multiple currencies make it more likely people will spend actual money. Definitely a confusion tactic, man. But they said budget wisely, so I think that makes it all better. There are tunicorns in Viva Pinata. I thought they were cool. What is a tunicorn? Like, what does it look like? Is it just a unicorn that's like made of candy? I need that ability. That'd be so awesome. I don't know what this is. Like a little chocolate tart thing. I don't know, but it looks cute. It looks very cute. What's your guys' favorite pastry? I'm a big fan of like croissants with like fruit inside. Oh my god, look at this bow. This is huge. Yeah, I don't particularly want this one too much. Oh, a giant spoon. That's good. Never know when you need that. Didn't Voldemort drink a unicorn's blood for a longer lifespan? I don't know. I never saw Harry Potter, but I feel like unicorns would be in that universe. Like that makes sense. Do unicorns live a long time? I thought they were just like fairies, but for horses. It's just a unicorn pinata. Oh, it wasn't like a food based thing. That's kind of sad. I mean, this soup kind of is awesome. You guys know elephant ear cookies? Those are so good. I could eat a whole box in 20 minutes. I swear to God. I don't know what that is. Hold on, let me look. Oh, I have seen these before. You want to look? These things. I've seen them, but I didn't know they were called that. Oh, they're like little hearts. Have I had this before? Maybe I have. I don't know. I think they're a little dry. I prefer my pastries to have some sort of like fruit or something. I don't know. Breezy melodies. Hold on. I clear my throat real quick. Woof. Its name is from chewing gum. One of the first things you can get in your garden is the worm, which is a little worm. I think for a bit I thought worms were called worms. The worms! Wait! That's kind of cute. Voldemort drank the blood for immortality because he was attached to Professor Q. He had to drink the blood to sustain his soul. Oh my goodness, hold on. I think I'm getting sick. Don't tell anyone. Like, I normally have to clear my throat, but I feel like it's worse this morning. I don't know. I did not know Voldemort was in the body of another wizard. I don't really know much about the Harry Potter lore. That sounds scary, though. Like, are there two souls in one body, or is he, like, wearing a dead person's skin, like the Lich from Adventure Time? They have a lot of names. I've also heard pig ears. That's the thing, they're not as dry at all somehow. There's some weird juiciness in there. It's gotta be magic. Wait, they're juicy? Oh, I thought they would be. I thought they would be dry as hell. Hmm. I guess stones. I guess scones are not very dry. Scones look like they would be dry, but they're not that bad. So maybe it's that kind of texture. I'm telling Mick, yo, you're telling Mick that I got sick. Well, I don't even know for sure if that's real. So you can't be telling her yet. This is like this is not very fair. Surely he killed someone. He doesn't seem like the sharing type. Really? I think I would let somebody share with me. Like if somebody just like wanted to be chilling out in my body with me. I think we could take turns. Like a Steven Universe fusion. Have you guys seen Steven Universe? I guess that's different because it's like two people are coming together to make a new body. But I don't know. I would I would let someone in. It's worse. He was like on the back of the tooth. He took off his hat and had another face back there. Childhood trauma for real? Oh. I've seen that kind of thing in media. I don't know if I've ever seen Voldemort specifically, but I've seen like cartoons and stuff where it's like a double-headed person. That is unfortunate. Never mind. I would not let somebody do that to me. If somebody wanted their soul to be in my body, but my body still looked the same, that's chill. But if you're gonna be like making changes, that's not chill. I do not want a little other head coming out. Oh my goodness, thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Sean. My ice melted so fast today. Like I've only been streaming for 1 hour and my ice is already gone. Ugh. Ugh. I remember thinking coral was so cool. The only coral I know is from Hollow Knight. Shout out to that fella. That fella is pretty cool. How do you feel about the cowboy? Oh my god, wait, he has a motorcycle. That's fun. How do you feel about cowgirl, Nikki? I'm gonna be honest. None of these outfits are particularly speaking to me. Oh, maybe we just roll on the permanent banner. Oh, I did not even stretch. I got sick. Did you ever recover? Yeah. Yes. I've been fine. I don't know. I think I have some sort of something going on constantly. But it's worse today. But I have soup, so that's maybe the soup will help. I heard that salty food helps with if your throat is hurting. Oh. I don't know if that's real, but I'm trying. The little tumor face. What if it was somewhere inconspicuous, like on your knee? Ew, no. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere that I would allow there to be a little tumor face. Maybe, and this is like the biggest maybe ever. It would take a lot of convincing, but maybe the back of my hand. That's it. No, but nowhere else. Nowhere else. Even that is pretty unlikely. But I don't know. Imagine getting into an argument and you like look down and and you look at the back of your hand and there's just a little guy going like I don't know. That'd be kind of funny. But yeah, I'd rather we can just share like my face, you know. Okay, check this out. Check this out. We're gambling for today. Got a little hair clip. Oh, we got the little maid headbands. Very cute. Very cute. Very cute. Some white floral nets. some what do you call this? Tights? Got some tights. Oh my god, another pair of the same tights? Oh my god, 3 pairs of the same tights? Sheesh. Some shoes? They look dusty. Why do they look like that? Another manga had something like this. There is a cream that let you change how you look. A couple started using it, and the girl and guy started to melt together. She ended up as a face on his knee. Jinji Ito stuff. Yeah, that sounds pretty terrible. I don't like that one. Cool, you can be like, talk to the hand. You hold out your hand and it yells at them. Yeah, that'd be kind of swag. Although, you probably waterboard them every time you wash your hands, so you know, a bit of a risk, but you know, I guess I guess you have to decide if that's worth it. I want to share nerves. Like if somebody is just a little face on the back of your hand and like you, I don't know, if you like rub their nose, like do you feel it on your hand, or is it like they have their own nervous system that's tiny? I would need to know the logistics. And like I need contacts, so would my little hand face also need contacts? Would I have to put contacts in my hand every night? Every morning? Sorry. I don't know. I don't know, it sounds really complicated. Much to ponder. It's kind of weird but interesting isekai anime, where a guy is reborn as a parasite inside a princess, but protects her from assassination attempts and danger. Manga, sorry. Wait, that's kind of an interesting concept. I feel like there's no good ending for that though, because like, what are you just supposed to live with a parasite? That's like probably not good. But if they're protecting you, are you just gonna kill them? Play on Parasite, the one where the aliens take over a part of the body. I've never really seen anything like that. They eat as well? Surely not, you'd be the main host. And they are the parasite feeding off you. Okay. Is it a parasite situation? I thought... Well, I don't know. Is Voldemort a parasite? I assumed we were just like sharing. You know? like maybe they're lonely and it's like, okay, you can live with me, I guess. I think if I wrote something about this, I'd have to make the person and her hand face fell in love just like it have the funniest makeout scene in the history of ever. Is that kind of narcissistic? I guess not if they're their own thing, but that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Yeah, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I want any parasites. It's a different one, but it's like the hand thing. Now, what's described? Surely it's an antagonistic symbiotic relationship. How can it be symbiotic if it's antagonistic? Enemies to lovers, but you're a little parasite living on my hand. Interesting. I don't know. Would you do that? Would you be chill with that? I don't think I would be. I think it'd have to be like a Steven Universe fusion situation. I wouldn't really... I don't know. I wouldn't really want it to be like that. Yo! We got a 5-star dress. Look! Winter reflection. Draping the aurora over her shoulders, the girl danced gracefully. The shimmering veil revealed cool-toned lights, and her figure seemed to be made of moonlight and stardust. Descending from the icy heavens. Wow, we got a little snow queen dress. Cute. I would not be chill with that. I just think you're right. You're right. We can't really argue that. It would it would be quite funny. What do you think the X-ray would look like? Probably pretty messed up, huh? Melted cream. Those are cute socks. Good haul. I'm so glad we got 3 white floral nets. I really was thinking to myself this morning that I wanted 3 white floral nets. Okay, maybe a little bit more. That new just higher stats than the hoodie. I think you have to like. Well, I'm sure the base stats are, but you like level up your outfit stuffs. And since I just got it, it's probably, probably Lotus Cheeks at the moment. Yo! Noted crime? When the girl set off on her journey, the people of her homeland gifted her a pair of earrings. Even in distant lands, the song of her childhood often echoed in her ears. It's so cute. It must be hard to write like little flavor text for so many different clothes. But it's nice that they kind of like tell a story. Well, I guess in this version of Nikki, in this outfit, she left her home. Oh my god, fish socks? Cute. Oh my god, we got 2 5-stars and 1 10 pool. We're so good at gambling. This one's a nice little ring. Winter collection. She left her homeland behind, arriving in a country untouched by the ravages of wind and snow. Gently, she cupped the last falling snowflake in her palm, the coldness seeping into her heart, like the winter nights of her distant home. Huh, I wonder why she left. An activity, go through your closet and write flavor text for every item you love. Oh my goodness. I think that would be a fun activity, but it'd be so hard. Because at least in this context, like it's a full outfit that's put together and it's like, oh, she's like, well, I don't know what this is. I assume this is like she's working as a seamstress maybe, because she's got like scissors and pins. And so like you can see the vision. But if I go and I like find my favorite pair of cargo pants with like a big silver chain on them, I don't know what lore I would make up about that. Probably something kind of edgy, huh? You have an English degree, you can handle it. Oh, that is true. I do have an English degree. It'd be a little difficult because instead of having a bunch of like separate outfits, I think a lot of my outfits reuse the same clothes. Like I have my favorite pair of cargo pants, but it's like sometimes I dress it kind of casually and I wear like a baby tee with a Garfield on it. And sometimes I try to make it like a little more cutesy, and I'll do like a lace up black top, with like I don't know. It's like strings in the middle. I don't know. So when I go to make the lore, do I imagine the full outfit? Or is it like each individual piece? Much to ponder. I think that's my favorite pair of clothing item. Sorry, not pair. I think that's my favorite clothing item. I really like my cargo pants. They're so versatile. I don't know. I love really baggy pants with like a really tight shirt. Or like a tank top. Goes crazy sicko mode. What kind of makeup do we claim for today? And these lipsticks are pretty similar. Similar to stuff I already have as well. Hmm. Maybe... Maybe I'll take this bluish eyeshadow. Cute. I don't think I have anything that's blue like that. Yippee! Okay. Oh wow, I forgot. I forgot we were swagging so hard. Man, I keep getting distracted. I still have all these notifications to clear. Hi, Tara. Oh my goodness, it's good to see you.
Embarking together,
Huh?
they head towards the distant horizon,
Huh?
traveling with the wind and
This is a
scent,
little quiet,
crossing
huh?
endless deserts, climbing
Wow,
snowy peaks,
they're traveling.
treading treacherous paths.
That dragon is so pretty, and then you go to see the dragon in game, and it's a little goober, a little silly goober.
Finally, they overcome all obstacles. At the
I'm
summit,
eating my
they
soup with a
grasp
fork.
the most beautiful truth. The journey becomes poems,
Pretty cool, huh?
guiding countless stylists on their path to greatness.
Wow. Oh wow, that is certainly a fit. A cow hood, but then with the Cora. Why did they mix the Cora with cow print? I'm here for it. Against the tide. A Momo's cloak inspired by rebellious street fashion. Wearing it, Momo talks relentlessly. Don't be like that. Today, I'm the hottest guy around. Wow. I'm almost convinced to buy the battle pass. That's so awesome. Okay. Catch a fish! I can so do that. Alright. That one's done. Daily wishes. Oh, I have not really done anything today. Do that later. Road challenge. Road breakthrough. Oh, I gotta do that
Cargo
for real.
pants with
Oh,
chain.
oh my god, this is
Given
me
to her by her
listening.
dearest friend. These pants were made with many pockets to keep the trinkets she likes to pick up during her
Oh
walks.
my god, real.
After many uses, a hole in one of the pockets caused her to lose a beloved pink button she found.
No.
To keep this from happening again, the friend added a silver chain to keep the trinkets in place even if another hole happens.
Easy. Oh my god, that was so beautiful. I was thinking. I guess I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I wasn't thinking so creatively. These pants were not given to me by a friend, but I like this interpretation. I really like the beloved pink button. Have you guys seen the meme where it's like, it doesn't really matter if you understand or not, because I'm doing it for me. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like the 365 buttons thing? Surely somebody knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's what that reminded me of. Yo. Got a canvas of ideas. Sheesh. Got a watering can. Oh, that's so cute. I thought you just got like diamonds for completing outfits. I didn't know you got more outfits for completing outfits. That is so cutesy. What else do we got here? Here. Oh. Okay. Okay, fishing pole. Oh, maybe they are just giving extra accessories. That is a huge butterfly net. Wowee. Wowee, wowee. Look. Oh, a little scrubby brush? That's cute. Is that all? I believe that is all. Just noticed Eggman is here. Hello, buddy. He's scrolling our eggs today. Oh my god, it's the pretty boy. Are we friends now? I'm Tan Yo-Yo. With this, it'll be much easier to keep in touch from now on. Man, getting someone's phone number and the first message you send to them is, "Are we friends now?" is kind of awesome. Kind of like that directness. Unfortunately, I guess I can't reply to him. I guess they're leaving him on red. I heard you're in Itzaland too. What a coincidence. I'm near Shroomville. Want to meet up? Oh my god. On my way. Wow. He's so direct. Okay. Why is this locked? Anyways. Clue and Jade. Oh my goodness. Maybe I should focus on fighting this guy. Wow, every time I see my outfit, I'm like, wow, this sure is an outfit. But I keep forgetting that it's like that. Oh, I have the bow on. What? I kind of forgot how this bow works. I feel like... Ah! Look, I'm a bit rusty. No target. Hold on, maybe I can't be in the bow outfit. Maybe I need archery. Okay, maybe we need purification instead of archery. Don't leave him on red after he asked if you're friends. I'm not trying to. There's just nothing to click on. Yeah, that is kind of crazy though. Do you like the fights? I do like the fights. I will say I prefer the purification one to the archery one. I think. Oh, I can't switch it. I like the like Kitsune one. That one you can press Q and it, I don't know. It does some funky stuff and it looks really pretty. What? Wait, did I get that? I don't think I did. It still says 2. Wait, I forgot. I forgot how to make me small. Oh my god, I just eat that damage. It's fine. Everything is so chill. Oh, I guess we got the little flower buds. I guess I'm just attacking him. Guys, it's been a while. Don't don't look into it too hard. Okay, what if we... How do I shrink? Oh my god, perf. It's kind of awesome. Okay. Ah! Oh my god, don't look at that. Guys, we're chilling. We're chilling. Everything's fine. Don't say oof. What the... You're supposed to be like, don't worry, Frosty. We've all been there. Look, I'm sick. I'm sick and you're telling me oof. That's so messed up. The sun kind of eats. Okay, I'm watching out. What to do the flower thing again? I guess not. Oh, Aram the bus cheated, surely. I think so. I think they did. Seems like something they would do. This is just like Elden Ring. I've never played Elden Ring, but like I'd have to imagine this is exactly what it's like. It's even got like the cool music in the background. The Elden Ring if it was awesome. Do I have to get the flowers again? I don't know. How? They closed up, so I think that was right. Wait, when I'm on Momo's head, I don't know. Oh, get this out of here! Wow, I got things. Oh man, I I like his little wings bouncing around. It's so cute. It's so cute. Yup, this is Elden Ring. Have you played Elden Ring before? I think I want to try it eventually. Or I want to try some sort of Souls game eventually. Not right now. But you know, like one day surely. Seen it being played. You're just like me for real. How do I get the fighting to be oh. Okay. Are you guys rocking with the pink or the gold? Hmm. I think I'm pink biased, but I like the I don't know. I think I like the pink hair and tail and ears. But I like the gold dress. I could really go either way. Have you guys heard of the website where you pretend to be an AI and answer people's questions? It's so fun. No, I haven't. Um, that is it. Is it like an actual coded thing, or is it like a web forum where people just post questions Reddit style, and then you answer? I got addicted to it and spent 4 hours on there yesterday. I just love answering requests. It's so silly. That sounds lovely. Mm. Can you ask questions on it too, or is it just for answering? Um, I want to put 1 billion questions in there and just see what people say. You post a question, it goes to someone, or you get a request yourself. Oh, wait, that sounds really cute. I have seen memes where it's like, guys, we are not using AI anymore. Ask me your questions and I'll answer for you with varying levels of accuracy. And I think that is so funny. I eat those up. Okay. They're pink coated foe today. Can I grab these? Oh, I can't grab these. I guess this is like a real fishing situation, huh? I guess you can't grab fish with your bare hands in this game. I guess I'm thinking, you get 75 seconds to answer? Oh. Oh, it's like an actual, there's rules and stuff. I thought it would just be there's a bunch of questions out there. You see who answers them. You can also ask to generate image, aka draw. Yo, what's this website called? That sounds really fun. Oh, wow.
It's even shinier than barbecue.
An edgy little fish. There's fishing?
Barbecue the only thing you think about?
Yeah.
Said,
There's fishing and there's bug catching and then there's animal grooming. And all of them give you materials to craft new outfits. Catch a Norg! Does this look like a Norg? Hold on, I'll show you all the fish I have and you tell me which one you think is a Norg. The amount of people who ask me to draw random anime boys and write fan fiction for people I don't know is insane. I did look up a reference and do my best, because I'm not about to let them down. Is the time limit increased for the drawing ones? Because that sounds like it would be incredibly difficult. No way you're able... no way you're able to, look up a reference and draw in that amount of time. That's some skill. It's called Your AI Slut Bores Me. Great name. Oh, that is so good. Wowee. Hold on, let me look that up. AI Slut.
Ahem. Stuck.
Wait, where are you stuck? Yes, thank you for the 60 stream streak. Yo! Oh my god, 60. 60 so awesome. Oh, okay. I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on. This is cropped for like daily games. So you can't really see the front, can you? Okay, what if I zoom out? Oh, that doesn't really help anything, does it? None of I don't know which one. This looks like an article. Like it has a headline. Take AI's job and respond to real prompts in new game. Oh, is it your AI slotboards.me? Or is it this one? I'm gonna click on the first link and see what happens. Okay, this is just an article. Also, Az, why are you stuck? What are you stuck in? Door stuck, door stuck. 56.2 kilograms and 3 kilograms are the most Norcode enemy. 56. This? Yeah, I can see it, like the shape. 3. Yeah, I can see it because Norgs are very round. Still not the best contenders. It's the .mu one. This. Wait, this is so cute. LARP has AI, human. Become the machine. Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta take a drink for this. Dr. Runman, real, 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 real. I'm gonna put Spotify back on. I don't know if you guys can hear background music. Wait, this song is awesome. I'm starting over. Okay. Your AI slot bores me. In a world looming with the costs 1 credit. Wait, I only have 1 credit. To earn credits, switch the AI tab and answer someone else's prompt. If you're broke, you'll occasionally get some free credit. 1 credit every 10 minutes. What? Alright. Write something, draw something. Draw. Kirby. Please. Smiley face. Open mouth. Wait, this is like Omegle. This is awesome. We have Norks here. Oh my god, hi Austin! We're kinda looking for Norks. The situation's not that great. Okay, an AI is thinking. You get the credits when you LARP, okay. I'll LARP next, but I wanna see somebody draw Kirby. You haven't LARPed as an AI enough. 1 out of 3 pending. Ask something else while you wait. Wait, so is it still matching me with someone? Does it tell you if you get matched? Okay, I'll LARP. You have 90 seconds to fulfill a request before Sam Altman burns your H100. I don't know who that is. The more high quality responses you send, the higher your place in the queue. This means kind people go first. Okay, I'm kind. I'm a kind person. I can do this. Like, nobody's here. Nobody's here. I'm waiting. Guys, I don't think anybody else is on this website. Oh, mini burning... Oh, draw. Mini burning spice cookie. Okay. I don't know what a spice cookie is. Okay. Okay, here's... Does this look like a cookie? I think this just looks like a little guy. Oh my god, why is this timed? Can I make... Can I make this... bigger? Okay, okay, and then here's some fire. Does this look like fire? Be honest. Okay, and then, yep, It's burning. I think it looks like fire, but I don't think this looks like a cookie. How do I make this more cookie-like? Maybe if it has little dots? Oh my god, 1 second. Okay. Did, great success. Did you love it? I don't know if they loved it or not. This is new. They updated it, I guess. I thought you were an expert. What? Thumbs up. You did so great. That's such a good Kirby. This Kirby looks like a penguin. Why does the cookie have legs? What cookie is that even looking at? Yo! Well, I wanted it to be humanized. Another one. DJ Khaled. No thanks, you gallery. Can I do one that's not drawing? Write something. Another one. But DPT is real. It's true, it's true. Am I doing a good job? Katakyo Hitman Reborn Cookie Edition? I don't even know who that is. Give me another one. Somebody else get on this website. I'm tired of waiting for prompts. Load your cookie? You can skip the prompt if you get it drawing. Oh, I didn't know you could skip them. I guess maybe that's what it meant by higher in the queue. And then people at high in the queue can like skip and it'll go to me. Because I'm like baby in the queue. Okay, I want to be the AI. I don't really want to ask. Um, um, I don't know anything funny to ask. Oh, draw a chud. You can write even though they asked for draw? What does a chud look like? What's a chud color? I guess orange. G Reborn mentioned. That looks like a peanut. Hold on. Maybe you can ask them what a chud is. I think the all caps really sells it. Oh! I thought I could tie back and forth to them. I didn't know that was just my... Okay. Well, I mean, I got credit for it. So that's something. What's up, lads? Y'all that provide any kind of online services. Be careful out there. Protect your content. Just had an unlucky encounter and wanted to hop in and remind y'all to watch out and watermark, learn from old Doc's mistakes. Doc, did somebody steal your art? Or what happened? I feel like this is a story waiting to be told, and my listening ears are on. Oh, man. Man, why, why did I listen to Azu? Man, Azu's always leading me astray. We need a fast watermark on the stream. Where would I put it? Wait, hold on. Text. Where's text? Okay, text. Oh my god, hold on, I'm busy. Draw a dapperly distinguished dodo? Oh my god. Okay. Are dodos... I can't even imagine what a dodo looks like, but I think they have beaks that are like this. I'm trying to think of the dodo from Alice in Wonderland, and it's not working. I can't really think of him. They have like big old booties though. Hold on. Hold on. I think they have long necks-ish. This looks like a swan. Wow, I'm so stimulated. Uh, uh, uh. Maybe just the head. Maybe it's like a profile. 17 seconds. Oh my god. I'm gonna get another chud prompt. This is a monocle. Oh, it looks so ugly. Okay, whatever. Still got paid for it anyway. Trying to deal with one head. Hey. Um. Oh. This is what I was thinking of. They do have a long neck, but I thought their beak was more hooked. Another one. Wait, hold on. I need my watermark. Watermark. Make source visible. Should the watermark have, should it be like a link or the at? I think it should probably be black. Oh, it can have an outline? Okay, slaying. Oh my god, hi chat. Can you please give me a song that reminds me of sunshine, please? A song that reminds me of sunshine. Hold on. I gotta think of a song. I think surfing? Surfing by Day Kids. Quite like that one. God, I'm so good at this. Okay, hold on. Let me see what my outline color. The outline color can be pink. Or maybe it should be backwards. Maybe the outline should be black and the middle should be pink. Ugh, why is it so hard? Oh yeah, there we go. Maybe I want the outline to be white. Oh yeah, this font kind of sucks. I got scammed off 600 euros. Found a new client. They seemed fine. Made the initial 20% deposit. Busted asked for a week to finish the project. I didn't put much thought into it, because well, they did the deposit. It seems legit. At delivery, I get promised to be paid in 1 to 2 business days. Radio silence for 4 days. Today, spam contacting got blocked. Oh, I'm so sorry. Was it through? Was it through a website or was it just like a verbal agreement? Because I was gonna say if it was on like Fiverr or something, I'm sure there's some sort of protections. Does it work? I can't see the 2 X's at the end. Oh, shush. I'll make it smaller. Shh, don't worry. I just gotta figure out a a font first. My favorite font of all time is not on here, so it's a little bit cooked. What is Pinky Promise? Oh, that's ugly. Sorry. Sorry if you like that one. What about Papyrus? We rocking with Papyrus? Not walking on sunshine? Oh, I guess that would have been a good one. I feel like a lot of people have heard of that one before though. So I wanted to plug I wanted to plug my favorite band, Stray Kids. Smirk emoji. I call the Chinese and Cambodian headhunters $50 bounty on person that scammed me. Why do you need a headhunter? Do it yourself, coward. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him. Through Reddit, where I found most of my independent clients. Oh. Yeah, I guess there would be no protections from that, huh? That's so sad. I'm so sorry. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know how you find clients in like a safe way. Like protects yourself. Oh, what about wingdings? Oh, that's kind of awesome. Hold on, let me make it smaller. Also, this color is not it. I need to find the hex code for my shade of pink. Virality? Oh, wow. That doesn't even look like English. Stencil. This is a sort of font that would be at like a fireworks stand. Poor Richard. This is looking like a poor Richard. Playbill. Oh my goodness. Mess UI Gothic? Guys, I don't really know any good fonts. I think I'm going back to Papyrus. Wait, I lost it. P. Okay, I think this is good. I'll make it small. Okay, now what if I make this scrolling around? Wait, why is it so... The 3 X's in a row looks crazy. Maybe we scroll it the other way so it isn't as hard to read. Wow, that's awesome. Oh wait, I did not make it the right color. Sorry, my ass is not even playing Infinity Nikki. I'm so sorry. Teehee. Okay, now it's more my shade. Okay, this is fine. Watermark and Wingdings is so aura. It is aura, but I feel like nobody would like know what it says. Ask someone to draw Nikki, then you can justify. Ah, you're so right. Please draw infinity Nikki. Oops. Okay. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Someone asked me to write Stray Kids fanfic on this website, and golly gosh darn did I do my best. Who did you write about? Oh my god, I love Stray Kids. I love Stray Kids. Something to think about. Is that specifically to write her barring fish and veggies, which would be a weird request if I did not know the person asking. I think I missed some context. Oh, someone asked you to write about one of your OCs going grocery shopping before. That's kind of awesome. I'm being asked to draw yaoi shows up. The thing is, AI is difficult. Get your head in the game, Buster. Oh, yaoi is so awesome. Please write peak toxic yaoi. What are the chances somebody writes explicit stuff and then there's just explicit stuff on my stream? Probably pretty low, right? Surely that wouldn't happen to me. Oh, wait for a prompt to finish. Oh, I thought you could have a lot in the queue. Okay. While we wait for Infinity Nikki, let's see. Another one. Hello, AI. Can you please draw the album cover from Metropolis Part 2 by Dream Theater? Oh my god. Why is this so scary? Okay, it's like a portrait with little squares. There's not even... I wish there was a color picker. Like, I wish I could do different shades, because this is all pretty much orange. And it's also not gonna even come across as, like, a fella. What is this? Oh, that's just a little eraser. Okay. Okay. You got this. We've all been asked to draw yaoi. Shrimp, I really hate to break this to you. I don't think I've ever been asked to draw yaoi. Oh my god, 15 seconds and I don't even have a face. Okay. And then edgy guy. He's sad. He's got a nose. Oh my god, the nose did not come through. Oh, well, it's fine. Nobody's drawing my infinity, Nikki. I think you can't. There's filters. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh, we can fix that. Flash GPT, please draw Yaoi. Okay, don't say please draw Yaoi. Can you draw Yaoi? Sigh. Yeah, I can. Sigh. Okay, check this out. What Yaoi? Do you have any? Do you have a pairing request, or is it just like up for interpretation? Oh my god. Wait, I didn't know I clicked go again. Generate me a 4chan story about Yaoi? I've never been on 4chan before. Um, um, Nagito gazed longingly into Hajime's beautiful. What color are Hajime's eyes? Are they brown? Brown orbs. They were glistening with tears. They had both just watched their friend die dramatically, but Nagito didn't care. He liked it a little bit, even. He leaned in for a smooch. Hajime was caught off guard. Shoot, this is not enough time. Oh my god, good morning, Tiger. It's so good to see you. He smooched back anyways. Okay. Man. I low-key typed in explicit stuff. Wait. Yo, who wrote my name? What the hell? This is so messed up. Did he even specify who? So it's like, one of them sang the other's song on the stage and they kissed, and all the fans were like, ah, and then they invited the whole audience to their wedding. That's so cute. Yeah, just Stray Kids in general is so funny. Yo, this is literally Infinity Nikki. Look, they're... No, wait, that's not her. Okay, she's in a bad outfit right now, but... Okay, hold on. There's gotta be one where she's got her pink hair. Yeah, this is literally her. Look. Look. Spot the difference. You can't. You can't because it's so perfect. It's so awesome. Why are they always at the scene of the crime? Also, Hajime's eyes are green. They are? Shoot. Shoot, that makes more sense. I panicked. I panicked and I imagined them brown. What's that other little goober's name? What's the lucky fella? I forgot his name. Are his eyes brown? Somebody's eyes are brown. Thank you for the 3C streak. Also, was it kind of good? Thanks. I'm an English degree owner. Oh, I didn't even realize Dr. Eggman was running under my watermark. Get out of there. Okay, perf. Just Soda and Gundam together. What? I guess that's a pretty valid ship. I feel like I've never seen those two together. Okay, this is... I'm gonna do Soda first because I love him more. What's a good yaoi ship? I don't care about men 99% of the time. I think Lancer and Keith is one. I've not even seen Voltron, but I feel like that's one that I am very like aware of. Like I see it around a lot. Okay, shaggy hair. How do you draw a fella? Maybe you start with the head shape, and then you put things on the head. Okay, his hair is like kind of shaggy, and he's got the craziest widow peak you've ever seen in your whole life. Ugh. Is this even what he looks like? I don't think I'm very good at visualizing faces. Okay. And then he's got like this color. Oh my god. Ow! What's GPT? Yeah, there's gonna be yaoi on it. I hope that's okay. English degree owners suggest you bought it. One. Yo, I earned it. I earned it. Should I have said haver? How do you draw like a beanie? Does he even have a beanie? I feel like I'm going crazy. Okay, whatever. He looks like this. Not clans? What do you mean not clans? You asked for a popular yaoi ship. What about Bakudeku? Thoughts? What about... What about... What else is there? I'm trying to think of like not real people. Oh my god, and this guy's got some crazy shark teeth. Can you tell that I love this guy? Ugh! Oh my god, why is it so low? You gotta zoom in a little. There's yaoi on the English degree? Not on mine, but like on yours. Oh my god, and he's kind of got like slay eyeliner. This looks like eyelashes a little bit, but trust it's eyeliner. And then, this is just like heated rivalry, by the way. He's got a neck, probably. This might be the cutest Petunias soda has ever looked. Listen, it's hard to draw from memory. He has short sleeves. I think. God, I feel like such a fake fan. I don't even know what this guy looks like. But trust that I love him. I just don't know what he looks like. I think his sleeves are a little shorter. He's got like that mechanic swag. And then... Sorry, this is a lot longer than 75 seconds, huh? I'm pretty sure he has one of the like... I don't know. You know how mechanics have like the goofy little like label here? I think he... Okay, this says soda. I know you can't tell, but just like know that that's what it says. Oh my god, that looks crazy. I thought an outline would... I think the outline's not looking good. I thought it would help, but I think it kind of hurts. But it's fine. We just like move on. And then you. He's got his little arms. Wait. Maybe he should have been in a pose, because like how is this yaoi? Okay, whatever. We're moving on to Gundam. I think there's a bit of a height difference. Wow. This head is bigger, but like don't look at that. Don't worry about it. I feel like you're worrying about it, and I need you to chill. Can you just chill a little bit? Thank you. And then he's got like I think he's also got a widow's peak, and his hair is like swooshy. But it's also kind of on the sides. Does he have a widow's peak? I don't know. I don't know. We may never know. I'm not looking at a reference. And he's got purple streaks in his hair, I believe. Like dark. Like that. Ooh. have the braid though. Shoot! He does have a little braid, doesn't he? Are the streaks purple or are they gray? Maybe they're gray. Maybe they're gray and purple. Or maybe purple is just a scarf. Whatever, this is my interpretation. And he's not very much of a smiler. But it's Yaoi, and we want him to be happy in his Yaoi. Okay. And then... scarf. Big scarf. Big, ginormous scarf. Yeah. It's so chill. Gangnam does seem like he's so wood. That's the top of his hair is cut off. Does he have purple in his hair? I feel like he doesn't. I think I just made that up. I think I just made that up. It might just be gray. But this looks ridiculous. I don't think he does. Whatever, it's chill. His clothes. What do his clothes look like? Oh wait, I forgot Soda's braid. I'm thinking about Slay the Spire 2 co-op dot. What a good one. Braid. Is that where it is? I feel like it's on the left side. This is a braid. Does it have a little bead? I don't know. It's really Kazuichi dyed his hair purple. Wait, that's so cute. Cause Kazuichi dyes his hair. He said that in one of his hangout events before he gave me his underwear. He was like, "Yeah, my natural hair color," and I was like, "What? What do you mean your natural hair isn't bright pink?" Okay, anyway. Shoot. What is Gundam's? What is he wearing? I feel like he's wearing a big, like, black trench coat. But I don't know if that's real. He definitely seems like a long sleeve fella. Whatever, he can just be wearing whatever this is. I should have thought about a pose. They should be holding hands or something. CBT, can I have an ironclad and regent ship? I haven't played the regent yet. It's kind of hard for me to visualize what they look like. I know they're a starhead thingy with a throne. That's all I got. Does he dye it with blood, or is his hair actually blood red IRL? Blood red? Oh, because it's the same color as the blood? I assume he just dyes it with a regular hair dye. Okay, that looks goofy. They don't have legs. They don't have legs. This is like they're behind a table or something. Move you a little closer. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I think I'm all done. And then I'll make it into an English degree for Azu. Your English degree can be this color. Well, maybe I'll make this a little bit smaller. Can be like your little seal of approval in the corner. Oh, okay, that's fine. Gangnam has a coat, I think, a real long one. Is it like a trench coat? Does he have pants, or can you not see? I asked ChatGPT. I asked Gemini. Well, I asked Frost. That's so real. I would not call you in bad names, but that is pretty real. What is that degree? Does it have any salutation? Um, English. Or did to Azu Mazu underscore. And today is 9th. 9 March. It's so hard to write. 2026. Is this everything in degree needs? Copy. Should I leak DMs? I'm not gonna leak DMs. Message failed to load. Oh wait, no, I fixed it. Okay, the degree has been delivered. Yippee! We're the Devas and the shark relatives. This came out legit so cute though. They're like on a date, so it's like just some alone time, you know. Oh, wait, peak toxic yaoi. I'll put that one in, and then I can go back to Nikki. Is this the degree that allows you to write yaoi? Where do I get that? No, it's just an English degree. The yaoi is just like it's just there. It's just there for like extra, what do you call it? Like it's extra official, I guess. What university is this from? Yaoi. Like that's the yaoi is like what certified it, you know? You're literally crazy if you think Gangnam doesn't bring the devils on dates. You think he does? I guess he would. I guess he's never without them. But I don't know. Like, imagine you're getting into like a steamy makeout session and are there just hamsters in the scarves? Like, what if it's so steamy that like the scarf comes off? You know? Like, what if Soda like reaches over, like pulls the scarf off and starts undressing Gundam? Like, do the hamsters just go flying, or do they like sit in the cuck chair? I don't know. I don't think he would bring them. I don't think he would. I think he'd be too shy. He wouldn't want them to see that. They go flying into the cuck chair. They go like wee and then land. Okay, hold on. I think we gotta take her. I think maybe yellow means we gotta take her, maybe. Or it means that we lost connection. Either way. It's Gundam. He's not a normal guy about these things. Wait, why is this purple now? Oh man. I don't know if we got any takers. Surely. I guess that's true. Maybe he doesn't really... Since he doesn't really know how to, like, read the room, maybe he wouldn't think that that's weird. But do you think Soda would be, like, fine with it? Do you think he'd be like... Yo, man. Do you leave your hamsters at home next time? Or do you think he would find it a little bit endearing? Guys, I don't think I got any takers. At least we got a degree. Oh, I should have said awarded like by. Like I should have signed this. Ugh. Surely nobody's seen it yet. Authorized. Well, authorized. I think it'd be really funny to have a spelling mistake on a English degree. It's kind of awesome. Authorized by X cinnamon fox X. Okay. Wait, can I edit it and just change the entire image? Oh, I don't think I can. Okay, I'm deleting this. Nobody saw that one. Yo! Nobody wrote for Yowie! Peak Toxic Yowie for me. It's so over. Sigh. Well, hell nah. I think Soda Loki believes the devas are hell entities, because the way they stare at him sometimes freaks him out really bad. Is that why? Is it toxic yaoi then? Because there's toxic yaoi and there's healing yaoi, and I was thinking it was healing, but maybe it would be kind of toxic. Because it kind of started because they were like fighting over Sonia, right? So something to think about. Hold on. I texted my friend and asked if she's going to judo, and she sent me a paragraph. I gotta read this. She said she doesn't know if she has allergies or if she's sick, but she'll let me know after she gets off work. Yosemite Aioli University? Aioli, like the garlic thing? Guys, I think this is cooked. Currently writing my thesis to get my yaoi degree, but I can't finish it because the guy's too busy yearning for a lot to advance. That's kind of awesome. I kind of vibe with that. Oh, did something happen? I think we're just cooked. So then Gundam Yaoi is like that image of Twilight Edward and Jacob hugging. I have never seen that before, but I do kind of like the Edward and Jacob ship. I think that's awesome. Okay, I guess we have to go back to Infinity Nikki. I guess we were never meant to see peak toxic yaoi. Oh well. Oh well, we're not even upset about it. Oh yeah, the stream is looking kind of excellent. There is stuff happening. Okay, oh yeah, we are fishing. Awesome. This one is not Norg shaped. This one is quite long. That fishing outfit is so cute. Wait, put it back on. That was so cute. Oh, look, there's things over here. Man, what was I doing in this game? I think I was... I think I was just playing the new story plot. And there's like a big beast mode. There's a beast mode. This one? Check this out. Sheesh. But I don't remember why she was like this. Ooh, big rock. Can I smash this big rock? Hi, Jane Stretch. Hi, Shay. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What is this? Oh man, I'm afraid I don't really know what's going on in the story. I don't think I was invested enough. I told you guys that I was watching Twilight, right? I was watching it with my friend. We were watching all the movies, but we took a like 4-month break. But anyway, last weekend we watched part 1 of, I think it's called Breaking Dawn. I do not remember it being that gory. Like when Bella's giving birth, oh my god, like I had to look away. That was so rough for me. And it's probably gonna be like 4 more months before we finally decide on a day to watch the last one. Sigh. But I like those movies. They're so campy. But anyway, I watched an episode of Black Mirror with my friend, with some girlies the other day. It's like my friend had some of her other friends in town from another state. And she's like, "Oh, Fuss, like, do you want to come over? Like, we're having a girls' night, and you know, you're chill." So I was like, "Okay, yippee!" And we made pizza. We made homemade pizza. It turned out kind of not good. I don't know. We used like a pre-made like pizza crust dough, and it turned out a little bit. Rubbery's not the right word, but it turned out kind of. I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it, but the texture was a little bit off. It was still edible, but just a little bit off. We did that, and then we could not. We wanted to watch a movie, but we couldn't decide on what to watch. Cause like, I don't know. We wanted to watch like a campy movie, like something that we could laugh at, but we could not agree on one. And then I said that I had never watched Interstellar, and then so we were like, "Oh my god, Foss, you've never seen Interstellar? You have to watch it." And so we were about to turn it on, and then someone was like, "Wait, we're gonna be like talking through it and laughing. Like this is not the environment to watch Interstellar. Like she needs to be locked in, and we are not in a locked in mood." He's like, "Okay, back to square one." So we I don't know how we ended on Black Mirror, but we watched an episode of Black Mirror. It was kind of awesome. I like it was a very serious topic, but I don't know. Maybe it was just because it was a group of girls, but we were just giggling the whole time. And like the troll face meme was literally like a part of the plot. And every time it was on the screen, like I just could not stop laughing. So that was pretty awesome. And then I don't really know if I want to tell you. I feel like this is a weird thing to say on stream. So I don't know. Don't think that I'm weird, okay? But we did do foot masks. Like my friend, like the host, she was like, "Yo, like I got this big pack of like foot masks from TJ Masks. Like, you guys want to do that?" And it was kind of like a vulnerable experience because I was meeting people for the very first time, and it was like, "Okay, we're taking our socks off." And I've never done a foot mask before, but it was I would recommend it if you haven't done one before. You just put your foot in like this disposable sock that's like full of squishy liquid, and then you leave it in there for 30 minutes, and then you rinse it off, and then your feet feel soft. So that was cool. And then we went on a walk. We wanted to find swings, but we did not find swings, so we ended up just walking around the neighborhood.
May appear dry and fragile, but they're surprisingly
And
tough.
then I went home
You'd have a hard time breaking one open.
and I went to sleep. It was kind of awesome. It was a really good day. Sorry, I don't really know why I was talking about that. I feel like there's a point to that story, but I don't remember what it was. Maybe I just wanted to talk about Black Mirror. I don't know. Bam, bam. You're laughing, but this is low-key true. I'm writing a story and I have to talk to my main character like, hey man, can't keep writing about the way that other guy's eyes reminds you or whatever. There's actual threats to humanity going on in this story, so please stop. Yo! But if your main character isn't yearning, then what's the point of saving humanity, you know? You gotta remember what it's all about. To make the dough from scratch? Yeah. I don't know. Like, it wasn't my house. I wasn't in charge. She just got this pre-made Trader Joe's dough. Like, it wasn't like a pre-made crust. It was just the dough for a crust, you know? And it turned out kind of goofy. But the toppings are good. Oh my god, it was that one? I'm sorry, but the inclusion of the troll face is such a big role. And such a big role completely ruins that episode, and it's a shame because it's one of the best in the series. I really liked it. The twist was so crazy. Like, I won't spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but it was I think it was in season 3 of Black Mirror. It's the only episode I've ever seen, but it was called Shut Up and Dance. And it's like this guy who gets blackmailed, but the blackmail person sends troll faces sometimes. And it just really makes it feel so unserious. I don't know. Also, has never been to the beach, I guess. Well, I have, but I think it's different when you're going to an event and you're like expecting to have your feet out. But if you're just going to your homegirl's house and she's like, I have foot masks, and I was like, oh my god. Like, I wasn't really mentally prepared to be like, oh my god, it's so nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. And then you just start like taking your socks off. But it wasn't that weird. It wasn't that weird. Like, it sounds weird, but it wasn't that weird. And we were all laughing about it. And then we like took pictures. We took pictures with our little like disposable sock things on. And we're like, oh, we're taking feet pics together. I don't know. It was awesome. It was awesome. I love girlhood. Point being feet. Sigh. Sigh. The twist is so amazing, and then they hit you with that troll face. And I was like, really, bruh? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't know if maybe everything was just extra funny because it was like goofy vibes already. Like, we were going into it with goofy vibes. But man, I don't know. I don't know who made that decision to include like a literal meme, but I don't think that was their best work. Hi, Kyrie! Oh, those emotes are so cute. He flopped over. Oh my god, look at this. The combat in this game is so fun. Look, she's gonna draw a little sunset. Sheesh. This is literally what Elden Ring should be like, in my professional opinion. It just aged so badly. Yeah. Well, like, when it first came out, was that, like, not hilarious? I don't know. I feel like Trollface has always been so goofy. Oh my god, sorry. I did not mean to shoot at you. A confident flash shroomling. I thought the mushroom guys were a little smaller. They're actually quite tall. With me here, every flash snail will come home safe. You can count on me. Oh, I guess he's protecting the snails. I mean, I have not progressed whatsoever. Okay. Mirror crown. Ugh, that's a later problem as well. Let's see. The shroom crown's witness. The journey to the mother shroom is like an invitation to a dream. Listen to the ancient whispers of the forest. Explore the marvels beneath the crown. And hear the mother shroom reveal secrets no one knows. Okay. Oh. Wait, is this the new area? I think this is the new area. Oh, maybe it's not, because I have this unlocked. I remember we were helping the mushroom people, because there's like a giant beast attacking them. I don't remember a mother, though. People still say that's the best episode and talk about the twist like, OMG, this shattered my heart. It was so shocking and emotional. Guys, did you forget about literal? Lol. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty rough. That is pretty rough. Wait, maybe I got cooked if that was the best episode. The first one I watched, nothing will ever compare. I did really like it though. Oh, I need this. Did really like it though. Everybody's jaws were on the floor. Wah! I just noticed Eggman. do you like him? Do you like him? Is he bringing you joy? Full disclosure, I don't really know much about Dr. Eggman. I did not really play Sonic. My dad's like ex-girlfriend had a lake house when I was really little. And me and my dad would go over to her house by the lake. And she had some sort of Sega console. And I played like a few random levels of Sonic sometimes while my dad was doing whatever dads do. Ah! But I don't think I ever got very far. I just play like the green field, like level 1 over and over again. I guess I saw the Sonic live action movie with Jim Carrey. I know I'm familiar with that, Dr. Eggman. That's about my only Sonic exposure, I think. I like this little bear. He's cute. I don't think it's the best. There's a few better, but it's pretty high up. Okay, okay. I've heard people talk about Black Mirror a whole lot, but I didn't know it was like every episode is different. Like different characters, a different plot. I think that's really fun. I like shows like that. Like Love, Death, and Robots. I really like that one. Well, I really like some episodes. There's some that kind of flop. I don't know what you call series like that, where like they're all different, but they're kind of cool. My twin. Your twin is Dr. Eggman? Oh, can you grow your mustache that big? I know he misses his wife Tails. He misses her a lot. Dr. Eggman does or Sonic does? It's kind of awesome. Enough to get me through the rest of my shift. Gotta go back. Have a great rest of the student day. Ah, you have a great rest of your day too. I hope your shift is so good. I hope it's so good. I hope you have the best Monday ever. Okay, we're going pretty much just straight. It's called an anthology. Oh, anthology. That sounds so. That sounds so fancy. Yes, darling. I think I'll watch that new anthology today. I don't remember what yelling does. It clearly is not helping this guy in his bubble. Well, okay. How do I stop being big? Wait, give me the things. Okay, so
Now that I've turned big,
pretty big fan of Bandersnatch, which is an interactive episode where you choose your own adventure. I love that, and it was the first of its kind on Netflix. I've never done a choose your own adventure type of show. I'm familiar with the concept, but I myself have never tried it. So do they just record like multiple endings and then you like make a decision and it gives you the ending? Yo! Sorry, this song is so exciting. I've only heard this version of it, I heard this version of it for the first time yesterday. I've only ever heard the slowed and reverbed. This one sounds crazy. It's way up there, huh? Maybe I worry about that later. Maybe progressing the story comes first, and then and then running around the map can happen after I've done all the story stuff. Whoa! Oh my god. I'm gonna have to pause chess. Gotta hear the mushrooms. Exactly. They filmed a couple of paths. Pretty sure at some point you can even choose what the character listens to. And the soundtrack changes! Wait, that's so lovely. Huh. I feel like that would be a really easy thing to do. Unless the character's like nodding their head to the beat.
thank you, Mother Shroom, for
What a
blessing
creative
me
idea
with
though.
excellency.
That's gotta cost so much though. To film to film so many different things. Cool that they chose to do this specifically for a story that's about video games. Is Bandersnatch a video game? I want to say that I've heard of Bandersnatch before, but maybe it's just that the word is familiar. And I think that's a Lewis Carroll poem, right? Like the Jabberwocky and the Bandersnatch. Is that real? I think that's real. Oh. We got sucked up.
Foggy.
That part is probably the easiest, but it just stuck to me. Oh, I think that's so nice.
It's leaving a trail of
I
shiny
think that's so
spores.
lovely. Hi, Carrot! Why is Momo being blown away? Because he's small. He's small and insignificant. Just kidding. I like Momo. If it were up to me, I would change his face slightly, but I don't know. I'm glad to have a little cat companion. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. Been a while since I've seen it, but I think the story is about a game developer who wants to adapt a choose-your-own-adventure novel, but he becomes too obsessed with it. Something like that?
Spore drops are
Oh.
falling.
That's kind of
The
nice.
spore drops seem to be guiding us along the right path.
Wait, hold on. Let me let me maybe write that down. Like, actually, that sounds interesting. Yo, where's my notepad? Oh, I moved it. I moved it across the room. Oh, man, I got this really cute like drawer, like little organizer shelves, not shelves, like drawer thingies. I don't know how to describe it, but I got it from Home Goods to put all my craft stuff in. So now all my yarn and my stickers and my stationery is like in its own little thing instead of just being all mashed up in my computer desk drawer. But I put my notepad in there. And now every time I want to write something down, I have to get up. I don't want to do that. Surely, surely I'll just remember. dot dot dot. Okay, that's where I came from. I think I'm going this way. Stumpy for no reason. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I love seeing Mick Stumpy. Maybe I came from this way. I came from one of the mushroom ways. Vance is making an effort to remember things. Yo! Am I doing a good job? Oh, never mind. Epic? Oh my goodness! Hello! Hello, dear fishman Reclator. Happy Monday! Are you an Infinity Nikki fan? Okay, this is surely the right way. Oh, I keep doing that. I keep running instead of being big. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, are you supposed to jump on the mushrooms while you're big? Oh, I don't really know why he said to do that, but it was a good time. If nothing else, it's so eerie in here. How foggy.
The mushrooms here are kind of weird.
The mushrooms here are kind of weird.
So strange. Could this be the mother shroom's dream?
My goodness. Sounds like there's a parade or something outside. there's just randomly a bunch of kids running by my window. I hope they're having a good Monday. There's a loom star around here. Alright. Okay, that's where I came from. Left or right? I guess left has the little sparklies, so maybe that's the correct way to go. Ooh.
Finally, there's some light.
Oh wow, you're so far away. Oh. Clay? Clay?
Wow, Nikki. Big, you really crushed those mushrooms with your giant feet.
Talk about Nikki's giant feet. What the? This is not the most optimal jumping conditions. Yo. Why isn't it bouncy?
Nikki, it seems like this mushroom can bounce us up. Try gigantifying to press it down.
Oh, wow. Shout out to Momo. That was not exactly what I had in mind. Oh, I feel like I need to do something over here for the Limstar. Maybe, well, my goodness. Maybe it was that right path. Okay, I'll come back. I'll come back for you. I just gotta make sure I'm not missing out on goodies. What a pretty game. This way. Maybe? Or is this just... Oh, maybe it's just looping. Who are you? Pretty. Okay. You guys even guarding anything, or you just you just here for fun, huh? Mischievous shark, yo, cute. I love a bit of mischief. Okay, well that was surely not the way to get the Limstar. I don't really know what that path was for. Maybe it's supposed to be a dead end so that you know you're supposed to follow the sparkles. Oh, her outfit is so cute. So I keep calling this a kitsune, but she meows, so maybe it's more of a cat girl situation. Meow, meow. Meow. Maybe it's later because there's stars up there. So there's gotta be a way to get up there. Oh, maybe it's right here. Let me check this first. Space is too narrow. Unable to unfold the scroll. Okay. Reconnect. Sheesh. Like it broke it. Make it so over. Wait, is it my internet or is it just this game? Well, it says my bitrate is good, so maybe it is just the game. Oh, pretty. So lovely. I love this game. I love this game. Did that loop around? Yes. No. I don't think that looped around. I don't really know where I am. I also don't know when I put this outfit on. I thought I was wearing the swag hero outfit. This is where I came. I little the silly Eggman on the bottom der. What? I little the silly Eggman on the bottom der. The bottom dare. Oh, like dare. Okay. Oh, you like. Oh my god. Gotcha. Yeah, he's wishing us good luck for this Monday, I think. How's it going, Splingus? Oh wow, that kind of flopped. Man, this is just like Elden Ring for real. Hey, Splingus. Splingus, you kind of had Eggman vibes. If Eggman was like just a head, and he shaved, and he put a little crown on, and he got a nose job. If he did all of those things, he'd be just like you. Going good, just hanging out, decompressing. After some lame friend drama. Lame friend drama. Aw. I'm so sorry to hear that. I don't like lame friend drama. I hope everything is sorted out. Or if it's not sorted out, that you guys can all have a little cool down and come back and then everything is awesome again. What if I had to go around for that star? I think I'm gonna lose it. Never mind, it's right here. Sheesh. We need a little running Splingus now. The Splingus have legs. I don't think I've ever seen Splingus' lower half. That one might be a little hard. I mean, I guess there's the one where he's like rolling. Rock and rolling. However, your blessed Eggman has made me want to replay Sonic Mania now. So this week will be epic. Yo! Are you gonna stream it? Sonic Mania stream? I've never really played a Sonic game. But I think watching it is fun. Oh, is this a left or a right situation? Ruling, I guess? Slinkus can grow appendages if need be? Oh. Well, if you happen to grow appendages and give me permission, you can also be running on my stream. Bam, bam. Open offer, by the way. If anybody has a if anybody has a little running gif, there's room next to Eggman. You have never. Well, not really. My dad's girlfriend had a Sonic game. I don't even know what Sonic game it was. But like I played like the first level, like not super seriously, of a Sonic game. But I've never owned any Sonic situation. I was a Mario kid. I played Mario games. I didn't play Sonic games. I can animate myself without a beard jumping in place. That sounds scary. Can I be honest? that that sounds a little terrifying. That's such a sweet offer though. That's so nice of you. My mushroom. Oh, it was planned. It was planned. It's a cutscene. Oh my god, mushroom mention. I'm kind of standing in the spores. That probably isn't good. Maybe it's like whiskering. Maybe the fungus is bustling. Can you squish it? Oh, this one's not squishable, I guess. Okay.
I feel kind of dizzy.
Oh, she feels dizzy after breathing in the spores. That's not great.
Wow, so many shiny spore drops are flying out.
Spore drops.
Mushroom is safe now. I feel less dizzy.
Oh, maybe the purple fog makes her dizzy and the mushroom heals her. Oh, she like holds her head. Look, she's like, I don't feel so good. Is she small? Is that better? Oh, no, it's not. She gonna die. Breathe the mushroom. Wait. Stomp on it.
This mushroom seems to cure dizziness.
Okay. The mushroom is healing. Check your Discord DMs and redeem the code on Steam now! Redeem the code on Steam? Splinkus, what is this for? Splinkus, what is this? Okay, I'm redeeming it. Wait, did you get a thing? Splink! Splink! I don't need any things. Wait, I don't know how to do it. Where's the button? Help. I'm thinking of Splinkus wearing a thumbs up Momo hat. Wait, that would be so cutesy. Top left games. Activate a pro. Oh! Wait, Splink. Splinkus. Splinkus! Yo! Yo! I don't even know what this is. This is so hype. Wait, where'd it go? Oh my god. Oh my god. Store page. What is this? Sonic Mania is an all-new adventure with Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, full of unique bosses, rolling 2D landscapes, and a fun classic gameplay. Yippee! Oh my god, yippee! Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, look, I can run around. Thank you, Swingus. This is so awesome. I thought you were gonna say check your DMs because you were gonna have like an appendage gift for me. Oh my god, 5 friends already own this game. Should we out them? I think this is Wawa. Yeah, Wawa likes Sonic. This is so cool. I can impress Wawa now. Wowee. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna put this in my 2 stream collection. This is so awesome. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, is it doing? Oh yeah, we're breathing mushrooms. Risk a rain style. Oh my god. You guys know I played Risk of Rain with Splingus? I think everybody should follow the real Splingus. Is there a fake Splingus? Is there anybody with their username the fake Splingus? That'd be kind of awesome. One of the greatest video game soundtracks of all time for real? Really? I feel like I've heard a lot of Sonic songs, but I don't know like what games they're from. I just know they have that classic video game type beat. That's kind of awesome. Many fake Splinky? Oh. Oh, I didn't know. Stay safe out there. Stay safe out there. Oh my goodness. What? Check this out. Bam, bam, bam. Why is it so slow? Maybe I'm not doing that right. Oh well. I guess as long as it gets the job done, it's fine. I need to change my outfit. This is not cutting it. Cat girl? I don't think I want cat girl fit. Oh, she's got the cat girl makeup on. Take that off for a sec. Ooh, that's kind of cute. Maybe I don't want a pre-made outfit. Let's make our own outfit. Outfit break. This is a dress we pulled today. It's very pretty. I wish I don't know what you call this. The waistline? I wish this was a little bit lower. Like, you see how this one's lower? I don't know. When it's like right under the tibbies, I feel like something looks a little off. I like it to be on like the actual waist. That's just my pref. The real Slingus almost tricked classic mixed salsa. Famous liar Slingus. Why? Why is there a Slingus? It's so awesome. Can Eggman be a permanent member of the X Cinnamon Fox X family? When are we getting Eggman emotes? Yo, my emote slots are low-key full. I can show you. I can show you. If this like doxes me, just pretend you didn't see it. Okay, look, viewer rights emotes. Look. Look, there's one open slot, I guess. I guess we can have one Eggman if you find one for me. But everything else is full. Well, I guess I would replace this default one eventually. So maybe I have 2, if you think about it. But a little, it's looking a little dry. We're looking a little full. We need... We're quite a long ways away from getting more emo slots. Blah. Blah. +1. That looks Eggman shape. Is there any free... If you can find a free Eggman emote, or alternatively, if you can draw one, I'll put it there. But I don't think you can just put PNGs. Because, like, you know, I don't own those. Your real name is Eggman Robotnik? Yo! Don't dox me. Look at this sweater dress, though. Ugh, this goes crazy. I have a sweater dress kind of like this. It doesn't have the pink, like, fur. But I really like it. The only problem with dresses like this is since the cutout is right here, if you lift your arms up, I don't know, it like Yeah, I don't know how to describe. You can't lift your arms up. Your arms are stuck being like below your waist for the entire night. But it's very pretty. Are we in a dress mood or are we in a pants and shirt mood? I guess it could be a dress or a skirt. A skirt and shirt mood. God, I don't know what I'm saying. But either this kind of thing or this kind of thing. On it, boss. This is so awesome. Everything is awesome. Full disclosure, if I do get another like VGen emote, the Eggman emote might low-key be replaced. So just don't be surprised if he's not here forever. Ah, this skirt is so cute. I think that's what I was wearing here. Oh, not that one. There? Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, get this out of here. Eggman emote will be better than all the other emotes though? You think so? Maybe it will be. I also feel a little bit like a fraud. Hold on, I'm gonna turn Spotify back on. This Infinity Nikki soundtrack is not enough stimulation. I feel a bit like a fraud because people are gonna be like, oh my god, I'm a first time chatter and this is my first time in your stream. I see that you're a Sonic enjoyer. And I'm gonna be like, I don't know very much about Sonic. I just like this GIF. I do what the people tell me to do. But maybe after I play Sonic Mania, then I'll get it. Ah, cute. Oh. Wait, this is kind of fun. It's like shorts with a skirt over it. Wow. This is a lot of thinking. Yo, what is on these pants? This looks like... Is this a pigeon with like slicked back hair? Why is that on these pants? What is this called? Dual hues. While drawing on paper, time quietly slips by. In the blink of an eye, the flock of pure white birds in the distance is gradually swallowed by the deep night, turning into inky silhouettes. That has nothing to do with this pigeon and his hairstyle. You should rebrand into Dr. Eggman. Okay, well, why would I do that? I don't want to roleplay as Dr. Eggman. I think a big reason why I haven't really super made a lot of lore is because I feel like it would be hard for me to commit to like role playing. You know what I mean? Like if I was like, yeah, I'm a princess from another universe. Like that sounds awesome, but I just feel like I could not be in character all the time. You know? So if I was literally Dr. Eggman, I just feel like that's doing too much, you know? Son of Red Fox eggs, bro, go to bed. Isn't it like 5 a.m. for you? Go to bed. Or wait, is it 5 or is it 4? I just went through daylight savings time. So maybe we're back into the 12-hour loop. The good timeline. Pigeon is mogging? You forget your backstory! Yo! The disrespect is crazy. Goodness. Give us your best Eggman impression? Shoot. I don't really know what he's up to. All I can think of is like the Jim Carrey. And I can't even think of a single quote that he says. It's 4 a.m. Wait, that's awesome. We are back to our 12-hour situation. That makes it a lot easier to remember. Eggman impression. I type something that Eggman would say and I'll say it. And I won't know how to do his voice, but I'll say it anyway. Say I'm gonna kill that hedgehog. I'm going to kill that hedgehog. Okay, can you rate that on a scale of 1 to 100? Can I send you the GIF I was talking about? You can send it, but I maybe won't put it on my stream. I'll think about it, but you have to send it first. 43? Shit! That's way better than I was hoping for. This is awesome. I deserve boba. Can somebody give me boba money? Please, 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 please. Looks at you. Looks at you with big eyes. Can I have $7, please? Please. If I look shocked, does that make you want to give me $7? Why are we begging? I love. I'm not gonna say that. We're begging because I want boba. You can beg too, Dilsey. Nobody's stopping you. Everybody give Dilsey $7 as well. I think she wants boba. It is? Yeah. I can't even remember what Dr. Eggman sounds like, so me getting 43 points is so awesome. Oh, these are cute. I like this lantern print, and I like this color. I've never had it in my life. Oh, see? That's why you need $7. Can I beg for people to play Moymans and type in my code? Yeah, post your code. Post your code, King. I low-key didn't download it yet. Wait, I like this skirt a lot too. I like the physics in this game. Like the fabric is just so flowy. And like her hair, look at her hair swish around. Uh, it's so beautiful. Okay, sure. Oh, it's sad that it clips. I like this skirt. I want to find a nice top for this skirt. I feel good. Ta-ra-ra-ra-ra. Ta-ra-ra-ra. Is that a feel good noise? That sounds like a complaining noise. Like a ra-ra-ra. Like you're upset. I'm glad you feel good though. Oh, this top is really cute, but it doesn't quite match this skirt. In an ideal world, what would you even wear with this skirt? Oh, I love this hoodie. Hold on. Maybe I have like a jacket that goes better with the skirt. Okay, well. Maybe there's something there. What is on her collar? Is this a rose? Why is her hand like that? Why is she low-key hitting the... Shoot, what is the policeman's name? I can't remember anything, bro. I'm cooked. You guys know what I'm talking about? The floppy-handed guy. Oh, this is so pretty. I don't think I have much that matches. Maybe just a nice collar. Collared shirt. Oh my god, his name is KG. She's hitting the KG hand. I enjoy the jump scares. Jump scares plural. Oh. Wow. This sure is something. I wish I could make it bigger to show it on stream nicely. Copy link. Zoom. Zoom to 500%. Hold on. I'm working on it. Is that Fuss and Nikki pretty? Oh no, it's not me. It's not me, but thank you for saying that. I do quite like this skirt. Okay, this is the submissions we got. There he is. He's bouncing. And this is the other one. Mm-hmm. Wow, look at them go. I'm really surely considering really surely considering putting that on screen. Blah blah blah. Me blind, so it's you for me? I could try to make something that looks like me, but I think it'd be kind of hard. Let me look at the blueprint. I guess the skirt was kind of accurate, not gonna lie. Blue checkered skirt. Blue checkered skirt. Yeah, I guess that's what that would be. I don't know what the top would be, though. I need like a cropped cardigan. And I just don't think I have that. What am I supposed to be looking at? It's Doc. It's a PNG of Doc bouncing up and down. Do you like it? Oh, this is... this is not what I'm wearing, but it's really cute. What if I dye it? Oops, that's not the right one. Wait, I lost it. Where'd it go? Is it not dyeable? Yo! Where's my thing? Where'd my thing go? Oh, it's here. Oh, I guess if it has a color palette, it's dyeable. Oh, this one's not dyeable. I think it's cooked. I don't think I can do it. This one's not dyeable either. I was like, oh, maybe we could like make this whole thing black and pretend like it's the undershirt. Sigh. This game just doesn't know ball, I guess. That's just like a regular shirt. This is actually a really cute shirt. I don't know, like it's really simple. It's just stripes, but I don't know. Something about the 3/4 sleeves is kind of freaking awesome. It's kind of... I mean, the shoulders aren't out, but that's something. I love this game. It's like, let me do the story for exactly 15 minutes and then just do random whatever for the rest of the play sesh. I eat it up every time. Frostless. That's cute. I love little antlers. I'm a big antler enjoyer. I'm trying to find something that's just like, close enough. I really got nothing. All the contenders are not able to be dyed. I could dye this. It's kind of like open cardigan. In a way, if you squint, you like take the sleeves off. Dye. Oh, I don't have a lot of dye colors. Wait, how do we unlock? No discounts available. Oh wait, I have plenty of currency though. Foss won't put those two on stream because she knows everyone will be asking for the gifts to be on stream afterwards and leave if it ain't there. Doc. Doc, I genuinely don't think that's a true statement, to be honest with you. Oh, this is a better. Give me that. Pop, pop, pop. Squinting hard. Are you squinting? Listen, it's fluffy, which is unfortunate. What is this changing? Oh, this is a zipper. And that'll be the same color. I need to change this gem. Surely if everything's the same color, it won't be noticed. Okay, button. What color are my buttons? They're the same. Everything on the cardigan is the same shade of blue. Wait, why does it look silver? You're supposed to be blue. Hello? Okay, whatever, it's fine. Can I preview it without it blinking? Wow, it's a completely wrong fabric, but whatever, it's chill. It's chill. And then we need an undershirt. Oops, that's not an undershirt. Oh my god, no. I need something that goes up to the neck. That isn't sus. Like this? Maybe like this. Can I dye this? It's true because I said it. No duh. Hey. Not everything you say is true. I would argue that most of the stuff you say is not true. Luminous prism. Unlock. Okay. You were supposed to be blue. Every person in chat we see is a Smurfast day. I'm sorry, Smurfast has really strict rules. I don't know what to tell ya. That's just how it is. It's so fluffy. It's so fluffy. Would it be better if it... No, it would not. I genuinely think this is the best I got. Let's change the hair. I honestly think this hair is probably the most accurate. Not curly. It's not dyeable. It's not quite... Like, this is a bit of a peachy pink. And I need more of a... What would you call it? Like a dusty pink? Ooh. If this was dyeable... This one has the bangs pretty spot on, I would say. Spitting facts as always. Everything Doc says is true. No. No. Not true. Wrong! I DM'd you my sprite. My sprite art Eggman emote is was Eevee. Let me take a look. Wait, you did say it! Download this. Save image. Eggman emote.png. That's cute. I can just always say that to emotes folder. Bam, bam. Oh my god, you guys aren't even ready. You guys aren't even ready for this. Emotes. One open slot. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Eggman emote. What should it be named? Image is not between 112p and 4096p. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I gotta go into Canva. Wrong? Nah, Fast trying so hard to be my op. I thought it's twinning. Am I trying hard to be your op? Am I trying hard to beat her up, or am I just rage baiting you and it's working? Maybe, maybe you're just easy to rage bait. Bleh. Okay, emote. Twitch emote. Yeah. I'll put it on this size. Sorry. Sorry, 1 second. I'm doing stuff. Ah, dang, I looked it up and it said 28 by 28 would work. Sorry. Been a long time since I made an emote. No, don't be sorry. You have done nothing wrong. I don't know. I feel like Discord auto resizes emotes. I don't know why. I don't know why Twitch doesn't. Okay, why is this? Is this lowkey a video? Don't do that. Ugh, hold on. Nice reach bait, but I have a bomb. Okay. Have fun. Have fun playing with your little bomb. Oh, I think when I clicked on emote, it wanted it to be like an animated emote. Okay, whatever. Custom size. Canva, my behated. Huh? Oh my god. Did you make that one too? Kind of awesome. Eggman emote. Okay. And then we download it at the new size. Yarp. And then we go to backgroundremover.com because having a transparent background in Canva requires a pro subscription, and we don't really care about that. Download. Okay, I think I did it. Maybe. Hey, eek. Emo attribution. The real Splingus. I refused to pay artists, so I became a mid artist of my own. Yo! I love when people are like, man, I don't want to pay for this. And instead of like cheating or being weird, they're like, yeah, I learned this skill myself. I think that's some pretty awesome aura. Okay, upload. Okay. You guys see it? Can you guys see it? It should be there. It should be there. Let me know. Oh, it's not there on my end. But it said it was accepted. Oh my god, it's there on my end. If you're subscribed, wow. Wow, do I have a little treat for you. Yippee! Shout out Splinkus. Okay. That was awesome. Okay, this hair, not dyeable. Maybe the default hair is the best. Let me... My hair is not like that wavy. I think all of these options are pretty wavy though. They're either wavy or the wrong color. Oh, that's so pretty. That's okay. Wavy one's not so bad. And then I've got fishnets, but I also have stockings on. I don't know what's more important. I low-key am wearing 3 pairs of socks because I've got the, like, socks that are, like, coming out of my boots, and then I have the stockings, and then I have the fishnets. So I'm pretty sock full. Pretty socked up. I made his white teeth transparent for some reason. Oh my god. He looks crazy. Uh, uh, uh. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Fixing? 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 Don't look at that. I feel like you're looking at that. Adjust. Edit in Canva. Oh, I just came from Canva. Replace. Hmm. Delete. Put it back. Okay. Now it should be good, I think. Wait, now it has a box lowkey. Or maybe that's just on my end. Hold on, let me look at this. Pro. Why does it say subscribe at tier 1? I am not paying myself. Maybe I just have to refresh it. Fishnets should not count as socks? Well, I feel like it kind of does. I don't know. In Infinity Nikki, they're in the same area. But also, I think this is the only fishnets they have access to, and they're a little bit large. I think maybe this is more my socks. Because the fishnets I'm wearing are like half this size. I don't think I have. I don't think I have that flavor of fishnets. Wow, that is so pretty. I agree with you though. I don't know if I'd count fishnets as socks. I certainly would not count this as socks. This is just like anklet plus. Good at this though. Bam, bam. Sent you the other 2 aspects on Discord as well. Oh my god, thank you! Resize and Sprite. Doesn't get crunchy like it is with the software you're using. You don't like the software I'm using? Okay, let's see. Bam, bam. It's making me frown. You don't think the crunchy added to it? You didn't like the crunch? Okay. Okay, I'll try one more time. I don't know why there's a... I don't know why making the teeth not transparent, like, added a background. That sure is something, huh? Delete from library. Okay, 3rd time? Surely that's a charm. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Crunch, 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 crunch. Save image. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Gosh, this is so professional. Okay. Okay, now it should be not crunchy, and there should be no transparency issues, and there should be no weird little background, and it should be so perfect, and you should You should be loving it. I hope it's better now. Huzzah! Yeah. Yeah, shout out. Shout out Splingus. Shout out Splingus. Kind of awesome. Okay, shoes. I think there's only one pair of boots in this game. Nice these as well. It's not the kind of boots I have though. I think I got them like this, but they're... Wish I could dye them. I got black boots on for today. Ah, these are so cute. I like the hearts. These are dyeable. They're the right color. I better to have brown boots. They're like pretty much the right shape, but they're brown. Or black boots, but they're pretty much not the right shape. I think Infinity Nikki should just do like a little collab sponsorship something with me. they should put me in this game. They should make a Faust outfit. I think that'd go crazy sicko mode. I think that's fine. I don't got anything on my head. Oh, I have cat ears though. In a way. And we dye them. How do we dye them? Let me dye those in my pajamas. Dye. Here's the pink cat. That kind of pink. This kind of pink. I think they're highlighted, so it's kind of hard to even tell if that is correct. Very bright. Okay. Reach evolution stage 2 to unlock the color palette. What the? Okay. We're not evolved. Oh, what about this? Ah, whatever. Whatever, just unlock all of it. If this is what the currency is used for, then there's no reason to save. I really like the ear twitch, I do too. It's so cute. She's got real human ears though, so... It's kind of an L. Maybe I should be reversed. Maybe the brown should be... No, that doesn't look quite right. They really did not have me specifically in mind when they made this. Lure inaccurate pause. It's true. That's true. This is not me for real, for real. Okay. Good enough. That's what I always say. Good enough. Earrings? Well, I don't have human ears, so I don't really have earrings. I have a choker on. Are any of these similar to my heart choker? No, they're also clipped under. What the? Oh, that's dye scheme. I don't need to dye it. Dye. Cover your ears. Oh, how do I cover them? Maybe there's a pair of earrings. Just goes over the whole earring. Earring? Over the whole ear. There's not. There's not. I'm cooked. I could change the hair. That's something that would cover the ears. But then it wouldn't be super lore accurate. Like hairstyle wise. Actually, I don't think any of this down here. Oh, this lady likes showing her ears, I guess. There's this one, which covers it a little more, but it's so fluffy. It's like my other model. Like my this model. I could do this hair. Maybe. Hold on. Looking. Yeah. Looking. Those eyes, they're all wrong. But those famous blue eyes, not pink. Oh my goodness, that's in the makeup section. Here, I'll fix it real quick. Here, famous blue eyes. Oh. Wait, which one? Probably this one. Well, I don't know. My eyes are like light blue. But this one has like yellow. Too close. Sorry. Sorry, just wanted to see what you were snacking on. You had that model for so long? I did. I did, huh? One of the first ones? One of the first ones, what? Huh? Is there short, wavy hair that covers the ears, that has the ability to be pink? Guys, I think this is so cooked. Why is it so hard to be me? I'm just not replicable. Is that a word? Not replaceable? That's not really a replacement. What's the word for not able to be, like, replicated very easily? Look, the Kazuichi soda braid. Sheesh. I wonder if you could make soda in this game. This hairstyle is so cute. Not the style, but the color kind of reminds me of the summer model that I used last year. Ugh. Whatever. We're just gonna have to look at those ears and pretend like they're not there. Nobody mentioned the ears, okay? Okay. Back to accessorizing. Sarah, wait, what is this? Let's mess things up. Oh, I have no idea that. Oh, that's for the Eureka. Okay. Man, if you're wearing a turtleneck, why can you not put the collar over it? It's fine. None of these are heart chokers any. Oh my god, wait, this one is like almost perfect. If this is a heart instead of a loop. It's kind of clipping, but like it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Am I seeing double? Too fuss? Yeah, you're seeing double. Yeah, you should go to the eye doctor. Wait, it's clipping through the jacket as well, I think. Unless the jacket is just flaky, but I kind of doubt that. Oh my god, it's not flaky. It is just like clipping. This is so scuffed. Fuck, that's where you're... No, don't say that! Better to hear you with. Alright, do we have a ring option? Oh, we do. Oh my god. One ring! Where's my little edgy alternative ring option? Do you guys even know that I have rings? I feel like you've never seen my hands. But look. Look, I have blue nail polish and I got little rings. Whee! Pretty cool, huh? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Did you know that I have 3 pairs of socks? I don't know. I feel like anything under my elbows is just not visible ever. Okay, whatever. This ring is fine. It like does the job. Okay, tail. Gotta dye that tail. The tail's like almost the right color. Oh, it's the whole tail. Can't make the end brown. Oh well. I thought I unlocked this already. Give me that. Is that the right shade? I really wish I could dye the hair. The hair not being the same color as the tail is goofy. Right, give me that. It's so peach colored. That tail will definitely be in the way. Can I? Maybe I should go with like more lore inaccurate hair to make the color more accurate. Oh my god, I do not look like that at all. But it does have the like front pieces. I do have that going on. But there's not a braid and my hair is not curled. Oh wait, this isn't bad. Can I dye this? Bro, I swear I unlocked this already. I guess it's different for each thing. Evolution stage 1. How do I do that? Wait, none of this is pink. Everything is going not good. Oh my goodness. Oh. Wait, why are these not the same color? This is like the right color almost. A little pale. Like it's getting somewhere. But then... why are the color palettes not all the same? Gah. Oh, wait. Here? Oh, that's better. Evolution stage 2. Okay, wait. How do I do that? Can I save it even though it's not? Hold on. Gotta evolve my hair real quick. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. Evolution. Oh my god. Wait, is it part of an outfit? What outfit are you from? Sea of Stars. Okay. Evolution. Where is Sea of Stars? Oh my god. Thought the Sea of Stars was like later down the line. Eerie season? Revelry season? Bubble season? Playful? Oh my god. Wait, tag yourself. What season are you? Blue Tears? I might be playful season. Maybe bubble season. Dancing, music, golden, encore. Revelry, eerie, fireworks, shooting star, exploration. I might be bubble. I might be bubble season. Okay, see, maybe Sea of Stars is just a base one. Where are you? Are you from Italy? No, I just got here. There's no way. Do I know I have the full outfit, surely. Is that real? Am I lying? Can I search? Yellow stars. Filter. This? That is not right. This game so hard. Outfit Sea of Stars. What is the Sea of Stars outfit? Is this stars? Wait, that is so cute. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, that's kind of awesome too. In elementary school, we had an assignment about just describing our dream life. And I said I want a big tail, and all the other kids were like, no way, you're just saying that now, but it would make your life terrible. Now that I'm older, I can say I was right. Having a tail would be so swag and hot couture. Oh, I think you're right. I think you're right. I don't know how difficult it would be to, like, take care of. I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be, like, this ginormous. You'd probably have to, like, either use, like, shampoo and conditioner or some sort of special thing. Like, it might make, like, maintenance a little bit tougher, but I think it'd be really cute. I guess you'd also have to cut holes in your clothes. That might be kind of hard. I don't know. I think it'd be really cute. Imagine putting, like, little, like, bracelets on it. Encore's dice, so that one maybe? Oh, I saw Eerie season. Would you rather be Eerie or Encore? I'm blue tears season, but the tears are ice and they freeze on your face and they stay there like jewelry. Ah, that's so cute. I like that a lot. Why am I? Oh my god! Stop going back to the outfit. Okay. Can I? Oh, can I? Okay. Sea of stars. Not owned. Outfit not complete. Okay, well, how do I complete it? Can I craft it? Y'all, I'm doing so much work to make it pink, and I just don't know. I just don't know. Can I make sea of stars? Not here. Is it stylish? No. Aw, cloud puff. That's cute. Well, while I'm here, can I craft anything? Pure wind. Finish that one up. Encore, I guess. You like the dice one? Wow. Look at me getting some crafting done. In crazy sicko mode. Okay, those are all done. Stylish. This one is so nice. I really like the little crop top. Oh. I do not have enough things for it. This is craftable? Oh. It's not craftable. Why does it have the thing? Does this mean I've made it already? I thought this meant I made it already. I don't really know. Care package. Just woke back up. Ah, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the care package. Ah. Today is a good day. Yo! I'm so glad to hear it. I'm so glad to hear it. You did really good on the egg, man. I didn't know you had that dog in you. To make these fruity little gloves. That's not really helping me towards my goal. How do I get the rest of the celestial outfit so I can upgrade it, so I can dye it pink so my hair looks correct? See, Stars Revelation. It's gotta be one of these. Important world quest. I'm ignoring that. Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to leave the thing I'm in. Okay, it's fine. The pinks can just not be matching for now, and eventually I will fix it. I don't have any other accessories. Handheld? boats? Oh wow, I could hold a big old fishing pole. Oh, cute. Interesting. Can hold a little sword. That's cute. Some flowers. Aww. A bonk hammer. Body paint. I think this goes on her calf. Yeah, but it's covered up. Okay, makeup. I have like pink under my eyes, like blush. I think this. The pink looking good. My eyebrows look like. My eyebrows look like Monsley's eyebrows. I think maybe like that. And then I've got. I don't have very big lower lashes. I have kind of big upper lashes, but you can't really see them straight on. But I always notice if I'm like this. Like, look at how big they are. They're gonna fly away. Get silly, but then when you look at me straight on, it's like you'd never even know. Sorry, I'm spending way too much time on this. I just think dress up is kind of awesome. I'm just a girl. Okay, well, they got like downturned eyelashes. That's cute. Okay, maybe that. And then we got the blue. Yeah, I think the lighter one suits better. Not a lot going on in the lip area, not gonna lie. But maybe to match the pinks we can have a little pink. Wowie! I don't think I want any Eureka. If I did, I'd probably choose the candy one. Oh, I forgot they hate whimsy and they don't like exclamation points. Do they allow brackets? They're haters for real. But ooh. It's me. Okay, back to business for real, for real. Where was I going? It's getting poisoned by mushrooms. Oh, sorry, I did not mean to cut him off. Be careful, Momo. Be ashamed if something happened to you. Be ashamed if you got blown away or rolled around. Oh,
It looks like some kind of twisted mechanical seed.
mechanical
Draining the life
seed.
energy from this place.
Oh dear.
Could it be that the seed is causing the mother shroom's sickness?
Oh dear.
Nikki, try purifying it.
Oh. Okay.
My purification ability isn't able to remove the seed. So, if this is the mother shroom's dream, then this seed is actually just a vision. So we can't even solve the problem here.
Wait, so the mother shroom is a hater, I think. She's causing problems.
Until we get out of
Sorry, I'm pausing Spotify. Layered music, yummy. Yummy, 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 yummy. Okay. I hope we get to beat up the mother shroom. I think that would be a nice time.
Wow, this is incredible.
Wow.
The mushroom is huge. Let's check it out.
Bam, bam, bam. Sorry, checking it on my friend. She said it's cooked. If someone says it's cooked, do you think that means they're not going to judo? Or do you think that means maybe they might go, but it's, you know, still cooked? Probably not going, huh? You guys hearing this right now? It's so pretty. Yo. I wonder if this is on Spotify. This is so beautiful. She said tiny. Surely there is hope. You have to believe. I'm believing, I'm believing. I'm believing. Ooh. What a pretty area too. I like the jellyfish mushroom aesthetic. You guys ever play Skyrim and then you go to the mushroom area? I don't know if that's a DLC. I also forgot what the mushroom area is called, but I love it down there. And like all the deer are funky colors. I don't know, every time I see like a mushroom level in a video game, I think of that. I love Skyrim. Gamble all. Yo! Good job! Good gambling. Wait, is this my stop? It looks like it stopped moving, but nowhere to go. Please go to the CSRs. Wait, that's not the one I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do this. Okay. What's that, Eggman? He's just visiting. Do you like do you like him? Do you like him? Do you like him? Please say yes. Please say yes. There's a lot of effort to get him in here. Okay, well there's a platform down there, but I think that's where I came from. Is it still moving? No, I guess it's just breathing. If I jump down, do I get to hear the song again? That looks like a platform. Maybe, perhaps. Oh, it looks like I'm not gonna make it, actually. Like you Mr. Robotnik? Is Mr. Robotnik the same as Dr. Eggman? I feel like Robotnik is a lot more intimidating of a name than Eggman. We love Eggman. His wife should come back. He has a wife? Oh my god, see, I'm a fake fan. I'm a fake fan. I don't even know what this guy's deal is. I thought he just wanted the little rings from Sonic. I didn't know he had love in his heart, too. Are you saying his wife Tails? Like the meme. Explore the secrets of the Mothershroom stream. I'm exploring. Yeah, I sure am exploring. Okay, I'm pretty darn sure this is the way I came from. This little pillar is already lit up. Oh, it's not lit up. Okay. This must be where I'm going then. Okay. All I know about him is this meme video of him saying why? Ah, hell nah. Wonder why she left. Never seen his wife. Didn't know she exists. Maybe it's just a meme. Like, maybe she doesn't. Okay, wait, no. This is where I came from. Wait, but then why did why did that thing light up? Man. Are there any Infinity Nikki enjoyers in chat who know what might be going on? I know she said we couldn't purify the seed and we had to keep exploring. But what are we exploring for? Was I not supposed to jump off that mushroom? Ham. Surely there's a way to go back to it. Oh, okay. Can't go down. What if we just clear our task list? Yummy! Yummy, yummy! Oh yeah, daily wishes. Sheesh! Okay, I guess we can't make that one go away. What is this? Archery enchanted. Oh, enhanced. Hey! I read what I wanted to read. Okay. Can unlock that. Wow, +1 bow energy. Gigantification. Ability enhanced. Okay. Not quite unlocked yet. Just keep doing the archery then. Excellent. Oh my god, so many whim stars. And none of this is unlockable? I guess my ass is just not doing enough of the quests. Fishing insight greater or equal to 3,000. Oh man, I gotta catch more fishes. And bugs. And groom critters. Oh my goodness. What is this? Own the meadow zest? This sounds like what your southern grandma would call a gay person. Summer breeze. And then all this is main quest. Okay. Okay, got it. Awesome. Wish field. Sea of stars. I have not done much with the sea of stars. I'm going to go make sandwich. This one will have chips, I promise. Maybe only a couple. Listen. I don't think there's anything wrong with chips on a sandwich. But I just feel like it can't be the only component. Like, my ideal turkey sandwich would have some sun chips on it. But if I'm just eating sun chips and bread, then, like, that's kind of cooked. Can I jump on these little guys? Or are they just ambiance? They're moving kind of fast. Maybe they're just ambiance. But yeah, okay. And it's quiet. Maybe I goofed it up. Maybe I have to leave. Maybe I have to leave and start over. Backspace. Oh, the level progress is saved automatically? Okay, that's good. I guess I can come back to it. If nothing else. Chips on a sandwich is so elite. I agree. I think it's a really good way to add some texture and some flavor. Like, if you don't have a lot of ingredients, and it's like, oh man, all I have is spinach and turkey and bread, and I don't have any other seasonings. It's like, oh, nice little flavor booster. Just slide some Doritos on that bad boy. It just can't be the only thing, in my opinion. Oh man. Remember I saw that in a cookbook as a kid once, and I thought that chef must be the best in the world, and he had such a big brain idea. Wait, a chef put chip sandwiches in his cookbook? That is so awesome. Ugh. Hold on. Maybe I'll take a little ad break. I low-key have not taken one yet. I gotta put my soup bowl in the sink for today. Okay, check this out. If you're not subbed, then I'll see you in 3 minutes. And if you are subbed, then check this out. Sheesh. Oh, wait, hold on. There you go. Sheesh. Okay, now I'll turn on Spotify for you. And it'll be really relaxing and cozy. And you can go get a little snack. Okay. Yippee! Okay, I'll be back. Oh my god, I'm back and I got a goopy brownie. as as per my stream title. I also got really exciting news. I got a very exciting email. Mm, do you wanna see a sneak peek? Yummy yummy worm. Oh my goodness. You've eaten so many worms. What do they taste like? I hope it tastes just like this goopy brownie that I'm eating. Ooh, this is low key so good. I don't know. It's like extra fudgy. I don't know. I think I think you guys should make brownies and undercook them a little bit, and then tell me what you think. I think I prefer. I think I prefer like batter and dough a little better than like actual baked goods. I don't know. When I made these brownies, I feel like I had more fun licking this spoon than I did like eating the actual product. I think it's the same for like cookies and cake too. I don't know. Anyway, check this out. Check this out. I ordered a character sheet months ago. Like literally months ago. Like maybe half a year ago. And it kept getting delayed because the artist was like going through it, I guess. But I just got an email. I just got an email that it was finished. We can look at it together. Wow. We can look at it together before everyone else does. Google Drive folder. Cheapy. I also did not order a cheapy. And she didn't communicate that she was doing this, but I have a sneaking suspicion that she felt bad that it took, because I think it said, hmm, I don't know if I can. It said in December. I think this changed. I think it was supposed to be done by the end of December, maybe. And since it's 3 months late, I think she just gave me a free chibi. But I don't know. Okay, are you ready? I'm kind of I'm kind of scared. What if I click on it and I don't like it? Surely that won't happen. Surely that won't happen. Cute. Oh wow, it's so much more detailed than I thought. Wow. Whoa. This looks so different than the sketch that she sent. Whoa, she put like gold in the eyes. I did not ask her to do that, but I think that was cute. And when I commissioned the reference, I asked if she could put clouds on the cardigan. Like I know mine doesn't, but I think in the future I would want clouds. I don't know. I'm a big fan of clouds. Damn, she made my sorry, I'm not gonna say that. She the proportions are generous. Oh wow. Oh, whoa. I also asked for mismatched like different length stockings, so I think she did a really good job. Oh my god, and she gave my boots quite a heel. I will say, oh, sorry, this is like loading in. I can show you my like request form. I think I think she did a really good job. Um, look at my Google Drive. Surely there's nothing crazy in here. Where's one that I made? Eon commission. Uh, can I see it in here? That looks so good. Thank you. That belly button DLC right there. DLC. Yeah, I quite like this being type. Um, surely can show you. Oh, this is what I gave her. 'cause I don't know, I wanted it to be pretty much the same, just, like, make my 3D model like a 2D, give it a 2D reference, but I wanted the sleeves to be more floppy, I wanted a cloud pattern, and I wanted different, like, socks, chunkier boots, and I didn't really want chains on the skirt. And I think she did a great job. I see your secret Norg files. Shh, don't talk about my Norg files. Oh, she did so good. This is such a good sheet. Sorry, I know it's like kind of blocked, but like we got the little colors, you got the background. I like it a lot. Make boots chunkier. She gave you them hakes straight out of the box. What is a hakes? Is that the type of boot? When I said chunkier, what I had in mind was like I didn't mean like the heel. I meant more of like mm, I don't know what I meant. Like I don't know, like the whole thing chunkier. Like I don't know. I don't know what they're called. Just like chunky boots. I think I meant more like this. Maybe? Like this is a vision that I had in my head. Was more chunky, but I like this. I like this as well. A brand? Also made that skirt dangerously short. I think it's just ruffled. Wait, is my current one like that? Ugh. I guess my current one is like past my fingertips. I think it's like the same. I think it's kind of accurate to the reference. She did not. I think I requested that the sleeves not be bell shaped. I wanted them to be like floppier. But you know, it's fine. It took it took her kind of a long time to do this, so I'm not gonna be like, please change it. But this is so crazy. I want you to see what the sketch she gave me was. Oh, I don't really want to leak our DMs, but it's like fine. This is the sketch. So I'm kind of flabbergasted. I thought it would look pretty similar to this. Alright, my big ol' head's in the way. Big ol' stomping boots, yes. I love big ol' stomping boots. But yeah, this is crazy. Like it's so vibrant. It's a sketch. Well, I know it's a sketch, but I don't I don't know. I guess I wasn't expecting so much detail like in the eyes and stuff. But it's really pretty. Oh, she made my eyebrows pink. Which is a little unfortunate. My eyebrows are not pink. They weren't colored in this sketch, so I had nothing to like tell her to change there. I think from the sketch, the only thing I told her to change was like I asked if she could add the tail. I was worried. I was worried I was gonna be tailless. But she did it. She did it. She did a great job. Yo, this is so pretty. It is so pretty. Hi, Nick. It's good to see you. I know I during my ad break I got a special email that this long awaited character sheet was done. And it's here. It's really good. Also big details on them ears. I know. See the fluff so good. And you can look at the thing I didn't order. I did not order this. I didn't order this. But it is cute. Again, no tail, but I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. I didn't pay for this. You look at her. She looks so sassy. I'm sorry, I've been looking on stream and I looked over and had to say something. Thank you for looking. Thank you. But yeah, this is kind of epic. This is kind of epic. So yeah, character sheet. I'll put it in my Discord soon. But that was kind of awesome. A big shout out to um Rixia. Rexia? Ryxsia. She naked. I never noticed you had freckles so far, TBH. Probably because it's too distracted watching you stop on Warframe. Yo, what the hell? Yeah, I do have freckles. They're kind of hard to see. I have freckles on my nose. I have freckles on my shoulders, just like in real life. Yup. She did make them quite dramatic, but I like it. I like it. It's cute. I'm a happy girl. Okay. Now it'd be an even happier girl if I could figure out what I was doing on this game. I assume since it put me here, I'm supposed to go up. Is that the mushroom that I like floated away on? I think it is. Let's float away again and then see if we can't figure out where we're going. Bing. Speaking of not knowing what's going on, I don't know. I'm going to Judo with my friend or not. I don't know. I don't know what it's cooked means. Surely it's cooked means no. I just don't know if I should be wrapping things up or not right now. I guess I could go by myself. But I don't know. If I was gonna do that, I'd probably just go to the gym instead. Oh, we get to listen to the song again. I'll pause Spotify. Okay. She's escorting us out of the dream. Am I supposed to leave? We already watched this. It's the last person I messaged. I don't know any. Oh, I know Hiroham. Oh. Oh. This seems good. You're back? Welcome back. What'd you put on your sandwich? Sandwich check. Oh. Why did this not work last time? I guess maybe I stopped it midway. Yo. Dripped out. You'll never guess? I don't remember what... Did you have lunch meat last time? My guess would be... chips, obviously. And...
Nikki, are you okay?
maybe some lettuce? Or maybe some ham. That's my guess. Oh, we landed on him. Do you think this is like a romance anime? we fell on him and now we have to be love interests? Wait, why is he calling me Your Excellency?
Are you okay?
That's kind of swag, but I don't think I've ever met this guy before. Wrong, I hate him. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Turkey? I'm so ashamed. What? Why am I Your Excellency? Don't get me wrong, that's kind of awesome. I would never complain about being called that, but
You almost caught me.
I wonder why.
Your Excellency is a hero's greatest honor. If
Does Your Excellency, is that for
You don't always
queens?
need to call me Your Excellency.
Or is that for
Just Nikki is
princesses?
fine.
I know there's different titles for different,
Nikki, Your Excellency.
like,
Okay.
titles.
Nikki it is. I heard you left the snail right.
Like, isn't Your Grace for Duke and
You're
Duchesses?
beneath the mother's room.
Maybe Your Majesty is for kings and queens.
Hold on.
What's Your Excellency for? I don't know.
I forgot to introduce myself.
Did you know that? Like,
Show me Bob.
dukes and duchesses, and then princes and princesses, and then kings and queens, like, they're all called different little terms of endearment.
Hero of Spira. Domi Baba? I feel like
You read about the chips, and that's it. Hey, turkey, too! I also burnt my English muffin a little. Oh. Oh, is it like a breakfast sandwich? With a toasted English muffin? Is it chips?
Whenever I try to recall things,
Hmm.
my head just
Is there even meat on it, or is it
I think humans call
like
this
eggs?
amnesia.
Okay, new guess. Bacon, egg,
Told
chip.
anyone else about your
On an
memory
English
loss,
muffin.
Nikki.
And then probably with something weird like barbecue sauce.
You
Sorry, I
fell
was
at the
not
coming
paying
of age
attention.
ceremony a few days back. Lady Madale won't want any more funny business before the healing.
Oh.
She's always had high expectations and keeps a pretty close eye
I
on
don't
you.
remember falling.
You've never been this far from the city before.
Maybe this guy thinks I'm someone
If
else.
the Dawsalism Lords find out, they may try to force you to do something
I wanted to
against
add
your will
bacon, but
again.
it went bad. Aw, that's so sad.
It's a young hero.
I'm so sorry, Carrot. I'm so
I don't want you to worry,
sorry.
you're blameless. No
It's
matter
such a
what happens,
bummer.
I'll always be by Lady
Your
Nikki's side.
meowiness.
Lady Nikki, here's a notebook I bought from
I
the
wanna
human
be
stall.
a
It's my
lady.
favorite. Maybe you could use it.
Maybe I will rebrand to a princess.
Down whatever comes to mind in here.
And I don't change anything about my lore, but you guys just call me. You guys just call me with like really
Of the mother's room a few
cool
days away.
titles.
I need to clear my head to get a hold of myself. As for my duty and the memories I've
Is
built,
this sausage cheese
I'll have to
chips?
piece those together as well.
No egg. No egg today.
Memories. Can
Well,
they get lost like
I think
other
that's
things
still.
and then be found again?
I think that's still pretty fine.
Genius doctor of
I wanted sausage and bacon so I could blast it with sauce.
Genius doctor?
Can you not blast it with sauce if it's just sausage? I feel like you still can. Surely the bacon doesn't make that much of a difference. Sure thing, Your Excellency. Ah! Thank you. Thank you, my loyal subject. Not a massive fan of eggs, so no egg. Oh. Understandable, understandable.
Thank you for the suggestion, Domi Baba. This might have been the sign I've been
Domi
waiting for.
Baba. Okay.
Where can I find this doctor? Dr. Lumira's cabin
Do I
is
have
right here in the
amnesia?
woods, not far from us. After a short walk,
Is that why I don't remember anything? I took a big fall. Oh, a clue book. The hero gave me a notebook. I must use it to record everything that has happened so far. That's good. I like keeping little journals. I want to play with the emotes, and I think Hiroham's the only person I know in my friends list. Oh my god, a shroom bag. Can I... I can make it! Yo, check this out! That's so cute. I do not like how cheese x ketchup barbecue tastes. It's understandable. I'm not much of a cheese enjoyer. Nuzzle. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this clown emote. What else do we got? Ooh, serving water? Cute. This style's... Yo! Look at this squirrel. Oh, so cute. So cute. Do I know any of these people? I think it's just Hero. Oh wait, no. I think I know this person. Okay, you can have... You can have this little duck. Oh, these emotes are so cute. You can have this little guy. Do you guys remember the dragon guy who is like voiced by Griffin Burns? I forgot his name. I remember he was in my last stream and I was like, shit! Yeah. I don't think there's any emote of him though. Isn't this guy? It was like literally a horned fella. I liked him so much I put him in my thumbnail. But I guess nobody else liked him as much as me, because where is his little emote? Okay, and you can have whispering. Okay. Also, I recently stumbled upon quite a few Pokemon games on my new 3DS. Which one should I play? So many options? Ooh. I think even if you told me your options, I wouldn't really know which one is which. I think I think I usually choose based off what the starters are. What? Like if you have the Oshawott game, then I think you should do that because Oshawott's pretty awesome. Go to Lumira's cabin. Okay, that's the hospital. Going to the hospital for today. Can I open this while being big? Well, I can. Oh. What the? Let me let me fight. I forgot you can like hold to shoot multiple. The arrow mechanic is... It's a lot different than the other one. Which isn't a bad thing. Ugh. Not a bad thing, but definitely different. I hope you guys are getting so many drops for Infinity Nikki. I don't know. I saw that it said that drops are enabled. I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to give you, but I hope you're getting them. I hope you like them. Yo, look at this snail. Just on the side of a tree. Swag. Okay, check this as well. Nikki cannot return to normal mode in the current state. What the?
That must be Dr. Lemira's cabin. Huh? What's going on up
I have
there?
Alpha Sapphire, Chico Torchic Mudkip,
Something's not right.
Diamond, Piplup Turtwig Chimchar, yo! Oh my god. Platinum was the first Pokemon game I ever played. It was me and my Turtwig. So I really like Turtwig for that reason. Black, Tepig, Snivy, Oshawott. X, Chespin, Fennekin, Foki, Sun, Ultramoon, Rowlet, Litten, Popplio, and Rangers, which I haven't installed yet, so I don't know. Well, it sounds like you haven't played Rangers before, so maybe you should do the one that you haven't played yet. So it's like a novel experience. But if you don't care about that, then
Lady Nikki, watch out!
I don't know. I'm really partial. I'm really partial to Diamond and Pearl
Can we...
because I had Plat.
Lady Nikki is meowing
You reminded me, I
tonight.
missed them and said
Oh,
Diamond. I
crap.
have Plat. I think you should play Plat. I think you should play Plat. I think that would be my vote. But I also really like Oshawott. So Black is also cool. We're farming through your stream. I got some 2.3 bling times 20,000. 2.3. Is that like the height? You got a 2'3" bling times 20,000. I'm so happy for you. Ozzy, when are you hopping on Infinity, Nikki? It's always Mormons this, Rotmug that, Warframe this. When are you gonna play a real game? Ah. Yeah, I thought this area was Archie mode only. Why is it letting me do that? Whatever. I'm not complaining. Colstrass is a sack. Oh, I guess I'm fighting new enemies. That's cool. Aye, aye, Captain. Haven't played any of them except X and Sun. I just know all the mainline starters. Okay, that makes sense. Aye, aye, Captain. Let's go, let's go. I hope it's so awesome. I don't remember too much about the plot, but I remember the plot game that I had. I think it had like there's a Pokemon called like Chat, and it let you like record the cry it made. So I hope you catch one of those, and I hope you make a little raspberry into the mic. I think that'd be funny. So every time you go to fight someone, it goes like. Been working on Minecraft skins so much that my brain has been failing, sorry. I've been making silly slip-ups like saying diamonds to plat, being unable to type. Oh, I feel like that's just like normal little mistakes. Don't worry, everybody does that. Moyman's Infinity Nikki collab? Hey yo! Sigh. Can you dress up in Moyman's? Moyman's did look kind of fun, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I've been playing a lot of Slay the Spire. Chata, I remember a lot of people using that to say slurs. Oh. I never played Pokemon like online or like with anybody else. At least not as a kid. I think the first time I like actually played with a friend and like traded and stuff was Shield. And that was like 2 years ago. Mushroom guy as strong as Pollux? Pollux? Is there a caster to go with the Pollux? Those are the two Gemini twins. That's me. That's me, I'm a Gemini. Shoot, I was not listening to you. Congratulate! Yippee! Those are the tame examples. My sense of colors is completely thrown off recently. Your sense of colors? That's kind of fun. Like, wow. What beautiful yellow eyes you have. And then, like, my eyes are blue. You need to play Slay the Spire? I know! Oh, it's such a good one. Such a good one. There is a caster? Are they cute? Pollux has a brother named Caster, so yeah. Those are the Gemini twins! Let's go! That's literally me. That's literally me. What if I... Do you think my computer can handle downloading Mormons? Like right now while I'm live? Raise your hand if you're confident in my computer's ability. Is it a big game? I feel like it's gotta be kind of big. Hold on, I'm looking for it. Raise his hand, okay. Add to library. Play game. It's 9 gigabytes? Sheesh! That's... I thought it was, like, small-ish. Like, I didn't think it was, like, that big? Or that small? Sorry. Like, I knew it would be a few, but I didn't know it'd be 9. What, how big is Warframe? Properties. 45. Oh, that's a lot bigger. How big is Slay the Spire? Properties. Slay the Spire is only 3. Why is it so big if it's a card game? Okay, rolling Shroomling. Wow, that's so nice to give me mushroom-colored hair clips. Start meditation. I have 10 gigabytes right now on Steam. No, it's worth it. It's a lot of content. I'm not worried about it. Like I have a lot of free space. Like when I was first being convinced to play Warframe, it was like a bit of an issue. But I have I have a thingy now. What's it called? I have another drive. I have a something drive. I forgot what it's called, but I have I've got like 100 free gigabytes, so it's okay. Slay the Sire 2 mentioned. Oh my god, Shan, have you played that one yet? Have you played it? I like it so much. Oh, think of your questions. Shoot, I didn't know I was asking questions. Mysterious girl, docilism, the illness, the beast, god of this land, and the miracle outfit. I like outfits. Tell me about that. Fast through some upgrades. I did. I have more storage and bigger RAM now. Sheesh. Sheesh. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool, huh? It's downloading. We're at 90%. Don't even worry. Oh, she can't see. Okay, tell me about the girl. Only 103 gigabytes, and I thought my storage was bad. What? I feel like that's a lot. At least on one of my drives. It's ready. What if I... what if I open more events? That'd be crazy. I feel like I'm gonna open it and then my friend is gonna be like, yippee, I feel better. We're actually going to Judah today. And then I'm cooked. 100 is a lot. I have a terabyte free right now. Oh. I guess if you're getting editing and stuff. I don't know. I have not had to delete anything for a long time. I have a lot of my VODs saved. Like on my computer. I'm sure if I like really wanted like a humongous game, then I would just delete some ginormous VODs and get some more space. But I don't know, I'm chilling right now. I feel Carrot's ass looking down on me and my 60 gigabytes free storage. Really? I don't know. I feel like you could probably download any game that you wanted. Maybe not any game. Wait, how big is Nikki?
How do you think I should go about my investigation?
I don't actually know how to check. It says... Here, I can just show you. It says this, but I feel like it's... I feel like that's crazy. I feel like... maybe it's bigger. I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was bigger, but maybe it's regular. Anyway, everybody please download this game. Let's make a chat cast system based off free space. Well, people would just be able to like uninstall their stuff. And then it would be like not authentic. Anyway, if I was gonna make a cast system, I would base it off of the amount of cereal in everyone's pantry right now. I could download a league. Sure. Do you have an NA account? Or an Oceania account? I have an Oceania account. Shout out to Hero Hom for making one for me and one for Zora. So that we could play TFT together. Whoa, a frog emote. Yeah. Wait, one frog emote and I install a league. Whoa, frog emote. Oh. I didn't know there's context. I thought you were just excited about the frog. We have like half a box of Frosties on the dinner table. Yo! You're one of the elites then. I have 3 bags of Reese's Puff cereal. Oh. I don't like peanut butter at all. I feel like Reese's Puffs only counts for half of a cereal. It says you have 3, you have 1.5. So I guess you're placed above Azu. I think I also only have like half of a box of cereal. But I'm like I'm exempt from the like system because I'm like the dictator always, you know? I don't have to prove myself. I have an OCE account. I have an SC, an OC. What is SEA? South East Asia. Never mind, I know what SEA means. And what is OC? OC Nyanya? An NA account. Why do you have so many? What if you're like, man oh man, I can't wait to play my favorite character, but then you only have them unlocked on your other account or something? I feel like that's cooked. Still have some honeygrams and honeycombs? Man, okay, well you win by default. You have honeycombs. I'm so jealous! I love honeycombs. I love honeycombs. That's the best one ever. Southeast Asia. Ochi Nyanya? No, like, Ochi Nyanya. Like that. I feel like every time I've tried to say it, like, actually properly, I did not pronounce it right. So I think it's just easier to goof. Whoa, God! Oh my god. Oh my god, hi Raiders. Oh my god, hi. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the follow, Movie Star. My name is Wast. I am a fox girl. Oh my god, yippee. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Lonely Gamer 4. And Champion the Bottle. Oh my god. You guys are so sweet. It's so nice to meet you. My name is Foss. I'm a fox girl, and I'm playing Infinity, Nikki. Thank you so much for the follow, Captain Vixen. That's so sweet of you. What were you guys up to? It's so good to see you, Goddess. Hi. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Goddess. Hi, Captain Vixen. Hi, Lonely Gamer. Hi, Whoopi. Oh my god. Hi, the dance and void. Abyssal Fox? Sheesh! Fox in chat. Huh? Playing Warframe? Yo! I hope you had such a good time. I hope it was lovely. I haven't played Warframe since the Valentine's event. I had to hop on to get the little arrow swings. And I haven't been on since. But hey, I hope it was so much fun. Gonna read and run, feeling a bit icky. Gonna nap? Oh, I'm so sorry you're feeling icky. Don't worry even a little bit. You just rest up and have a good rest of your day. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Good night, good night, good night. Hi, Ren. I somehow didn't get caught in the raid. Thank you for the well, it's okay. We'll know in our hearts that you're part of the raid. Like, I'll just imagine that there's a funny little halo around your chest. Oh. Wait, why did the whistle blow? Did I... Was that a good whistle or a bad whistle?
Lady Nikki, did Dr. Lemaire's divination give you any clues?
That's a very large fluffy tail. Wish I had a tail that fluffy. That's kind of real. You think she uses conditioner on her tail? You think she blow dries it? I bet she does.
That's exactly the kind of
The follow? That's so cute. Thank you. Thank you all. You are so sweet. But yeah, we're just playing through the main story. Low-key getting distracted a lot. Like, I had to make myself. I had to take like 40 minutes to make myself in the game. Blah. But yeah, we're just chilling, having a good time. Drops are on, so if you have Infinity Nikki, maybe you'll get some drops if you work. Push his hair behind ear. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Fun fact, the max people you can follow is 2K people. And I'm constant at that max? That's so crazy. Do you get notifications for like all of them? That's
Could be Shell Island.
that's so
Little
crazy.
shell-shaped island in the middle of a lake. Not just a shroom.
Fox Twin is cute, Fox Twin. Ah, that's so sweet. Thank you.
That's the perfect spot.
All of you are
for
welcomed
more
for the fun
information.
Twitch fact.
How do we
Wait,
get to this shell island?
is that a fun fact? I feel like that's a stressful
Maybe
fact.
Nikki.
My goodness, one day they're gonna update it and they're gonna be like, now you can have 3K follows, and then you're gonna be able to go crazy sicko mode.
More afraid of sunlight than us shroomlings.
That tail,
We
it's
could be
so
quietly worried
it's so
about
nice.
never seeing your face beneath that veil.
It's so
For
nice.
understanding what
I don't
weight
know.
on our
I feel
hearts
like it's
that
bigger than her entire body. Like I bet if you measured her tail from like
no matter what.
base to tip, and then you measured like her height, I think the tail would be longer by quite a bit. Which is very crazy. I also kind of don't know what's going on in the story. I feel like every time they're talking at me, I'm telling my own story, so if you're confused, just know that I am also confused. So we're like all in this together. Oh my goodness, thank you for redeeming Not First. Congratulations. I get 2K notifications from Twitch constantly, so I have it off on some things. If they update the max, I'll be happy. Wow, I couldn't even imagine. I don't know. I used to just kind of follow anybody and everybody, you know, supporting my fellow streamers and all. But now I'm a little bit more choosy because I don't know. It kind of stresses me out to get so many notifications. Okay. I guess the whistle was a bad whistle because I thought I already did this. Develop standards? Yo! Don't talk as if I didn't have standards in the past. What the hell? I'm gonna unfollow you. I think that'd be funny. I think being subscribed to somebody but not following them is kind of a little bit of aura. Okay. So one more. You feel that? Yeah, no. I don't know. I wish there was a way to follow and then like lowkey just mute. I don't know. Like I want people to feel supported, but I also don't want a lot of notice. You know what I'm saying? What the? Hee. A little big? Yeah! Have you guys ever played this game before? It's kind of like Warframe if you squint. If you squint really hard. Maybe you have to squint so hard that your eyes are closed. But, you know, like in Warframe, you can decorate your ship, right? You have a house that you can decorate in this game. What else is some more? You like customize your little character in Warframe? Yeah, like I have Caliban Prime, and he's like pink and silver. And you know, I can dress up my little guy. See? Pretty cool, huh? I don't know, I'm a big Infinity Nikki fan. Loki just ignore Twitch notifs and just use Discord notifications. Oh, that's kind of real. I do much prefer like the Discord pings. But I don't know. The problem with that is like I get Discord pings for things that are not stream related as well. Like people will message me on there. And so how do you know if somebody is live or somebody's just asking you for Jolteon pics, you know? The mushroom guy helps you grow big? Mario coded. I guess that's kind of real. I'm not taking a bite out of him though. Quick, boss, show them the Norgs. Oh my god, shoot. Hold on. This guy's yapping. Pink and silver is pretty. Yeah, I like pink. I'm a pink fella. Oh, you can fish in Norg frame. So embarrassing. I did not say that. You can fish in Warframe and you can fish in this game. Like look at this Norg situation. Norg frame, yeah. Goodness. Raiders, I want you to know that I don't know. I'm quite behind in like the actual story in Warframe, but I'll tell you what, I spent many hours for like a whole week straight trying to grind to get Norg bait. And I did it and it's awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fishing is good. I love games with a little fishing mini game. I don't know. It's like my favorite part of games. Except for Realm of the Mad God. Low-key, fishing in that game, not that fun. But all the other ones, pretty awesome. Need to go lay down? Have fun with Nikki? Thank you! I hope you have such a good night. I hope you rest so well. Let me tuck you in. Nork frame, more likely than you think. God, that's so real. God, that's so real. And I recently discovered that there's like the little robot fish. I don't know what they're called. They had some goofy little name. Those are cool. I don't know. I don't know. I think fishing's awesome. Not like slander. I low-key don't like fishing there either. I don't really remember what the mechanic was. I just remember hating it. Don't you just like throw stuff? I don't know. I don't know. It was kind of strange. I'm trying to think. Trying to think of what the best fishing minigame is. I think this one is exactly the same as Genshin. I feel like all gacha games with fishing mechanics are probably similar. And I think it's pretty okay. I like Stardew fishing a lot. If anybody's ever played Sunhaven, that one's kind of like Stardew Valley, but that one has pretty satisfying fishing mechanics. That one might be my favorite. So it might be Sunhaven, then Stardew Valley, and then Infinity, Nikki, and Genshin are like the same. So those, and then Warframe, and then Ramug. I think that's all I can think of. What else has a fishing game? You can fish in Skyrim, can't you? I feel like that one was kind of basic. That one can go right below Genshin. The fishing bobby thing is like... Bobble thing is like a movable summon? Yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of weird. Wait, so you control the bobber? Like you like just wiggle it around? That's some lotus cheeks. That's not very good. Okay, go to the Stylist Guild and find Hilseti. Okay, I'm doing it. I am in a completely different area. It's like the Mushroom Village. You look at this little baby. It looks like Toad, like from Mario. Cute. Lotus cheeks. Yeah. But like not in a good way. I guess you might hear Lotus cheeks and think, wow, that's so awesome. But I mean it negatively, like it's booty. Play, I love playing. You make it walk to the puddles the fish are in. That is so ridiculous. They were not cooking with that one. In Elderwood Forest, a variety of animals live among the trees. Hit all the behemoths that appear within the time limit to successfully complete the challenge. Okay, so this is just clicking. Okay. Harming innocent animals will immediately result in challenge failure. Okay, so we're hitting... not little animals. Hitting big animals only. Oh, I didn't know that was one. Oops. Okay, sorry. don't want to take your fishing bobber for a walk. No, I don't. I don't at all. Oh my god, stop! Keep, keep missing. Keep missing the brown ones. Okay. It's kind of a satisfying noise. Click, 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 click. It is true, pal. What is pow? Is pow? Is pow an animal noise? Whoa, why are there humans here? I thought this is a mushroom area. Pow is like bow? Bow like the sound a doggy makes? Moopy go pow? Oh. That's cutesy. I like that. Oh. Little guy nearby. Give me that. Sound of documents. Documents? What kind of document are you looking at that it's saying pow? Pow, pow. What? Okay, I'm looking for a star shape, I think. I've done this before, but I low-key kind of forgot how it is. That's just money. Not on the lamp. Wait, let me on. No! Okay, it's fine. Didn't want to take the elevator anyway. Co-op invite? Who are you? Oh. Wait, why would they why would there be a co-op invite in the middle of the story? What the? Okay, let me on that elevator. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Is this still in range? This feels very far. Maybe I went too far. Usually they're pretty easy. Like they'll just be like a little star ornament hanging, or like be a chalk drawing, like a flower. Sure, I accidentally said pow once, and everyone thought, "Wow, that's cute. Keep saying it." So it's a bit moopy too now. But cute noise, pow. Like you had a typo, or like you said it out loud. Ugh, whatever. I didn't need the star anyway. Sigh. The Dockies have a voice? What Docky? Like a Google Docky? It's kind of awesome. Yo, just give me that. Typo? What are you trying to type? Are you trying to type bow? It still has the little, like, minigame music. I'm not even over there. Like, please. Please find the star. Surprise, here it comes. Random quest. Wait, there's another gambling here. Shay! Bam, bam. Yes? Hmm. I'm trying to think of a document I have. Hmm. What do you think? What do you think my character reference sheet? What voice do you think that one has? Would it be my voice since it's my character sheet? I hope Griffin Burns is voicing my Dockies. I believe it was Pow, and now it's part of Moopy's vocab. Pow. Cute. Very cutesy. Okay, I don't know what she's saying. I hope she's gonna ask me to gamble. That is what I would like to do. It has Mondsley's voice? Sure. Oh my god, are you asking me to gamble right now? Squeak! Oh my god, speaking of Mondsley's voice. Alright, listen up. Listen up. This is what my doggy sounds like. Pretty awesome, huh? We also go Pow and Movie bounce like slime? In what situation are you bouncing like a slime? You go to a trampoline park and you're just like, boy, oh my god, free! Give me that. I wonder if this is the same one as the big city one, or if this is different outfits. You're a slime? Wait, that's so cute. What color slime are you? This is new. Look, it's a flower bow. That's so cute. The girl took an afternoon nap under the tree and woke up with petals in her hair. Man, every time I've taken a nap under a tree, I've woken up with like mulch dust all over my pants. More gambling. Let's go. Multicolor. Lena XDC pool. Yo, that's so cute. I'm gonna make slime on Saturday. I'm gonna do a hand cam stream, and I'm gonna try to make slime. I've never made slime before, so I'm nervous. I'm gonna try lots of different recipes and hope for the best. Ooh, rosy dreams. That's so pretty. The vines and thorns intertwine into a dense net that captures moonlight and sweet dreams with its intoxicating fragrance. I don't know if I need to know about the fragrance of the socks, but that's nice. Moonlit path times 3. Okay, we got 3 pairs of shoes. A cute little bow. This one's sideways. I don't really know why it's sideways. Okay. Midnight fragrance. I don't know what this game... I don't know why it likes fragrance so much. How does one find a rose in the dark? Even the heaviest veil of the night cannot hope to cover a rose's fragrance. Okay, we got a beret that smells like a rose. Flowers feelings. That's so cute. Graceful signal. Ooh, I have gloves like this, but they're fingerless. I really like lacy gloves. Sheesh. They're all 3 stars though. Oh my god, speaking of stars, did Mormons finish? Where are my Mormons at? Is there fishing in Mormons? Mormons. Wow, Azu played 161 hours recently. In case you guys were wondering. Wowee. Okay. Just a little more. I don't want to get rid of all my money. Because I need it to upgrade other stuff, but... Oh man, they're all blue. I wanna get a 4-star. Flowerfield Leisure. Yo! Simple as dough. The left ear is called Cookie. The right ear is called Biscuit. It's fine if you can't remember which is which. After all, the secret to happiness is to cut yourself some slack. Man, I live... These are words to live by for real. Anytime I don't remember something, it's like, it's okay. Huh. Are you supposed to name your ears? I don't think my ears have names. Do you think they feel left out? Rosy flames. Rebellious style. Ooh. Fashion cannot be defined. The judgment of others is irrelevant. Confidence is what leads the trend. I don't know what I'm looking at. This looks like a spine with ribs. I don't think I would wear this pair of earrings, but I do like the attitude. I just had some fun playing Grendel, Dine and Dash, and Orb Valis. Grendel, Dine and Dash? Jamie, I'm not even sure what that means. I know Grendel is a warframe that goes blah. But I don't think I'm really familiar with Orb Valis. And I don't think I really am familiar with Dine and Dash. Ooh, those are pretty. I have tights that are kind of like this. But I think the details are flowers instead of just shapes. Chim Chim be rolling, pal? Rolling? Yo, some nice sneakers. Steps unstopping. Jima Butterfly cute. Oh, that is a huge key. That looks like it'd be heavy. Winding through the twisted corridors, the room at the end awaited a long-lost visitor, and the key that would unlock the door. Okay. I want some rare items. Can I see? Oh, details. Oh, so these are the 5-star rare things. Can I be honest with you? For 5 stars, these are not my very most favorite aesthetics. This is interesting, like a red leather jacket. I kind of like this purse. But like this isn't really my favorite. Playing Grendel and just rolling around as a ball to eat enemies on Venus? Oh, that's kind of awesome. I guess there is no 4 stars. I guess it's just the 3 and then straight to 5. Oh wait, no, these are 4 stars. I see. And these are 5 stars. Okay, one more. Big key. Movie want that type of stockings? Ah! I really like stockings. Ayo, Grendel player spotted. Shit! Oh, I got it. I got the 4-star. Thornbreaker. Even thorny vines will humbly lower their head to give way to determined travelers. Ooh, I've never seen spikes around a boot like that. I don't know how you'd put them on. How would you unzip them? There's like a cuff. Maybe you put on the boots first and then you just like slap a cuff on there. Interesting. The ooh frame? I forgot he said that! Oh, whoa. Man. I don't think I would enjoy playing Grendel that much, but I like playing with Grendel players. I like listening to him say that. I'm a Caliban main. I play Caliban exclusively. Pretty awesome. Grendel is fun. Even better, I got cued with a random Gauss main. Gauss. I think I'm too baby of a Tenno to know what that means. Or I'm just like not that observant. I only know... I know Caliban, and I know Grendel, and I know Volt, and I know Noko, and Titania. What's the one that Zora plays? That Zora and Azu have? Anyway, that's all I know. Luffy is also a Caliban main. Yeah! That's so awesome! I love Caliban so much. He's so cool. I got you to make a new Warframe on Valentine's. Oh, that's true. Wait, who did I make on Valentine's? I remember farming for it. I remember we were stuck in a level for like 10 minutes. I don't remember who it was though. Glass is another Warframe? Glass is Speedy Running Man. And it's canon BFFs with Grendel. Oh, that's so cute! Oh, I think maybe I've seen Speedy Running Man. Azu... Azu streams Warframes sometimes, and I feel like I've seen
They said it didn't
I don't know. He did some sort of showcase where he like ran across the map
The saintess of docile
like
is here.
way
Could
super
you speak
fast.
to the high priestess? Establishing
So
a
maybe
style
that was
system would help the
Gauss.
shroomlings communicate better with the outside world.
So I play
It
Sevagoth?
would be
Oh
wonderful.
yeah, I know that one too.
I'm afraid I can't.
That's all.
I'm not able to
That's all I know.
influence the priestess's decisions.
I don't know. I just really like Caliban. I don't need
understand.
anyone else. I just need my
Before we
fella.
reach the shroomlings, avoid human contact and refuse to work with other
You made
organizations.
Dagoth.
Reaching
Oh,
out would definitely help to strengthen
right.
faith.
I hadn't heard
I
anything about this
remember.
before. Understandable. You've been in Spira, preparing for the healing.
He was even playing Caliban before they had to do
Beyond
a remake for
shroomlings, no
him.
one
Now
here
he's a lot more
understands
loved.
them.
Oh,
Your followers are just
I didn't know they
oneself that no
did
one
a
wants to
remake.
learn
I
more.
don't think. I know they like made a Prime version of
That's
him.
really helpful, President Hilseti. I sincerely
I didn't know.
appreciate your honesty.
I think he's so awesome.
On behalf of Docile,
That was Titania.
thank you for
Oh,
your assistance. I'd also
are there
like to hear
multiple
other voices
that run
from
really fast?
adventurers or anyone else that holds an opinion about Docile.
I don't know. I mean, Caliban can do that too if you press
Residents of Shell
1.
Island are either
He
blurred
spins.
or adventurous. They were drawn to it by the
See, I don't
values
need
of
anyone else. Caliban can do that too.
and have no interest.
I
They won't reach out
you.
on their own.
Hey.
Talk to Testa, a foodie who collects various ingredients and knows all the
Yikes. Hey, look at this guy. Look at Hilseti. He's pretty cool, right? You like his necklace? Wow. Infinity Nikki's a pretty game. Interesting art style. It is really pretty. My graphics are kind of low because in the past, whenever I tried to stream on like really high graphics, it kind of broke my stream. So that's a little cooked, but it's even prettier if you play it on like medium or high. I don't know. It's so beautiful. Like the way they do the fabric is so pretty. This is kind of a basic outfit, but like I know. Look at these lace details. Wow. So pretty. So pretty. Ah, I love this game so much. It's so beautiful. Can we offer head pats? Yeah. That's really sweet of you. I like the whoa. This is not who I'm trying to be right now. There you go. Shish. Yeah, I like my head patted. I think that's cute. Okay, find Testa. Are you Testa? Loud talking adventurer. Do you have a name? Talking about camping? Titan's ghost. Laugh out loud. Imagine like you're telling your friends a story and then someone just like walks up, stares at you, and starts laughing. It's kind of awesome. Very well done game. Yes! It's so beautiful. Genuinely, I think this is the most beautiful game I've ever played. Oh, thank you for the pats. Thank you. I like that emote. Is it a Pikachu wearing like little glasses? It's kind of awesome. Okay, check out the forest near the Colosseum. Okay, well that's the star thing I couldn't find. Daisy, sheesh. Oh, I messed up a little. Whoops. It's okay. Pet a bird later. Oh, there we go. Thought my game was gonna crash.
The timer was off by 3 seconds. I must have added the ingredients a bit too early.
Guys, I think it's cooked. I don't think judo's happening today.
The aroma of delicious.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll go to the gym.
He knows you have.
I'll go to the gym and I'll work my arms. Because I went to the gym and worked my legs yesterday.
All the ingredients used today
Oh my god, also, and I've been planking every single day. But someone told me that planking isn't even like super good if you want visible abs. Which is so cooked. That's like the only reason I was doing it. It's okay. I'm gonna keep doing it, but I'm gonna complain a little bit. Oh my god, I'm getting called out. I am not listening to what you're saying, girl.
We actually came here to ask you some questions.
Oh, she's
President
tripping.
Hosetti told us to come here and talk to you. Hosetti? Oh, so you're a stylist?
Oh yeah, I'm a stylist.
Yep.
Why did she keep doing that? What the?
As you can see, aside from being a
Mook
gourmet
mook?
chef, I'm also a proud member of the Extreme Stylist Group.
You know, that really does fit a slime. Moopy is such a good name for a slime. When they redid
You mean you've
Caliban's powers, they also gave a free Caliban at the time too. Really?
The Elderwood
I
Forest
started
is
playing.
The Extreme Stylist Group was formed to pursue that peak inspiration.
When did I start
So, what do you say?
playing?
Want to have an extreme styling contest with me? Wait, how did we suddenly get into a styling contest?
Maybe in
Are we talking here? Nikki,
August of last year.
Oh, what an admirable show.
Oh wait, I can just look on Steam. I think.
Sweet
Does Steam tell you when you started a game?
For the showdown is Sweet Trap.
Hold on.
Are
What
you ready?
game? Wait, maybe it doesn't. I have no idea when I started playing. And it's before September, I think. I don't know. I've only been playing for a few months, but I got gifted. I got gifted Caliban immediately because that was how I was convinced to download the game. Azu convinced me to play, and he was like, "Look, you love playing as a summoner in games. Look, you can play as this guy." So I downloaded it, and I just got him for free. Pretty sure your Warframe account will tell you. Oh, like if you log in, will it tell you like your account age? Wait, am I in a dress-up competition right now? Okay, Sweet and Divine. These are pre-made ones. Let's see. What kind of sweet hair we got? It's kind of cute. Got Miku hair. Sheesh. Ooh, I really like these little hair loops. I like that this is slightly pink. Looks blonde in the thumbnail. Is this dyed? No, I guess you can't dye from here. That's so cute. Is this giving divine though? Maybe it is. Maybe we put like a crown on her head. Okay. Okay. Oh, look at that pose. This is really cute. This is not giving divine though. Maybe we need a skirt situation. Well, that's very divine. Is it sweet though? Hard to say. Cute. Summoner enthusiast, I see. Yeah, I will tell you. I am a summoner enthusiast. I really I really love having little guys fight for me. Like if I'm playing Risk of Rain 2, I really like the what's he called? The engineer. Like he puts the little turrets down and they fight for you. And in Terraria, I'm a summoner. I'm a summoner enthusiast. What other games? I don't know. Just any game where you can have a little guy to help you out. That is my cup of tea. Little friends, yeah. You get it. I'm a little friend enthusiast. Okay, maybe this is a dress moment. Mm. Maybe this works. Maybe this is kind of sweet and divine. What color? Green, pink, or purple? I think this purple kind of goes with her hair. Okay. I don't think we want any. I don't think we want a jacket with this. Oh, that's kind of cute. That's kind of got divine vibes. In a way. Now let's see what the hat options are. Low-key socks and shoes don't really matter. You can't really see her feet at all. It's a little transparent. These are purple. Kind of matches. With Caliban, you have a cinnamon gang. Yes! Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Shout out Caliban. What a cool fella. I don't think she needs a hair clip. Oh my goodness. Hat on top of the scarf? Ooh. I like the tiara. I want too much on her head. Little ribbons, that's nice. I only have 5 accessories. It's kind of a little beans. Okay. That kind of goes with the purple theme. Just doing random stuff. Okay, more purple. Maybe I don't like the head thing. Well, I don't know. I wish this part wasn't gold. I wish it was like silver. Because her crown is silver and the earrings kind of have silver. And the beading is like white. I think the gold is kind of distracting. Would you like the tiara too? Isn't that so pretty? This does make her look very sweet and elegant. Like a goddess? Yes! Such a good fit. It's a pretty dress. Gloves? Not quite the right shade. This beading's a bit too blue. I don't think I like the gloves. I think I like letting the bracelets kind of speak for themselves. Ooh. It's kind of pretty, but it blocks the necklace a little bit. It's also kind of blue. Ooh. Purple kind of matches. Kind of covers your earrings though. Much to think about. Can't even see the garter. I guess it's not hurting anyone by being under there. Oh, I ran out of accessories. Well, ooh. That's so edgy. Sheesh. I like this a lot, but I don't think there's a lot of outfits it goes with. Like, I'm happy I have this article of clothing, but I don't think it matches a single other thing that I have. Unfortunately. Kind of same with these wings. What's this? I like the ring. Arm decorations. Kind of blocks the sleeves. Seraphim coated. Yeah. I don't really know my angels. I don't know what all the different types mean. I'm not really sure what a seraphim is. But I know it's a type of angel, and it definitely is giving angel vibes. What the? Okay. I don't think you need to be holding anything. Look at the hair one more time. I think this is the best one. Okay. Now for some makeup. Go with like a purple vibe since your dress is purple. Or is that too dark? We're going for like sweet. This looks like evening makeup maybe. Let me see. Uh, what's giving more divine? Maybe the dark is kind of good for divine. I love the customization in this game. It's so fun. It's so fun. It's such a good game. I really like it. Seraphim is above an angel. Oh. It's not a type of angel? I thought there was levels like cherub, throne. I don't remember anything else. And like angel and then archangel. I thought it was something like that. But maybe I made that up in my head. Ooh. White mascara, hubba hubba. Ooh. I think I like this one because it's like winged a little. I love winged eyeliner. The purple matches her dress. But I think it makes her hair stand out a little too much. Maybe that green kind of ties it together. I think I like the green. I think green and purple are nice. Cherub are basically like a little baby, so they're lower than angels. Seraphim are like second in command to Big Boss. Oh. And they have wings like on their tail. Oh. Are Seraphim the only ones with like interesting wing placement? Or do they all have different wing placement? I really do not know anything about angels. I like the aesthetic of them, but I could not tell you their lore. What a soft lip. I think this is the softest one I have. Okay. Very elegant, very cutesy. And then purple. Purple. Oh, I do not have purple for the feet. It's okay. You can hardly even see. It's like under the dress, so we can just do pink and it's fine. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. I ate that up. I didn't know I was so over-leveled. Maybe I did not need to try that hard. Whoops. Sheesh. Sweetness. Such dangerous whim. Oh my god. Discovered. What am I discovering? Sheesh. Oh. Tiny blemish. Oh, a face band-aid. Kinda cute.
I gotta admit, I got
Challenge
a
with
lot
Brent.
of
Who is
questions to
Brent?
have on you. Since you want, if you ask me to take you to the crater, I'm Testa. It's a very
Take me to Brent,
strange one.
please.
Nikki,
They're all somewhat different. Seraphim are more
after all,
depicted
it's a
as
danger zone no one
multi-golden
can
wheels with
Not
eyes
even plants
with
can
6
survive
wings
without that
surrounding
halo there,
themselves.
let alone snails.
Oh, so when you get the memes that are like, oh, biblically
Only
accurate,
members of our extreme
like little
science
wheels and
group
stuff,
dare
that's
venture
like
there,
Seraphim
Testa.
usually? Not really
Apparently a
easily
crater
seen
lake
since
is
looking at them would
creepy
make
and
you
uninhabitable.
blind. That's some crazy aura.
Why did the Gospels say they took
I wish,
poison
I
from
wish I
the
had that effect on people too.
And here's a
Well,
more
not really.
serious question.
I
If
guess I like when
Brownies
people look
isn't
at
in the
me.
Crater Lake, then where is it?
But I think the
Captain
vibes of
Ada
that
and
are kind of
expedition
cool.
team might be a better person to ask about that. I see.
I thought this was a
Thank you.
random
Don't
quest.
say that.
It seems like there's a lot going on. Ask Captain Ada of the expedition team for information. What if I find this star first, though? Oh, little things. Hmm. How? Maybe big. How do I get up there? Cute fox is pretty. No, look at her. She's so cute. I couldn't get I couldn't get the cardigan quite right. It's a little too fluffy. And her shoulders are not showing. But you know, you gotta make do with what you got. Let me up there. I would like to go up, please. There's something to jump on. What was that? Expeditions. I don't know what that was. Surely it's not that important if it went away. Oh, Shell Island Market. What does that mean? Does it mean take a picture of it? Oh, okay, I can take a picture. P for picture. Oh, you can favorite the poses now. I don't think it was like that last time I played. Ooh, I like the look over the shoulder. Really focus on the tail. Ooh. The side light is good. Ooh, I like this filter. Just a little bit though. Yippee! Was that even? Was that even the right thing? Oh, maybe. Is this the Shell Island Market? It keeps going away. I must be like on the border. Vixen, thank you for the hydrate. That's so sweet of you. I was feeling a little thirsty. How'd you know? Is this it? I don't think so. I guess it'll tell me. Is this the market? It keeps making little noises. I've gotta be so close. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Okay, what is this? Oh, cute. Get me on there. I love clouds. You were thirsty? Bad care package. No, don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry, it is not your job. Not your job whatsoever. You do your best. It's true. It's true, you're so attentive. I don't know. Sometimes I just don't think about it. Like sometimes I'll be like, oh, yeah, you're right. Maybe I should eat. And then I go to eat and it's like, wow, I was really hungry and I didn't even know. I know. It's easy to forget that kind of stuff. Whoopi, go look for now. Have a wonderful stream. Pretty cinnamon fox. Thank you, Whoopi. Thank you for lurking too. It was very nice meeting you. I hope to see you again. Is this the cloud market? Maybe not. Maybe the cloud market was the friends we made along the way. Is it even Cloud Market? Maybe it was Shell Market. That is some sort of market. Oh, here's the thing. Oh, there is a way to climb. Oh, maybe not. Can I make that? Oh, thank goodness. It's gonna bother me so much if I don't take that picture, though. I kind of forgot there was like a picture thing. Yo! Look at this dog! Cute. Cute. Oh, what a good game. What a good game. They have little pets. You can brush little pets. Terrafloof. Well, I guess I've never pet one before. I guess this is a new area. Yo. Okay, where's the shell market? Unvisited. Is it this? The mushrooms growing out of the roof. Is that this? Can't even see that far. If I take this picture, is it gonna do the thing? Oh, I like the blowing a kiss. This really is not showing off the shell market though. This is just like mogging. I guess there's nothing wrong with mogging. Like a little silly. Be waving is good. Maybe it's given like, welcome to the shell market. Is that... Is this... Is this... Ugh. I think I'm just taking pictures. I don't think I'm... doing it right. Oh, there's things right here though. That's good. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get bigger. Yo. Yo! Load of beans. There's no mushrooms on the side of this one. Or this one. There's a snail on this glacier. If that means anything to anyone. I really like those adorable shroomlings. Their shroom caps look so soft and bouncy. I bet they feel amazing to touch. That is a weird thing to say. Oh wait, you're the guy I was looking for. My picture quest though. I just noticed you put your outfit in the game. Oh my god, do you like it? Sheesh. See, Azu, if you played this game, you could make your character wear your outfit too, probably. I think. Hold on, is there a top hat? Maybe I'm lying. Surely there's a top hat, even if I don't have it. Look! See? That's kind of awesome. Or you could, like, live your femboy dreams if you wanted to. Look, even better. Shh. You could have an Azu. Not gonna be making femboy Azu in Infinity, Nikki. No, it's not so bad. Look. I made Kaya at one point, but I think I saved over it. I'm gonna change the Hero Hom special. This was just like the highest level thing. This would be easy to make again. Okay, look. So you got your top hat, and you got like short black hair. Sheesh. Is there like a fluffier one? Got long black hair. It's like shoulders, right? I think this is pretty close. What if this was black? Hold on. You deleted the Kyle one? I saved over it. I don't know why I did. That was kind of an L on my part. Oh, wait, there's no black. This green is like almost black, right? Like, oh no, that's not. Okay, hold on. I'll find a different hair that's like easier to become black. It's long in the back? Long hair, it's long in the back? Oh. Like it's longer than this? Okay, hold on, I'll find something. Stop helping her. Yo, I was my helper. Why would you tell them to stop? The problem is when you're wearing a top hat, like even if you pick the longest, well, okay, that's a bad example. But some of these like longer hairs, it like tucks it under the hat. So it's short in the front and long in the back. Hi, Big Papa. How is work? How is work? Was not dislinked? Yes, that's good. Oh my god, wait, I didn't even. Wait, which one? This? I don't know which one you said it was good to. Oh my god. The other one is the length. No longer? Oh my god, okay. Like this? But he's... Isn't it like... short in the front? Never been more grateful for stream delay. Hey, just use that white one. This? This one? I think that's the white one I was on. Oh, this one. Is it that long? Is it to his back? Hold on. Let me do some research. Yes, perfect. Hey, I thought it was short. I thought it was like a wolf cut. Is it not a wolf cut? In his profile picture, it's like not even to his shoulders. Oh my god. Sheesh. Wait, look at this. I love when I go to someone's page and like I'm there like sheesh. Yeah, I am suggested, aren't I? Okay, sorry, I'm last year, buddy, you need to feature some clips. This is not even accurate. Okay. But when you have the silent thing on. Let me just content steal for a sec. Okay, say something so you light up. Say something. You're not saying anything. Oh. No, go back. Oh. Shoulder. Okay. This is way too long. I have a confession to make. I relabeled all the jars on my mom's spice rack. I'm not in trouble yet. But the tire is cumin? Papa. Man. I thought you had a real juicy confession. That's right, trust me. Do you know what the back of his head looks like? Is there a vision of the back of his head? Because it's like to this. It's not like all the way down here. Unless he's got like some rat tail. I don't even remember what's featured. Oh man, you're supposed to be like, yeah, I really look up to you as a streamer. I think you're so cool. But instead you're like, no, I don't even remember. I think this is perfect actually. Cause it's shaped like it. Like, are you seeing this vision? Like it's like wee. You see? And it's got the bangs. Well, it doesn't have like the middle bang, but I think it's pretty close. On the front, it looks the same. It could be. I guess that's true. I think this is maybe more how I imagine it. Although it's not. There's no black, though. Ugh. Yes, I asked him. Oh. When are we getting a back of the hair model? That's good, too. Well, let me see if the white hair option has, like, comes in black. Because there's not even if I had all of this. Ah! Hi. Hi, Hero. Hero Hum Special. That's so real. But even if I had all of this unlocked, there's not even a black. Like, the best I could do is dark blue. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if the white comes in black. Can you just make me bald? I don't want to see that. Like, ever. Actually. No, thank you. You have a question? Hey, what's your question? My god. Oh my god, I see. I see. Are you done with work? Hi. Pika P. It's good to see you. PNG of me just turned around. Yeah, do you have one of those actually? Is Ren your model artist, or did Ren do the chibi? I'm sorry, I low key for gore. Yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked. There's no black. I think 3-star doesn't have black. Unless there's a 4-star. I mean, there's this. I don't think his hair waves like that, though. Here are the guy who refuses to fart in public. He's a private tutor. Oh my god. Papa, you're on thin ice. He's too voluptuous. Has the Hero Hum special been updated with an even better high stat outfit? No. We did do a bit of gambling. We did get some other pieces, but nothing is quite as high level as the Hero Hum special. Is this game I hate black hair? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe it's better not to dwell on it. I liked the one I had. Wait, was it this? No, it was this. Whatever. It can just be like a little bit blue. Like, it's the lighting, you know? Okay, let me see. And then you have like a black pinstripe suit with a red tie and a red cloak cape situation. That's gonna be a little tough. I wish I could change the color of the like this part of the hat. I don't think the hats. I don't think the top hats are dyeable. Wait, where did it even go? Hello? Hello? What is this? Yo, where's the top hat at? Am I blind? Am I blind? The top hat disappeared? It so did. What's up with that? There's this one, but this has too much going on, I think. Was a hat in a different section? This is like the hat section, though. That feather one looks similar, though? Wait, there is a feather in your hat. Wait, can I change the colors? Wait, I can. Okay, wait. Hold on. Wait, do I even need to? Hold on. Can I just put Azu on my screen? Sorry, 1 second. Hold on, I have pictures of all my streamer friends. I just gotta find where I put them. Okay. Oh my god! Why is it so much? Oh my god. Good morning. Good morning, soldier. What is the ledge? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I hope nobody comes in the stream and like thinks you're here. Okay. This is our reference. This is our reference. Ugh. I shouldn't be helping. Yo, you should be helping. I just ate Mexican food. It was so tasty. Yo, what did you eat? I quite like Mexican food. Okay, I wish it didn't like glow when it was doing the thing. Okay, so it'd be nice if all of this was just like black. Like super black to hide the fact that it's like squarish. But unfortunately, this game doesn't want me to have everything I want. So I guess the default is what we have to go with. Unless we do that. Does that hide the patches more? I low-key don't know if it does. Oh, maybe it does. I like the shade of black though. Look, Azu Infinity Nikki collab. Azu plays Infinity Nikki with Faust? He should. What the hell? I think everybody should play Infinity Nikki with Faust. Okay. This... Okay, so the feather is white. Oh, that is like bluish white. Why is it bluish? What the... I think that's the best we got, though. And, like, why is the gray, like, also green? What the... Okay. It's the best we can do. Okay, and then you have a thing that's... You have, like, a ribbon that's red. And this doesn't have a ribbon, but I can make this red. Yeah, that's good. Listen, it's not exactly Azu. We're just invoking Azu, you know? We'll tell dad jokes until you stop in defense of Azumazu underscore. Well, I'm not gonna stop until I'm all done, so you're gonna have to hold your horses. And you also have, like, stars. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough, I think. I rather play Woowa with Wazia! Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like Woowa. I haven't played it in a little bit. It's been a few days. Is this like kind of Azu invoking? Don't invoke Azu. Maybe this should be. Should this be more yellow? Lowkey can't even tell. You know, just give me all the palettes. I'm tired of this. Yeah, perfect. Give it. Okay. I wish I could make this part yellow. I wish I could make this part dark black. Cause like, why are the nails red? Whatever. I'll move on to the clothes. Oh my god, sorry. Teehee. Okay. So we got a hat. We've got hair. Neither of them are looking super excellent, but you know, you gotta work with what you got. And then got pinstripes. This is the same shirt, but this has gold buttons and this has silver. Oh, that's something. Let's dye this. Who can drink 20 liters of gas and not feel sick? Well, hopefully not you. This one doesn't have black either. What if, like, blue is the new black? That does not look Azu-ish. Okay, whatever. Is there a better... Oh, this one has a tie, and it has, like, the stars from his hat on his tie. Keep that one in mind. Oh my god, we can make him a schoolgirl. I think that's probably the best, because I don't think anything else has a tie. Okay. Oh my god, what is this? Okay. No black! Okay, whatever. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Oh, okay. Give me that. Hmm. Does black exist in this game? I don't think so. There's like some stuff that has black, but I don't know why not all of it does. And I feel like I don't know. I feel like blacks and whites should be on everything. But you know, whatever. Whatever. They didn't ask me. I guess they're just pretending like blue is black. Okay, this is a tie. Okay, you got a red tie. Oops. Kinda like this. That's so real. That's so real. What is this? The collar? Okay, the collar is also black. The labels. Okay. Okay. I'll make the stars yellow. It's not super accurate, but you know, we're invoking the hat. You know what I'm saying? We're invoking the hat. Like this. What is this? Oh, the stripes. Whatever. Whatever, it's looking fine. Is that
Hi,
red a
Cinna.
little...
What did the stamp say to the envelope? Stick together, we're going places.
Wait, that's cute. I like that one. I think red shirt might be better than blue. Oh, you think so? Let me change the tie. It seems like a darker red. Oh, maybe that's the darker red. Well, this looks purplish. This game is so hard. This is the hardest game I've ever played in my life, by the way. Like this? This game needs color sliders? You're so right! Somebody hire this girl. Goodness. Okay, surely, like, we covered up with a jacket. Like the cloak keep thingy. Wait, I think there's one down here. Somewhere. Okay, this is a bit edgy for Azu, I'm not gonna lie. This... When did I get this tail? Whatever. This might be all we have. Let me see. No.
Why did the police catch the bean? Because beanstalk.
Oh, bro, don't say because beanstalk. Oh, wait, is this something? Man, that was goofy. The tail? Wait, should we give Azu a tail? Thoughts? Thoughts on Azu tail? I think maybe this is fine if we can get it red. Wait, I thought I unlocked everything. What the... Okay, whatever. It's my dark red out. Is this fine? But then I feel like I have to change the tie. It's still kind of pinkish. Which one would you say is closer to Azu? The number 4 or the number 6? Like, this is almost purple, but this is just so bright. What if we black jacket and red shirts? Well, we still don't have black, unfortunately. Unless there's a different jacket. Oh, wait. You take this off. I did this. What the hell? It's kind of real. I can do this is like actually black. And then we can make this shirt red. But then the tie would... Should the shirt and the tie be red? Dunno. Dunno. We're kind of cooked. We're kind of cooked. This game does not know ball. Also, I don't know what kind of pants he's wearing. I'm assuming just black slacks. That kind of looks nice. It's kind of nice. I feel like they're very tight in a feminine way, but I don't think there's really anything I can do about that. Unless you would like a skirt. But I think this is good. It just would be so nice if this was black. The other day, I hired 2 guys to help me hold up their japes in my living room. Their names are Kurt and Rod. Isn't that like the plot of Date Everything? Oh my god, wait. His midriff. Cute. What is it? Wait, what does this undyed look like? The thumbnail, it looks black. Maybe we undo? Wait, this is green. Select all. But why is this green? Oh, I guess it's green, it just doesn't
Why
look
did the
right.
blonde tiptoe past the medicine cabinet?
I don't know. I couldn't tell ya. I could not tell ya. Are you going to make Slinkus next? Yeah. Yeah, how did you know? I guess Slinkus does have like the little VTuber like gray hair girly. So I guess I could do something with that. Surely we can move on to Slinkus now? No. You deserve your time to shine. Is this that black? Oh, man. This game low-key hates me. Guys! I don't know what to do. Can I make the cape a color? Oh my god, I can. Slay! Oh my god. Okay, select all. Oh, yeah. Well... Nah, that's fine. Eat it up. Eat it up, eat it up. Not enough red. What do you mean? We're getting there. Okay, what if this comes in black? Ooh. Oh. Gray. There's gray and there's white that's like low-key purple for some reason.
I went to
Is this
Walmart
up?
the other day and some dude was randomly throwing mayonnaise at people. Eventually I got him to calm down and asked him, "What the hell, man?"
Hellman. Is that a brand of mayo? No black on this one. And I messed up this dyeing scheme. Whoops. Sorry, Azu, I'm trying to do you justice so hard. I really think this is the best I got. I think the gray looks good. It looks like a shirt under his vest. Oh, you like the gray? Okay, hold on. Like this? He won't have his tie. Also, the cape is low-key clipping. But, like, it's okay. Hi, Jane Starch. Thank you, Carrot. Thank you. Don't do me justice. Man. I'm trying my best for you. Okay, maybe there's like a nickel. Okay, hold on. Let's see the shoes. You don't have feet! What kind of shoes are you rocking? Let's say like a... Oh my god, slaying! I imagine just like this kind of shoe, but like maybe more masculine. Do you want this? I can give you like
Did you hear
bare
about the guy who
feet.
fell butt naked into a pile of glitter? Pausing for dramatic effect. Pausing for dramatic effect again. Rumor has it everyone is saying it was pretty nuts.
Oh, that's awesome. I think he's rocking red bottom stilettos. Okay, hold on. Let's see what we got here. Like this. I think I can make these red bottoms. We have that, and then... I think this is the highest heel that I have. I think that's probably the best one. Okay. Yes, yes. Okay, perf. And let's... Can we make them red bottoms? I don't know what this is changing. Maybe... Oh my god. See, like, why does this have black as an option? I guess it's because this is a 5-star piece. Unlock all available palettes. I kinda... I guess the red and the yellow are in the same palette. I kinda want to get rid of this blue and yellow, but you can't really see it. Well, I guess I need the red for red bottoms anyway. Oh, okay, that's that. Okay, they're cute. We're making it match with the outfit. Is this the bottom? Oh, there might not be a bottom of the shoe option. It's the beading. And that's just the top. Yo, that is so pale. Well, it can be like this. Is this okay? Okay, I don't know. I kind of like the black better. Just wish there were red bottoms. Oh well. It's fine, it's fine. And you don't need socks with heels. Do we have ties? Do you have earrings? I'll look at your ears. You don't have earrings. Do you want earrings? I can give you earrings. Now that I quickly look at myself up, 2 hours later, how have you been? I've been really good. I love this game. I love this game. It's one of my favorite games. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I feel looking slay right now. Right, right? Eat it up, eat it up, eat it up. No bracelets. There's gotta be... Oh, there's not a tie. Why is this on the shoulder? Oh, this is something. I have a feeling it's not gonna let me dye it nicely, though. I think it's the best I got. Okay, so it'll be... God, it's so rough out here. Okay, there's that. We need that. Okay, area 1. Is this changing? The color. Color's gray. Wait, maybe make all of it gray. Yo! Why is it so blue? Okay, whatever, it's fine. And then the tie itself is red. Oh. You like this? Good to hear. I've been alive. I'm so thankful. I'm so glad you've been alive. Okay. God, this is really not my best work, and I'm sorry. Ah! Save. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Wait, it costs to save. Okay, whatever. Just die it. Just go. Just go. Just go. What? Okay, whatever. Are you spending currency for this? Yes! That's what it's there for. Do you have gloves on? Don't have gloves on. No glasses. Chest accessories. Oh. That be a little better? I don't think so, because it's got a kitten on it. Okay. Pendants. Oh my god, slaying. Uh-huh. Ring. Arm decorations. Handhelds. What would Ozzy be holding? The sparkler? That kind of suits you. I play the male version of Infinity Nikki. Warframe? Give you a dragon. Where's the Yakult bottle? Oh, wow. It's kind of real. There's this one. Is this one? Give him a sword. I don't know why this is so long. What is this supposed to be? Okay, I guess it's just a normal handbag. I've never seen such a long handbag before. Okay. He could be slaying a little harder. Okay, let me do his makeup. Come back. Let me look at you. Okay, you have blue eyes and gray eyebrows. And there's like a little bit of not like makeup, but like high on the cheeks there might be like some sort of blush situation. It's so rectangular. You're gonna hold your little handbag and you're gonna like it. Okay. Gray eyeshadow? This is not doing very much for the cheeks, unfortunately. I was hoping it would be doing more. This changes like the full... Like this adds to the cheeks, but it's like doing a little much on the eyes. A little glittery. I'm back. You hit me a line with a line I wasn't expecting. I haven't heard that since I was 9. Oh, I don't even know what I said. Did I hurt your feelings? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Well, this kind of is something. She glued this rectangle and I can't get rid of it. Help! You like it. You like it. Oh, I think this is as gray as I got. Okay. And then, how are your eyelashes looking? Non-existent. It's okay, I'll fix it for you. Ozzy Clap. No, I'm just using him as a reference. He's... We're putting him in Infinity Nikki. Quite the opposite, you're alright? Oh, good. Wait, Kyrie, why are you crying? Just noticed the badge is Goldie now? Yeah, you've been subbed for 6 months. That's so lovely. Wait, zoom in on your eyeballs. Okay, I can't zoom in anymore. I don't know what I like. not the white. I think I want the biggest eyelashes possible. I think it's this one. I think that's nice. And you have blue eyes. Dark blue eyes. Slay. Lips. Let's get some color on those lips. Ooh. Okay, are we feeling fleeting sweetness for his lips? Or bittersweet thoughts for his lips? Yeah, I think it's between these two. You can't really... You can't really tell from far away. But if you're zooming in, you can. This is more like smudged, like blurry. And this is more like lined. They're a pretty similar shade. Let me go eep eep. Oh, good night. Let me tuck you in. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Hope you have sweet dreams. Carrot chomper named Pika. Pika Pia! Where's the lipstick? That's just a line? Okay, well, I know you don't have lipstick on, but I just... If you're an Infinity Nikki, like, you kind of need something. You know? I am not getting a lot of opinions right now. I was kind of hoping everybody would be like, wow, I really like Fleeting Sweetness. Are you guys not passionate about this? This is important. This is so important. Pick number 2, my lord. Holds up 3 fingers. What? That's not helpful. Is this number 2? This can be number 2. I really wish this was black. I think your skin color is like a little bit in between these two, but unfortunately, Infinity Nikki does not have that many options. This is not important. Yes, it is. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Should I try like? I think I'm done, but the hair's kind of bothering me. Like I want it to be black. I want it to be black so bad. I feel like I should pick one that's like maybe the wrong shape, but that's just black. Like what about, is this fine? Much to think about. This kind of invokes the bangs a little bit. It is too short. But it's something. Ad time! Oh man. Alright. If you're not subscribed, you're going to jail for 3 minutes. And hopefully by the time you come back, I will have landed on a hair. That's the line one? The line one? Chachi, I feel like you're not even paying attention. That's messed up of you. Shrek? Shrek. I stand with Azumazu. Infinite Nikki has 5 options. Yeah, not very infinity, is it? We can't even have this hairstyle in the color black. Okay, what about this? It kind of has like this. I don't know. I'm looking. Okay, look. So we've got a bit of like it's kind of curly, and it is like you can tell that it's long in the back. And on Nikki's, it's not long in the back, but at least it's kind of got the shape. This is one thing, but you know, there's defo longer. I don't know. In my head, it stops where you can't see it. But this is bothering me because it's like, why is it blue? Can I filter by color? Oh, I can't filter by color. could put flowers in your hair. It's that side piece. It has a bit of the bang. No. No. Maybe. Maybe this is kind of slay. I pay attention. I'm the only one that actually answers. He thinks I'm not serious. Thank you for answering, George. I do appreciate you. Whatever. You're just gonna get long hair. I like the shape of this one. They should let me in the design team. I'll tell them what I need. Okay. Thoughts on this one? I do think I like it better than the blue. Do we like the flower one? Hold on. Do we like Golden Anthem for Azu? Or do we like Black Strokes? Golden Anthem. Black Strokes. Hair that would fit is longer than shoulder and a bit curly-ish. Okay, well that's both of these. You don't get my opinion anymore. No, please come back. Please come back and in a minute. Please come back. I need help. Black Strokes, I'm calling it now because I want this done with. Interesting how you're like, I want this done with. But, like, you're still here. Oh my god. Yippee!
Earthiness of the soil, the sweetness of the spore.
We got swag Azumazu underscore.
Any different sense. You can only find moments like this in Eat's land.
I think I did pretty good, right? Pretty awesome. Hold on, let me take a commemorative photo. With stuff in the background. I didn't know you played Infinity, Nikki. I do. I didn't know you played Infinity, Nikki. Wowie. I think everybody should add me. Hold on, let me get Azu off my screen. He doesn't have to be looking anymore. I want to support a friend. I'm getting scolded for watching her stream now. Yo! Yeah, that's kind of real. What's a nice Azu pose? Oh my god, it's blowing us a kiss. Oh my god. This is so cutesy. Let's see.
I'm back with another dad joke. Do you know what you're supposed to do
one.
when you get locked out your house?
I like this.
Pausing. Whisper to the lock. Communication is key.
Oh, that's a good one. Communication is key. You're so right. I love this game. Been playing it since it first came out. I love my Jetso game. Yo, I don't play it super consistently. I kind of just hop on every few months, lowkey. But it's so beautiful and so fun. I don't know. I like it quite a lot. Okay, wait, look at me. Oh, it's so cute. Can we make me T-pose? I genuinely don't know if I can. I don't think there is a T option. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you can't live out your T-pose streams. We can like have a little booty pop moment though. if you want your face or your booty in the same picture for like the gram, you can do that. Here you go. Yippee! Yeah. Pretty freaking awesome. Junior booty buzz. Oh. I thought that was the next best thing. I thought maybe I thought maybe you would like it. Sigh. I don't get appreciated around here. I work so hard.
Oh, aren't you as
I work so hard to make you look so perfect. And it's like you don't even care. Oh. I think it's better to be direct. I don't want to pretend to be a reporter.
Miss Ada, do you know anything about
I
docilism?
low-key do not know what's going on in the story.
Someone's actually interested in docilism?
I'm so interested in
Yes, the
docilism.
Shermans always talk about it.
Oops.
Since I just arrived and don't know much
She
yet,
kind of
I'm curious
is
about
kind
it
of
too.
slipping out the cliff face, huh?
Have you seen the expedition team and the docilists interact with each other?
I look-key like the hat and the rectangular
Very
big
good.
bag.
They
Oh wait, where'd your bag
always
go?
refuse to let
Maybe it's because
adventurers
she's
enter
talking.
certain restricted
You can't have your
areas.
handbag.
There's been
Unless I
slow
didn't save it
progress in
correctly.
exploring Itzaland
But yeah, the
thanks to
hat's really
docilism.
cute.
Even the
I didn't even know I had
previously
that.
friendly shroomlings have become
I carry you.
difficult to
That
communicate
you
with.
look pretty.
I
Yeah.
wanted to get along
Thank
with the
you.
shroomlings here. Even
Thank
get a
you.
chance
I
to
worked
take
hard
their
on
sugar
him.
caps. But now, they only
I'll do
listen to the
Splingus next.
docilists and avoid us completely.
I need a little break
Guess
though.
who said he-
that was
Seems like docilism is
that was a
pretty
lot of
popular
work.
with the humans around here.
My rectangle.
About docilism anyway.
Hold on.
A new 3
Surely docilism isn't that important. Surely, surely we just get the sparkness. Oh, there's your rectangle. Okay. I guess when you're talking to someone, you like put it down or something. That was so much more effort than this deserved. Sigh. But it looks awesome, doesn't it? I think I did some... I think I got some tasks done for the battle pass and such, so that's kind of awesome. What is this? Oh yeah. My combat's gonna go crazy. How much did you spend unlocking those colors? Shh, it's not important. It's not important. That's what the currency's there for, you know? Performing a dodge during a combo won't interrupt it. Bow energy gradually recovers over time. I don't think I'm dodging very much. Acquire the skill Pure Thought. That sounds cool. By consuming bow energy, Nikki instantly restores health. Yeah! We're so healthy. Okay. Wow, that took longer. Took longer than I thought it did. I genuinely... This is the most time-sinky game that I have maybe ever played in my life. Because tell me why I've been playing this for like 7 hours and I've maybe gotten like 3 quests done. And I couldn't even tell you like what happened during those quests. I rode a funny little mushroom.
3 years ago, right after the mother
And
fell ill, preaching only to
that's all I
shrooms.
got.
Yet,
I'll pay attention when the pretty dragon boy comes back. He had like horns and stuff and his voice was so pretty. But I don't know. Oh my god, pop quiz! Ugh. But yeah, I don't know where he is. I miss him. Do you always say sigh when you sigh outside? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I don't think there's anything that I do on stream that's like a bit that I don't do outside of stream. Like maybe there's some things that I do that like started as a stream bit, but it definitely carries over to real life. Like I have a habit of being like, that's so awesome. That's so awesome. And like my IRL friends will call me out on it. They're like, you're a goober. In order to heal Blink, the High Priestess Maydell began to prepare for Blink. Okay, what's something... I think you heal something that's ailing. We're preparing for... something. The cause of the Mother Shroom's illness may be related to Blink that appeared in her dreams. Maybe the seed was in the dreams? What are we preparing for? In order to heal, maybe Twist of Faith? And then we're dreaming about seeds. Oh, they're all wrong! Oh my god, okay, hold on. In order to heal... Do we have to heal trust? Like the trust was broken? We're preparing the seed. And the illness was caused by the illness in the dream. Oh, oh my god. In order to heal the seed, we're healing seeds, okay? The pieces begin to prepare for... Maybe you have to prepare for the healing. The cause of the illness is trust. How are these all wrong? Sorry. In order to heal... Maybe it just says X even if just one of them is wrong. Because I feel like you would have to heal... Wait, hold on. Can I check my notes? I feel like somebody gave me a notebook. Where's my notebook at? Oh, okay, read. Oh my god, I'm not reading that. Okay, whatever. I'm random guessing. Saying side of her daily routine.
Years ago. We need to investigate more. Momo,
Yeah. I wake up in the morning and I lay in bed and scroll Instagram reels for 30 minutes. And then I say sigh 4 times. And then I go make coffee. And then I go stream. That's my daily routine. And then I do... I don't know what I do. And I do like whatever. I do a bunch of random stuff until 9 p.m. And then at 9 p.m. every day I plank. So, yeah. That's my secret.
I feel like there's still something we haven't. Nikki, I don't think that's it. Nikki,
Guys, this kind of sucks.
Nikki, I don't think that's it. Nikki, I don't think that's it.
See how she didn't deny it?
Nikki, I don't
Man.
think that's it. Nikki, I don't think that's it.
I charged my 3DS. It's time for Pokemon Plat. Let's go! That sounds so awesome. Was it... You ordered that charger online, right? And you were like worried about it? I guess it worked. Child Hero Group's hard. Yeah, I think it does 3 X's even if one of them's correct. Because there's no way I wouldn't get any check marks just by doing this. Okay. This has to be the ailing mother shroom. And then I don't know what the other 2 are.
I feel like there's still something we haven't. That's our
Yippee! I love Child Error. I'm not reading all that. Oh my god, why is there more? Why did they expect me to pay attention? This has never happened before. Ailing mushroom. Healing of the shroom. The strange mechanical seed. How did you know that? Oh, did you look it up? Lowkey makes the options you need to lose glow. Were they glowing? Oh, maybe if you mess up enough, it's like... Please. Please move on. Okay, Dustalism is... a new organization. Why are there so many contradictions? It's clear that there are many... human followers. But they're wary of other humans. Some Testa said that... maybe the beast has gone mad? Oh.
I don't think that's it.
I know these 2 have to be right. Just like grammatically. Testa said that... Oh, yeah, this is so awesome. They gave me 2 chargers and a couple extended stylus too. I didn't order that part? Yo, you got extra. That's so lovely. They were glowing bright. I also didn't look it up. I spent hard-earned brain cells reading. Interesting. Very interesting of you. See, you're interested in the game, so I think you should download it. my god, do you think the dragon guy will come back?
You go there. Search the
He was like an important character. He was like a prince or something, and I just only saw him that one time. He's gotta be plot relevant. Like he had too cool of a design.
Lady Nikki!
I don't want to look at this ugly mushroom. I want to look at the cute boy. Do you get 100 free pulls?
Lady Nikki!
I
The Dossalists are here
don't
looking for
know how many they give you off the bat.
looking for me?
I know they give you quite a few. And there's also like a ton of redeem codes online.
Healing of the mother's room. It's about to begin soon.
But
You're supposed to be
if it convinces you at all, I have not spent a single penny on this game.
priestess again?
And I feel like I have gotten a lot of things. Like that cat girl outfit that you convinced me to to pull for.
You can't go back with them yet.
Like I got that full 5-star fit and I didn't spend any money.
I still have so many
I
questions
got,
I don't have answers to.
I don't know, a cute fireworks outfit. I like cute stuff. What's up with that mushroom dude? I don't what's up with him? He calls me your excellency, so that's awesome. So we like him, but I don't really know what his deal is. You spent 100 hours though? No, I only spent I only spent 43 hours on this game. And in Warframe, I spent 105 hours, and I feel like I have way less stuff in Warframe. So that should convince you, probably. Gonna see if Cynthia's chilly all that in this game. Good luck, good luck. Stealth mode. See, look, this is just like Warframe. We got stealth mode. Well, in stealth mode, following enemies from behind or hiding behind cover will prevent you from being detected. Yeah, I think I know how stealth works. I think I can do it. Can I crouch? Oh my god! Why am I a cat? Hold on. Only 100 hours for three things. No, I got way more than that. Look at all this stuff I got. These are completed outfits. This is not like pieces of outfits. This is like a lot of stuff. You seeing this? You seeing this? You seeing this swag? Look at this maid outfit. Kind of awesome. Probably try it, but there doesn't seem much gameplay I'd have fun with. He looks like Genshin with dress up. Yeah, you probably wouldn't like it that much. The like combat isn't super important. And it's not like there's damage numbers or anything. Oh my god! I did not mean to do that. Okay, let's get that ability out of here. 7 free things. Jarchi, why don't you play this game? I really haven't convinced anyone to play this game. I think I convinced Hero to download it. And we played it for a little bit. And I think that's pretty much it. Oh, I think Awa maybe. But nobody else wants to play this game with me. It's so cute. Wait, how am I evading? What? What? Am I supposed to just leave?
Nikki, we're easy to spot now, so be careful.
Oh my god.
Found you.
Oh, oops. Am I supposed to just go down? Can you show me some combat? If the combat looks interesting, I might try hide it. The combat is so unimportant, but I can show you. Wait, lowkey, I don't think I can leave this. Hold on, let me finish this.
Watch out, we're too close. Hide.
I'm hiding. Surely they won't notice.
Found you.
Darn it.
Come with us.
I played Zenless, so I'm good. Not even Mick? Not even Mick. I guess I didn't try that hard to convince people, but I think it's really cute. I think Mick mentioned that, like, she would try it, but I think maybe she forgot. Who else plays this? Nobody. Nobody. Oh, Gala has it. He came in earlier and was like, I didn't know you played this game. Ah, darn it.
Come with us.
I think that's all I know. Sponsored stream win? That's what I'm saying. I mean, I got drops are enabled. That's gotta count for something. But yeah, it might, unless you're interested in the clothing aspect, it might not be everyone's cup of tea.
Watch out! We're too close! Hide!
Okay, I'm hiding. Wait, why am I not out you? Hold on. Sorry about that. Showing off other outfits. I didn't even. Yeet!
Nikki, we're easy to spot now, so be careful.
Do it. Surely she isn't failing the leeway stealth mission. I don't remember that one being hard. I think the only stealth mission I remember being hard was the Warframe one. That was freaking awful. That took like literal hours.
Nikki, we're easy to spot now, so
I think I'm fine with dress up if I can kind of mess around with different builds with it and stuff. It's not really combat like build based. Like the clothes aren't giving attack, it's giving you style points. So like you're trying to build up outfits. Like there's different categories like fresh, elegant, sweet, sexy, and cool. Like this is like fresh hair. Like one of the pigtails is under the hat, ignore that. And then this is like sexy hair, you know? And then you do like style challenges. And you there's like a spiral abyss but for dress up, if that makes sense. I could just play Just to Impress for that? Okay, we'll hop on Just to Impress. I thought you said you wouldn't play it, and also you hate me. All I'm hearing is that everybody hates me and doesn't want to play with me. Can I use my style points to get big style point damage numbers? No, it's not damage numbers. It's just like your, I don't know, like your pretty numbers. Surely I can sexy hair vaporize build for 160 points. No, you don't vaporize. It's just you get sexy hair build, but instead of vaporizing, you make your competition cry because your hair is so sexy and theirs isn't. You know, it's not super competitive, I guess. Oh, she's looking fresh. She's looking so fresh. Which one would you guys be? Which one do you resonate with? I think most of the clothes I have would probably fall under the sweet category. Like pastel colors and like ribbons and stuff. You make them cry? Wait, you're selling it. I need to see the combat. Okay, well they don't literally cry. You just kind of mog on them and they go, aw, man. I can show you after I finish this. Oh my god, don't. Don't you dare. I do not want to do this again. I'm pressing shift. I'm not even pressing control. Is this good enough? Oh, thank goodness. Can we at least strangle them with our hair? No, it's not that kind of game, you guys. Can we mod dairy stories on the style points? I don't know if you can mod this game. Oh my god. Who is this baddie? Is this Dada? Is this Dada in a different outfit?
Quiet down.
Wilhelm. Oh, I don't know who this is. She is very cute. Maybe you can mod in damage numbers. Maybe perhaps.
Are you with the Docilists too?
Who's the publisher of this?
Don't lump me in with them. I have to trust you. You're the same type
Infold
of
games.
Why
If
do
you
keep
can mod
running around and
Infold
hiding from
games,
your
then
own
maybe.
people?
Wait, I'm the saintess? Why am I a saint of this organization that I just found out about?
Contrary, I know a place
What
that
the
can answer
hell?
all your questions. Really?
Oh.
The
Oh,
Colosseum.
indeed.
The place where the High Priestess took the Holy Spear.
Okay, yeah, you got a lot to say, huh?
It's one of the
She hasn't been reading the lore. I haven't.
You, if you're of course.
I feel bad. I paid such close attention to the Genshin lore. Like, I was so into it. Like, I don't know. I read every single thing, and I understood every single thing and all the vocab words. But I don't think I have really paid that much attention to games since. I don't know if it's just, like, brain rot. Like, I can't focus. If I just don't really care that much. But, like, Warframe, I kind of skipped the lore. Wu I kind of skipped the lore. Infinity Nikki, I kind of skipped the lore. And just like, give me in the game. I don't really want to watch a movie right now. I just want to run around and pick flowers. Can I at least be really short? I don't think you can change Nikki's height. There's an ability that makes you short. Oh. But you can't make like the... I can't change her height. Like a regular style. It's just an ability. Go, Azu, go. Sheesh. Hey, this girl's so cute. Sheesh. Okay. Didn't know she had that dog in her. What even is the point then? The point is to look at pretty clothes. Guys, if you aren't appreciative of the clothes, I just don't think you're gonna get it. Genshin loader trivia. Who is Bananas?
I'm Wilhelm.
Bananas.
And this is Swanara.
Bananas. Bananas.
Swanara? But it doesn't look anything like a swan.
What?
Looks like Swanara understood what you said.
That is a misspelling of Jarchi's little clown plushie bonus.
Hold on tight.
My favorite Genshin Impact character. Chocobo? What is Chocobo? You guys really are just saying words. Isn't they were from Liyue? Oh. I don't remember. Is it an NPC or is it like an important, like, figure? ... I remember Mooncarver and Cloud Retainer and something Shaper.
Thanks for getting
Mountain
us here
Shaper?
safely.
Something. We're one of Xiao's dead friends. Yippee!
Okay, I get it.
Oh.
Get back to Shell Island.
Oh, I forgot about the Yakshas. I don't think I know any of their names. Kind of forgot about them. Womp womp Xiao. I'm at the lake. This is where the song is from? This is where the song is from? I don't think I know any Pokemon songs. Okay. We're ignoring the quests. We're going into combat. Map. Oh. Oh, get Wishfield. Surely there's some enemies by the lakeside hill. Banana. Oh, hi, Tommy. Congrats on getting that first. They're the blue one. Bananas stuck with me in particular. It's a really nice name. Bananas. I think I'm the yellow girl. I don't know her name. I just remember like seeing the little image and being like, oh, cool. Is Bananas the one with 4 arms? Like the really buff fella? Hard to remember. This dude's name is Cyrus? I know he's Cyrus. I think maybe I can picture Cyrus from Pokemon. Does he have blue hair? Okay, where's the enemies at? See, this game is so combat focused that like, or so not combat focused, excuse me. It's kind of like difficult to see the enemies. So the basic attacking is just doing that. But, like I have this special ability that like stuns them like that. And then she makes a cute little painting. So that's awesome. And then there's also... They did an update where you can have your combat be archery. And it's a little more complex. And I don't really get it, but I think people were praising it for... Because like the combat's like really quite easy. But then they unlocked a new area where you have to do the archery. And people were saying that it's pretty good. But who cares about that when you could pet a horse? Check this out. Arms is Bosacious, I think. The purple one. Oh. He does? He's blue? Yeah, my memory's pretty excellent. Happy Year the horse. Check this out. Yeah, pretty cool. And if you want to see what the sexy points and stuff are for, I do not have sparklets. Can do this. I hope I don't have to use outfits from the new area, because I do not have any. Why is that hard? It's like malnourished. I don't know. Okay, sweet. We want sweet clothes. Sort by quality. Is this sweet? It's fresh. You can low-key just sort by score. And then just click like the first option for everything. But you know, it'll look a little goofy sometimes if you do that. Like, I don't know what's going on there. But I think it's fun to level up your little clothes. Ooh, I like this one. Ah, that eats. These go so well together. Not really sweet though. Okay, what about this purple? Sheesh. See, isn't this awesome? Someone get the oats. Oats. Yummy. I like this better. I really like this Miku hair, but it doesn't match like anything I have. Ah, it's just so cute. Oh, I dyed this pink. It's supposed to be purple. Ooh. Okay, slaying, eating. Going crazy, sicko mode. Little hair clip. Okay. I don't want that. Purple. More purple. Yup. 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 think the last outfit I made was also purple. Just really like purple. Oh yeah. The hair's not my favorite. I think I have purple hair. Oh, that's cute. Not a very high scoring sweet thing, but it's like the first level, so it low-key doesn't matter. And have any good makeup sets? Well, I'll do it manually. I love winged eyeliner. Oh yeah, with the purple eyes. Sheesh. Okay, you're looking so good. Put a purple heart on there. Sheesh. I want Eureka that's high level and also purple. I have so much red. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's go. Can't remember if I told you earlier, but when I told you, you said a line that hit me like a truck. You were right, it was bad. It's quite nice actually, so I had to step away and wipe a wee tear from my eyes. Frog! Messed up my frog. Aw, wait, that's nice. Well, I'm glad it's like that. Your frog is cute. See? Did you see? I just blew the competition away. I mean, this is like the abyss, so it's not against a person, so there's not somebody crying. But like there's random NPCs standing around the map that are like they'll invite you to like a styling challenge, and then when you win against them, they'll be like, ah, my career. Wonder if I can find one. I think I low-key completed this.
The pristine and vast Land holds boundless vitality, where a new chapter is quietly
Oh
unfolding.
my god, it's almost 8 p.m. This is such a
Some of them look up at the of history,
this is such a fast-coded game. Oh my god, look at that mushroom wolf howling at the moon. That's awesome.
Some dedicate their lives to the pursuit of truth, searching the soul.
Sheesh.
In the immense Elderwood forest, the most mysterious stylist is stubborn and sexy, king of the wild.
That's so sad. You ruined their whole career on one runway. On one runway. Yeah, what can I say? Sheesh! Wait, did you see that guy? Oh my god. I should have been paying attention. That guy looked awesome. Okay, Super Giant Club Stylist Group or Extreme? I like this one because it has a plant. Ooh. Let's go against Talaris. They have horns, and that's awesome. Oh. Let's not anywhere close to you. Do I have one unlocked? That's close to a waypoint. Ah, that's close enough. Get me in there. Let me see if I can ruin this guy's career. I'll ruin his career, and then we'll raid out. And then I'll eat... I don't know. I don't know what I'll eat. I got ground turkey from the store. I got potatoes. I think both of those things sound nice, but I don't know if there's any dish where they, like, go together. Oh my god, I can pet a dog! See, look. Does this convince you to play it? You can brush a dog. Like, it's got me. Can also pet a bird. I think this bird is a little less cute, but it's still awesome. Just kind of hesitantly brush his head. And he looks a little bit freaked out. I don't think I have any materials from them, so I'm just gonna speed brush them. Okay, I think I'm going this way. Yo, what is this? Lamp chili? Give me that.
The sweetness of the spore drops.
Give me that.
The wind here carries so many different scents.
Hi, Tommy.
You can only find moments like this in Eatsaland.
I think there's a way to unlock a snail. At least like last time. Oh, maybe this is a catchable. Maybe this isn't groomable. That's a big beetle. Yeah, I think you get your own snail, but I have not done that quest yet. I might be lying. I might be lying, but somebody told me last stream that you could get a snail. Little snail friend. Oh. Wow. There are a lot of snails, and they're just on the side of the cliff. Hairband slug. Cute. Cute, 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 cute.
What a lovely sunny day.
What a lovely sunny day. That's so true. So true, so real, Nikki. My sunny day is almost over. It's quite dark in here. I have it so that my little lamp is supposed to turn on when the sun goes down. But it kind of hasn't. It kind of hasn't. I'm kind of just sitting in the dark like a goober. Okay. Fight me, fight me, fight me. Majestic elegance. Okay, got it. What if I just like submit Azu? Let me see if Azu has majestic elegance. It's fine. Gremlin! Yeah, probably bad for my eyes. Oh my god! He's so elegant! I didn't have to change anything. Oh, the hair was kind of average, but that's okay. Altogether, it's past perfect. Eat it up. Where's your bag? Girl. Think I see giants surrounding me, composing the most soul-stirring song. Okay, this guy wasn't upset. Sometimes they're upset, but I think he's just inspired. I ate him up. Incredible. You captured both the essence and form of giants so brilliantly. Oh, I can't read that fast. Wow, you heard it here first. Azu mogged on this guy. Also with the stilettos, we are taller than him. Oh wait, I was gonna show that you can be small. What do it here? We don't even have it here. Shut up. How do I get small? Oh, shanking. I think this is only... This is only in a special area. Let me go. Fish field, fishing woods. I think it's here. Baby. I don't know why it says baby and it's talking about a dragon. Okay, look. You can be short in this game. And you ride on Momo's head. So that's pretty cute. So I guess... What's only in this area? You can't do this everywhere. But you know, you can somewhat fulfill your dreams of being a little guy. And I think that's beautiful. You change your outfit. I like this one. I haven't used this one very much. He looks so regal. Regal? Regal? Is it regal or regal? I don't know. But he looks whatever that word is. Yippee! Yeah. Whoa, someone's revving their motorbike. They will leave. What? We just cleared the thing. Oh. Sheesh. It's pretty generous with the rewards, I must say. What is this? Silent Arena. I don't really want to do that. I want the thing to be cleared, but it's a lot of work.
Momo, be careful. Don't
It's a later problem. Fallen feathers. In a sketch with a simple picture of a shrub drawn in charcoal pencil. A thin line connects the shrub to the outline of the bottom of a pair of shoes. A small line of text is written to one side. The outline was inspired by the drawing of this shrub. These are kind of ugly. Can I say that? Looks like cabbage shoes. Which I guess might be useful in some situations. But
it's just a light
it's maybe not my favorite. Oh my god. I'm so behind on my quests. Whoopsie. Anyway, that's a problem for later. I think this is pretty successful. You cabbage. You cabbage is so real. Well, is it real? I don't know. I like cabbage and stir fry. But I guess I don't love it in every situation. It kind of depends. It kind of depends. There's some good cabbage situations, but not always. Okay, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. This is a bit of a longer stream, but I really like Infinity Nikki. I raided Levi like literally 2 days ago. I feel like I also raided Yoshi last week, but those are the only two fellas I got online. Does anybody have any friends online that they think deserve a little raid for today? Otherwise, I can just re-raid someone. But I like to spread the love if I can. Thank you for the care package, Garrett. Thank you, thank you. I'll send you some food to the mail later. I'll take out the meat. Thank you. I am pretty hungry. I still gotta decide what to eat. I do not. I do have fun. That's so real. I'm a person playing Marvel Rivals right now. Okay. Message. Raid me. Tell me you are not even here. Okay. We're gonna raid. Oh wait, they have horns. They look so cute. Let's show this person some love. They're playing Marvel Rivals, and they look pretty cute. So, here's a raid message if you like it, and here's a raid message if you like it. I'm gonna be live again tomorrow to play some Omori, and I'm also gonna be live on Thursday to play some more Slay the Spire 2. And then very, very exciting and a little bit special, I'll be live on Saturday doing a hand cam stream. I'm gonna be making all sorts of slime. And I don't really know how to make a whole stream out of it, but I think it'll be somewhat awesome. And I'll post a picture of the character sheet in my Discord soon. Yeah. But yeah, thank you. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Make sure you drink enough water, stay really hydrated, and eat enough protein. You know, you gotta stay energized and get enough sleep for your noggin. Goodbye, everyone. Bye. Goodbye.